Ohio Center for Oral Facial and Implant Surgery diagnoses and treats facial pain and injuries, and also offers a full range of dental implants and bone grafting procedures. Look no further than the Ohio Center for Oral Facial and Implant Surgery for all of your oral surgery and cosmetic surgery needs. Please visit their website at www.ohsurgery.com.
Good afternoon and welcome to Perry High School for the 2022 Chagrin Valley Conference Fall Sports Media Day. This is our East version, our third in our media tour here for the Chagrin Valley Conference Fall Sports. Our fourth will take place on Sunday. That'll be our football media day live from Kirtland High School. Today we're hitting our eastern schools. We've tried to hit all of our schools from a geographic basis since we span 5 counties, so trying to reduce our travel for our teams, and it's worked out pretty well so far. We started out last Sunday out at Independence High School with our West Media Day. On Tuesday, we were out at Kirtland for our Central Media Day, and today, as I mentioned, we are out at Prairie High School for our East Media Day. I am Steve Hare, the CVC Sports Information Director, and today we've got about 25 teams out here today. We're going to start here with the Geneva girls soccer team, and tonight we're going to end right around 7:45 with the Lakeside girls soccer team, and in between we've got everything from golf to cross country and volleyball. So big lineup today. You can visit chagrinvalleyconference.com to see the schedule. And without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and get started here with the Geneva Eagles girls soccer team. Head coach James Restad. Coach, second year. Last year you were second in the CVC Valley Division with a 5-1 record. So go ahead and introduce the girls you brought with you today, and then just kind of give us your elevator pitch. What can we expect out of your program this season?
Perfect. Well, I brought Savannah Surgeon. She's a senior captain, and it is her birthday today.
The birthday girl.
Yes. Glory Kinnanen, she plays striker for us, and she is also a center captain. And Haley Venus, who is a center defensive midfielder, also senior captain. And as far as the elevator pitch, we're an excitable group. We have a pretty high work ethic on our team. I can't wait to see what the girls do on the pitch this year.
When you look at, obviously, losing the Conference Player of the Year in Kylie Scheinman, obviously those are big shoes to fill. You're not going to fill them with just one player, but how do you kind of replace her production and what she was able to bring to the field over the past 4 seasons?
Yeah, it's undoubtable. She's a dynamic player, and you hate to see a talent like that leave the program. We had heavy lifting seniors, all seniors that were a part of our team last year were contributed to our success that we had. So it's not just Kylie, but especially Kylie. You are not really in control of players that you get and lose as a high school soccer coach. You just hope the people that are coming in have the willingness to work and strive to get better. And the vacuum that exists on the team right now, we have a lot of players that are eager to fill that.
What's going to be the key to your success this year, especially early on as the girls are kind of developing their own identity this year?
Yeah, the chemistry. We just need to work for each other, work hard when we're off the ball to get open for the person with the ball, be really fundamentally sound, and just basically play for each other.
All right, without further ado, let's get on to the players. We're going to just work to your left. Go ahead and grab that microphone. We're going to go ahead and let you introduce yourself again for the people at home. Just go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and what position you play.
I'm Haley Venus. I'm at 12th grade, and I play center defensive midfielder.
So Haley, obviously going into senior year, it's got to be a little bit bittersweet. You're looking forward to, moving on, to that next phase of your life. But you've got 1 year of soccer left.
Definitely.
What are you looking forward to most this year?
I'm definitely looking forward to see how far we go and how much we build as a team together, because we got a lot of freshmen, and so we're looking to build them up for their future seasons.
A few years ago, you were that freshman, and now you're a senior. What did you learn early on in your career that's going to help you this year?
I learned early to work as a team, and the more we work together, the better it is outcoming. So it's really just teamwork.
What do you see as your team's biggest challenge this year?
Probably Perry. We really want to beat them this year, especially since last year we lost them in the finals. We came second, so we just want to get that back.
You're a senior. You've got a few seniors at the table with you. Obviously, you guys want to go out with a bang this year, senior year. What's going to be the key to success, not just from your class, but who are some of the other girls, and what's it going to take for you guys all to come together and put together a winning year?
Well, we have a few sophomores and juniors who are pretty good, and we have a couple of starting freshmen on our team. So I think just talking on the field with each other and communicating will definitely like get us farther, because we're a little bit lacking. But if we get better with that, then we can just go, like, it'll be better.
Looking at your role, what does Coach expect out of you on a daily basis?
He expects me to fulfill my position and work the whole field as a whole, and just like contain, not like spread. Really just work on moving the ball up and connecting the defense and the offense.
Looking at the Eagles and just what you guys try to accomplish, how do you guys try to move the ball from one end to the other? I mean, do you guys have a certain strategy you use?
Definitely dropping it back to go forward, like the short pass to the long pass. That's what we've really been focusing on like all season. So just critiquing that and perfecting it.
And then we talked about, obviously, Perry being, one of those goals you want to beat them. That's a challenge for you. But as far as just within your own team, what are some of the things, the adversity that you faced, and how are you going to kind of overcome some of that stuff?
Definitely losing those seniors, it was like it took a toll on us. But I feel like if we all put in the work and we do what we're supposed to, I feel like we can go far.
You obviously learned a lot from the girls, from your freshman year, sophomore year. You learned a lot from those older kids. What do you hope the younger players learn from you?
I hope they learn that a positive attitude and working together will just benefit them all around. It's a team sport, not a eye sport, so just working together will definitely help.
Last question for you is, what are your individual and team goals for this year?
I hope to win the CVC, and then my individual goals, I want to become a CVC player of the week and all-conference CVC player. Other than that, I really hope we win and have a better record than we did last year.
All right, well, good luck to you this season.
Thank you.
Let's slide right down to your left. Go ahead, same thing. Go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and what position you play.
I'm Glory Kinnanen. I'm also a senior captain, and I play striker.
Senior captain, stepping into that role. How excited are you?
I'm excited.
And just, again, what did you learn from the older girls just as you developed as a player?
I learned a lot from them. I learned a lot of communication, and getting along with everybody is very helpful if you want to improve. They taught me a lot, of course, soccer skills. They were very good players. They were very helpful for us. As
a striker, what's your role? I mean, I know you have to score, but
yeah.
There's a lot more to it than that.
I communicate. I make runs. I stay at the half field, and I can see midfield and defense. I can see everybody back there. So I communicate. I help them. I can tell them where open and who's not open.
Who are some of the other girls that aren't here at the table with you that are going to play a key role for you this year?
I think that Riley, she's a junior, and Lily Sheeman, who is also a junior. Riley plays defense, and Lily plays midfield, I think.
I remember Lily from last year.
Mm-hmm, that's Kylie's sister.
Right. She had a little breakout year last year. So talk about some of the other girls that you think might have a breakout year this year.
I think that a freshman that plays striker with me, Emma, she is very, very good. She's very easy to work with. We get along very well on the field.
Haley talked about Perry, and obviously I'm sure you've kind of got Perry circled on your schedule too. But what are some of the other challenges you see for your team this year?
Again, communication. We need to work on communicating. Just working together as a whole, working on our passing to our feet, and just working as a team, which we are improving on.
Last year was Coach's first year. He was kind of a late addition too, late in the summer. Mm-hmm. This year you had a nice off season with him. How different was that, just having a whole year with him now?
It was very nice to have this. We had a lot of summer training, which was very nice. Last year we just had the boys coach help us, and it was nice to have Coach with us over the summer. It was very helpful.
What are the strengths of your game? What do you bring to the table?
I know when to make a run. I have a good shot. I use both feet.
All right. And then senior year, obviously, 20 years down the road, people are going to talk about Geneva soccer. What do you hope they remember about you? What do you hope your legacy is?
I hope they remember me as being positive and trying to communicate and help everybody get along.
And then same last question, I always like to ask about goals. What are your individual and team goals for the year?
I also hope we beat Perry and CVC. An individual goal, I hope I get faster and score more goals than I did last year.
How many did you score last year?
I don't remember.
Don't remember?
I don't remember.
So you got your work cut out for you either way. So. All right, well, good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, birthday girl, down to you. I would sing for you, but I think we would lose all of our viewers, so I'm not going to do that. But go ahead, introduce yourself, name, grade, and what position you play.
My name's Savannah Surgeon. I am a senior, and I play center defense.
All right, how are you celebrating your birthday besides being here in front of 8 gazillion viewers at home?
We had breakfast with some of the girls from the team this morning, and then we have a game later.
Oh, nice. So hopefully you'll go out and perform well and celebrate your birthday that way. So senior year, what are you hoping to accomplish this year?
I hope that we win more games than we did last year. We're a young team, so I hope that the younger players can improve and fill the spots of the seniors last year.
Being a young team, again, going back to that same question, Coach came in late last year, so you guys were kind of learning on the fly. Now you've had that full off season. How different has it been, just kind of knowing that you've got the system down a little bit? You're able to fine tune it a little bit.
I think some of us are still used to our old coach, like his coaching skills or his coaching ways, and we're trying to still switch from a new coach or an old coach to a new coach, but I think we're improving, and I think it's helping a lot. What's
going to be the key to success this year?
Getting our freshman players involved and helping them. They're young, so all of the seniors are still trying to help them and their skills.
Talk about some players that you think are going to make a name for themselves this year.
I agree with Glory about Riley and Lily. Riley plays center defense with me, and we work pretty well together. And Lily connects the field up top, for sure.
Obviously, we've got some offensive players here. We talked about Kylie and her scoring prowess. Where's the defense going to come from? You're a part of that, but that's always going to be a key. But talk a little bit about that defense and how important that's going to be.
We like to get them offsides a lot. Any team we play. But sometimes we've been noticing that it hasn't been working all the time, so we're trying to drop back. And that's what we're focusing on now, is dropping back all the time.
When you say you're dropping back, what does that mean in soccer terms for the people at home that don't understand?
Like when someone is dribbling to you, we're not all going to step and get the other players offsides. We're going to drop back and play it from there.
And who is your goalkeeper this year?
Moira.
Kinzerski. Is she a returning goalkeeper?
She's a sophomore. It's her first year.
Oh, so
first year as a goalie.
Okay, so first year as a goalie or first year on varsity as a goalie?
Varsity as a goalie.
Okay, so she's got a little bit of experience. So how are you guys all as seniors and especially as the defenders kind of helping her settle in and calm her nerves?
She likes to get down on herself sometimes, but we love picking her up. We always are there for her no matter what, and we always talk to her during the games. We always have her back no matter what.
Okay, and then just last question for you, just what are your individual and team goals?
I hope that we win CVC champs, and I hope that I am a CVC player of the week.
Outstanding. Well, good luck to you, and again, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Coach, back to you. Just to kind of recap, piggyback off what the girls said. Are you pleased with what you're hearing out of the squad here, your seniors?
Definitely, exactly. They get the message loud and clear. The whole team really understands it. We're working well as one unit towards that goal, playing for each other. Couldn't be more happy as a coach.
And again, I asked them all about their goals and some of the challenges. Obviously, they've all got their sights set on Perry, who won the division last year, and I'm sure that's kind of where you're at as well. The defense, the offensive scoring. You've got the new goalkeeper. How important is it going to be that she settles in quickly and develops her confidence?
Definitely, and Savannah's going to be carrying a big part of that load as the center back, playing for your goalie. we really see it as an opportunity. We have 2 new freshmen on defense that are going to be probably impactful this year as well. And I just see them working well as a total final third of our field. I'm pretty confident in their ability.
Are there any players that they haven't mentioned that you think are going to have a big season?
Yeah, I think that we have 2 freshmen that are going to be playing in the back. We have Julia Fallon and Allison Sosha that are going to be playing in the back. They'll probably be doing pretty good work for us this year. Hopefully they're impactful. Midfield, we have a sophomore, Sophie Galeazzo. She's really turned the corner. She's an attacking midfielder. She does a good job distributing the ball. Lily's on the wing. We also have, by committee, a right wing that has a lot of speed, so we'll be able to go up and down the field that way. Overall, I'm excited. Coaching in the CVC was a great experience for me last year. The competition was great. Coaches across the sideline were welcoming, and you couldn't ask for a better place to coach.
Outstanding. And then just, I don't want to know what your weakness is, but every team has one. What are you doing to minimize that and just kind of hide it and turn it into a strength, per se?
Our weakness would be lack of experience. We have a lot of players that are seniors that didn't get a lot of playing time under the previous coach, and just based on the circumstance, having such impactful seniors last year, they were left off the field a little bit more than they probably should have been. So getting them experience, confidence, and up to speed is going to be our biggest challenge. Like I say, fortunately, we have a group that's willing to work, so that should take care of itself.
Outstanding. Well, I appreciate you all making the trip out here, and best of luck to you this season.
Thank you so much.
All right, that is the Geneva Eagles girls soccer team out here opening up our CVC Fall Sports East Media Day event here at Perry High School. Up next, we've got the Grand Valley volleyball team. I don't know that they're here yet. I did see Edgewood's girls golf team, I believe. Oh, they are here. Okay, Grand Valley, come on up. They snuck in. I didn't even see them, so good. We are going to stay on schedule then. I saw Perry girls golf walk in. I saw Edgewood golf. Grand Valley snuck in. I didn't even see them. Oh, there's a whole bunch of them. You guys might need to pull in a couple extra chairs. Don't use that gray chair. That one I almost fell over on, so you don't want to use that one. You guys must be running some intense practices when coach is coming in crutches. Once again, this is the 2022 Fall Sports Media Day event here from Perry High School, live on CVC TV, which is presented by Ohio Center for Orofacial and Implant Surgery. One of you is probably going to have to go on the other corner so we can get you both in there. There you go. Uh-oh. Grand Valley tearing down the house. Can't take you guys anywhere. Yeah, you're okay. You might just squeeze in just a little bit. All right, so we've got the Grand Valley Mustangs volleyball program head coach Aaron Smolinski, correct? All right, go ahead and grab your mic, Coach. I'm going to let you start things off. Go ahead and introduce the girls you brought with you, and then just kind of give us your little elevator pitch. What can we expect out of the Mustangs this year?
Okay. Over here we have Taryn Gazelle. She is our senior DS. Next to her is Abby Collins. She's our Libero. She's also a senior. We have our senior setter, Riley Ellsworth. And to her far side is Haley Byrne. She is our junior, also a DS. And over here beside me is our junior outside hitter, Michaela Hopes. Elevator pitch. Honestly, I would just say that our goal and our heart and soul is just to give everything, every play, until it hits 25.
All right, now come back to you. We'll finish up with you at the end. We got to go quickly because you got a whole bunch of players. So we'll start all the way to the left. I'm going to let you go ahead and my left, sorry. Yeah, so on camera left. Go ahead, introduce yourself again, name, grade, and position.
My name's Michaela Hopes. I'm going to be a junior, and I play outside.
Okay, Michaela, obviously last year, not a great way, winless in the conference. So obviously you guys are trying to build off of that, just come back a little bit stronger. What's going to be different this year?
Our attitudes are going to be a lot more different towards each other this year. This team is like, we're friends off and on the court. Like, we do everything together. Like, it's not just volleyball. We're friends. Like,
what were like some of the problems last year that you guys know you've already corrected?
definitely talking like on the court while like the play's going on. Like, we never really talked that much last year as like what was happening towards different plays.
And then this year, just better attitudes, more camaraderie. Do you sense everything coming together so far in the preseason?
Yeah, we are definitely we're gluing a lot more better than we were previous years.
It's a little bit, you sense everybody just kind of gelling and
Yeah.
doing all that. Who are some of the players you think are going to have a breakout year?
I think Abby's going to have a breakout year in passing. She's doing awesome in the back row. If we had Dixie Miller, she would definitely be out there.
What is going to be the key to Grand Valley's success this year?
Probably talking is the most because we're running a 5-1, which needs a lot of talking with our setter running everywhere. Yeah.
All right, let's slide that down. Go ahead, introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
My name is Taryn Gazelle. I will be a senior this year, and I'm a DS.
All right, Taryn, obviously senior year, you definitely want to go out and change the fortunes of the program.
Mm-hmm.
What's it going to take to do that?
Definitely effort. You have to go all out. It's our last year, and we just have to give it everything we have.
I know a few years ago, Grand Valley won the CVC title, had a couple really good players, and then there was a little bit of a rebuilding process. Do you feel that you guys are back and heading in the right direction?
Definitely. Yeah.
And then what's it going to take this year just to kind of keep that process going and just to, Berkshire's got a lot of returning players. Cardinal graduated a whole bunch of people. Kirtland's a two-time defending Valley Division champion. They return just about everybody, so they're kind of the top dog right now. What's it going to take to get back into that mix?
I would say just having the heart. Definitely having the mindset of, like, we want this, we want to win, we want to win the conference. I would definitely say having everyone at the same place, we would definitely come out on top.
And then with Coach, second year, right? Third year. So settling into the system a little bit too. How much has that helped?
A lot, definitely. She's made a huge impact on all of us, mentally and physically. She's been our rock for sure.
And that helps.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then just who are some of the players you think are going to have a big year for the Mustangs this year?
Definitely some of our sophomores. They're playing up. Nadia Patterson, she's an outside hitter. I think we'll definitely see some kills out of her. Caitlin Bauman, she's also a sophomore. She hits pretty much anywhere. Who else? Kaylin Hart, she's been up on blocks, getting kills. I know she'll have a good year too. Dixie Miller, when she gets cleared, she scored highest in blocks last year, so I think she'll have a good year too.
And as a senior, you're going to graduate. You've got 22 matches plus whatever you get through in the postseason. Has it dawned on you yet that your days are numbered as a player?
Yes. It's very sad. Playing for such a long time, it's kind of hard to let that go. So I'm going to try to give it my all.
Absolutely. All right, let's keep moving down to your left. Same thing, name, grade, and position. Yep, just flip that up. There you go.
I'm Abby Collins. I'm going to be a senior this year, and I'm the Libero.
Libero, so you've got a big role everywhere. I don't want to call the Libero the quarterback because I don't know if that's accurate. I think the setter's more the quarterback, but the Libero gets that big challenge of just kind of doing a little bit of everything. What is your role in Coach's system?
I mean, just to keep back row in check and, like, be there, keep everyone up. Like, no reason for anyone to get down. Like, we're all going to miss a pass at one point, you know. Things are going to happen.
What, in your from your perspective, what is the key to success this year? What's it going to take for you guys to win matches?
Us working together and talking. There are some points where, like, we'll get down on, you know, we'll get in a hole on serve receive, but, like, we bring each other back up and we communicate and we're good after we get those 2 points back. So
From last year to this year, what's different?
attitudes on the court, a whole 100%. Like, it's completely different. We all mesh so well together. I don't feel like there's anything between any of us. Like, we're all super good friends. We hang out on and off the court. There's no problems between any of us.
Volleyball is a game of runs. When everything's going well, everybody's happy and smiling. When things aren't going well, though, it's hard to get everybody back into the match.
Yeah.
Who's that one player you can count on to be all right, smack each other on the butt and say, okay, let's go?
Taryn.
Taryn's
honestly,
the one?
Yeah, I count on Taryn, 100%. We both have a really good attitude all the time. We're always trying to bring each other up. Like, definitely if I need someone to go up, I'm going to go to Taryn. Like, she's going to bring me up.
All right. And give me a breakout player. Who do you think's going to have a big year?
I mean, we said a lot. Dixie's, I can't wait for her to get back. She's going to kill it when she gets back. She's been playing outside, her blocks. Kayla's been doing really good. I mean, she's been hitting quicks. She's crazy.
In a good way,
yeah,
right?
She's crazy in a good way. And again with Caitlin, like, Caitlin's been doing so good. Like, as a sophomore coming up on varsity, like, that's scary, and she's been doing so great, adjusting with us and, like, meshing well. So.
All right. Well, good luck to you this season, and let's keep on moving. Name, grade, and what position do you play?
I'm Riley Ellsworth. I'm a senior, and I'm the setter.
Okay, so you're the quarterback. So the weight of the season is on your shoulders. How ready are you for that burden?
I mean, being a 2-year on varsity, I've kind of, like, gotten used to it. So, I mean, it's really, there's a lot of pressure, but, like, it doesn't feel like a lot of pressure because you're used to it, I guess.
How do you determine, like, which way are you going to set? I always like to talk to the setters about that. I mean, some of them are like, oh, I've got my favorite hitters, and sometimes the hitters are lobbying the setters, hey, set my way. But how do you determine which way you're going to set?
Usually, like, how the ball's served. Like, if it's served to the left side of the court, I'll try to, like, serve or set people on that side or just try to mix it up when I can. But most of the time I set my outside and I don't really change it up. But we're going to fix that this year.
There you go. See, you just gave away a game plan. Now everyone's like, oh, she always sets to the outside. Now you have to change it up for sure. You just gave away a secret online. At least there's only like 3 people watching, so we can go back and, like, mute that part and nobody will know. But talk about your hitters. This is an opportunity to give them a shout out. Who are the girls that you are very confident in? You know they can get the job done.
I'm definitely confident in Michaela down there. She's, like Abby said, she hits quicks. She adjusts to the ball when I don't push her all the way out.
School bell.
And Maggie McGovern, she's our middle. She plays our weak side as well. I definitely think she's improving and doing good. And again, with Dixie Miller, when she comes back, she's going to kill it in the middle.
Outstanding. All right, good luck to you this season. And then last but not least, go ahead and introduce yourself. And you might have to move my prop, just to move it over that way just so I can see a little bit more.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. All right, now name, grade, and position.
I am Haley Byrne. I'm a junior, and I am a DS.
Okay, so defensive specialist. So you get to clean up the mess in the front row that they make. A big, important role. How do you handle all that pressure of getting all those tips off the blocks and doing all that?
I mainly play middle back, so
That's my 2-minute warning.
I cover our 2 seniors over here in case anything gets past them and just make sure it doesn't touch the ground behind them.
From what you've seen out of your squad so far this year, what do you think the strength is of this team?
Definitely we've since last season, our attitude has been better. We've gotten a lot closer, and we just have kept our attitude up, and we haven't been getting mad with each other or upset over like the little things that have happened.
It's never a good thing to not win a conference game, but if you look at the glass is half full, you can say there's not a lot of pressure on you. Does that help you just kind of go out and say, you know what, we can come out, play free, and just go at some of these teams and play a little bit, add some confidence that way?
Yeah, definitely it does.
And so going back to, I've asked kind of this question, who are some of the girls that you think are going to have a breakout year this year?
Definitely Kaylin Hart. Last year she mainly only played middle, but she's been swinging outside, and she's gotten a lot. She's like a stronger hitter for our outside now. And Caitlin, again, she has improved even with being nervous. She's a really strong hitter and very good for us.
And then what's going to be the key to your success this year, to be a successful defensive specialist?
Mainly just making sure I'm talking with my other back row players and moving around and not like staying flat. That's all I got to do.
Sounds good. Good luck to you. Coach, we'll go back to you, and if you could move my prop back to that corner, that'd be great. I appreciate it. All right, Coach, you heard from your players. What do you think about their mentality and where they're at this point in the season?
I definitely think there's a huge difference in comparison to where we were, last year and even 2 years ago. Like the girls kind of said earlier, they mesh well on and off the court, and volleyball is definitely a mental thing. Like you have to be mentally in the same space as everybody else that you're playing with in those 6 spaces for actually it to, mesh well and to get the results that you're looking for in the end.
And then just from your perspective, what is going to be the key to turning things around this year?
Kind of like Riley mentioned before, knowing who's hot and who's not in the right situations and kind of making adjustments that way. Just because, your star hitter was good last game doesn't mean she's going to be the one that's going to get the job done in the end on game 2.
And then just keeping that confidence up match to match when things aren't going well and shaking off a bad play or a bad match and coming back strong the next time. So, all right. Well, I appreciate y'all making the trip out. Good to see you, and best of luck this season. Appreciate it. That was the Grand Valley Mustangs volleyball team out here at the CVC Fall Sports Media Day East version, live from Perry High School. Up next, we've got the Edgewood girls golf team. Head coach Christina Fisher. Here they come. So we are almost on schedule, just about a minute or two behind. Just kind of squeeze in, make sure I can get everybody in there. Yeah, just a little bit, Casey. You're right. Yeah, you're good. Now you're in. All right. Coach, we'll start with you. And I won't even have you introduce everybody this time. We'll just kind of let them introduce themselves. But, Coach, you can go ahead and introduce yourself and then just give us an elevator pitch. What can we expect out of your team this year? Grab your microphone there. There's a little black switch. Flip that up, and you're good to go. Yep.
I'm Christina Fisher. This is my 4th year as the Edgewood girls golf coach. And this season kind of exciting for us. In the past, we've only had 6 players, so this is this year I have 7.
All right.
And I did graduate one of my top scorers last year, and luckily I have some younger kids that either really developed last year or as freshmen are coming in and making an impact. So kind of like we're very excited about the season, and we've had a strong start so far. So hopefully, we're not satisfied with that, and we can just move on from there and be successful the rest of the season.
You bring back 4 or 3 all-conference players from last year, including a first-teamer in Casey Kanicki. So obviously you have that strong core, and that's going to give you a little bit of potential heading into that postseason play, that type of thing. And it also gives those younger players some good role models. How does that help develop your program?
Oh, it's huge. I always did have fairly good, strong, upperclassmen leadership, even from my first year being a coach. But with Casey, especially since we kind of came in together, and just seeing the progression of her getting better, not only just, with her scores, but, the mental aspect of the game, and seeing her develop more as a leader. I feel like this year she really has taken that kind of upon herself more. And these guys definitely are definitely benefiting from it. So it's very exciting from my perspective to just see the growth and the maturity of Casey, and then hopefully these guys will see that, and by the time they are seniors, will continue to grow and mature.
All right, let's pass that microphone down. We'll just start right there. Go ahead, introduce yourself, name and grade, and if you're 1 through 5 or working your way into that rotation.
I'm Annie Johnson. I'm a freshman, and I'm the 3rd spot.
All right, so freshman year coming in as a varsity golfer. How nerve-wracking is that for you?
It's pretty nervous.
How do you handle those nerves getting on the course?
I don't know. I just hit the ball, I guess.
Did you come in with golf experience, or is this?
No, I just picked up a club and started playing.
Yeah, what's been the biggest challenge for you?
Probably putting.
Me too. That's why, like, what's a gimme for you? Like, normally it's 3 feet. For me, it's like 30 feet. I'm like, yeah, that's good. So are you good off the tee?
Pretty good.
That's always a struggle for me too. So I usually just throw mine and then I'm good. So how quickly are you kind of acclimating to all of these things? I mean, it's not an easy sport, and then the mental side of it's hard to overcome too, and it doesn't get easier as you get older.
No, the mental's like getting me.
Yeah, so how do you work on that? I mean, how do your older teammates help you with that?
They tell me to just keep my head up and that there's always next hit.
Yep. What's your best score so far?
A 43.
Oh my goodness. And you've been playing golf for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Yeah.
43. I'm done talking to you. That's not even fair. That's not even right. You beat me already. No, I once scored like a 39, but I cheat a lot. And I'm honest about it, but I cheat. But what's that? Oh, definitely with 30-foot gimmies, definitely. And throwing my drives. It's like, yeah, that's unfair. That's a nice score. You've got some natural ability already. That's good. All right. So, like, do you have a goal that you're trying to hit already? I mean, you're shooting 43. That's outstanding as a new golfer.
No, I just like stay in the 40s or get down to the 30s.
Outstanding. Good for you. All right, let's move on to the next one. Go ahead, introduce yourself, name, grade, and what position you're at.
My name is Zoe Noss, and I'm a freshman. I'm the number 4 spot right now.
And what are you shooting? Don't tell me you're in the 40s too.
I'm like a 46, maybe lower.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Like when I first started playing golf, I started playing a little par 3 course, and I wasn't even shooting in the 40s then, and that's not fair. So, like, what's been the biggest challenge for you?
Definitely, like, putting and just, like, the mental stuff.
The mental side is hard, and like I said, it really doesn't get easier. But once you can develop that and realize that sometimes you don't have to always challenge yourself to make the hardest shot. Sometimes it's easier to, kick yourself out of the woods into the fairway instead of saying always, trying to get yourself to the green and doing that. And that's where your smart coach and better players, instead of, guys like me are always trying to make the hard shots. You don't have to do what you see the pros on TV do. But so when you see like your teammates, like Casey being a first team all conference player, she makes some nice shots. And how does it help you to see those players develop and hit shots like that?
It like makes me want to like try to eventually like be able to hit shots like that, like when like further on when I start playing more.
Do you have a favorite club? Is there a club that you're just really confident in?
Probably like my driver or my 6-iron.
When you're on the course, you're playing, you get to play with, the other 4s. I have to assume you're probably better than most of the 4s you've played with so far because you're shooting that's a pretty good score. Yeah. So you've got to have your confidence has to be pretty high knowing that.
Oh, sometimes.
Yeah. And then, like, were you at the preseason tournament on Monday? How'd you do there?
Our preseason format was a little bit different than the boys. We didn't do a traditional 18-hole like tournament, so it was just like a fun scramble that we were all mixed together.
Right. Okay. All right. So what are your goals for this year?
To try to like always shoot in like the low 40s, and just like get better on the greens.
All right. Good luck to you this season. All right. Next up, go ahead, introduce yourself, name and grade, and what position you shooting.
I'm Avery Vensel. I'm a sophomore, and I'm the number 2 spot.
Okay, and you were second team all conference last year. I remember you from last year. So how have you developed from last year to this year?
Trying to swing more easy and just keep it in play.
Yeah. Did you play a lot over the summer? Did you get that bug and you're?
Yeah.
Yeah. So last year, how long have you been playing?
A couple years.
Okay, so last year you weren't just kind of new to the sport. You kind of came in and.
No, I've been playing for about probably a year before last year.
Okay, and then what's the strength of your game at this point?
Probably my driver and irons.
And then still putting is everybody's biggest challenge.
Yeah.
Yep. The short game. How about chipping? How are you around the green?
Not too bad.
Yep. So you develop that part and you cut off those, that's always killed me, chipping and putting. And I mean, that's 2 or 3 strokes every hole. And that's why I shoot 112, 113. And if I could cut those strokes down, I'd be shooting like these girls. I'd be all right. I'd be happy. But I'm not happy because I can't putt and I can't chip. I can't drive. I do like my 7-iron. That's my club, though. I should probably drive with my 7. I should putt with my 7. I'd probably be okay. But what are you looking to accomplish this year?
Mid to low 40s as a score.
You've got a first-team all-conference performer to your left, solid golfer. How does that help you with your number 1 there, being such a good player and a competitor the way she is?
It's a good goal to look up to and try to stick with her a little bit.
And what are you looking to accomplish this year?
Stay in the mid to low 40s probably. That's for my average.
How about postseason-wise? Looking to get through sectionals, get to districts, hoping to get a state, anything like that?
Yeah, something like that.
All right, sounds good. All right, Casey, you're up next. Casey probably doesn't need an introduction for the golf community in the CVC. She's one of the top golfers in the conference, but go ahead and introduce yourself anyway.
I'm Casey Kanicki, and I'm a senior, and I'm the number 1 spot at Edgewood.
First team all-conference last year, also an outstanding basketball player, great athlete. How does that help? You've got that competitive drive, and as a golfer, all my buddies are the same way. They're just driven athletes, and so when we're on the golf course, we're always, pushing each other that way. Does that help you?
Yeah, I've always been a competitive person, since I was little. I just love sports. And golf is different because basketball is so fast-paced. But golf is it's you against yourself, basically, you against the course. You're playing with other girls from different schools, but it's just a lot different, which I really like about it.
Yeah, and you're right, and it is. And that's the hard part. It's that mental side, and it's, like I said, you might hit a bad shot and you're in the trees, and it's like you're like, oh, man, I really want to go for the green, but sometimes you have to, oh, Steve, don't do it. Hit the, just get yourself back out into the fairway, take the smart shot. How do you deal with that? How do you make that right decision?
It's tough because sometimes, in practice and stuff, you'll go for it. You'll take the risky option, and sometimes it works out, and sometimes it doesn't. And, with matches, it's whatever I'm feeling, really. It's if I really think I can do it, if I think I can make something of it, I'll go for it. And sometimes it doesn't work out, and, that's just one of those days when you have a bad day. That's how I look at it.
You're the number 1 in the CVC, pretty good golf conference, especially when you look at the Chagrin division and, some of the golfers up there, Ella Wong, a state champion, Independence, and Chagrin Falls. They've got some really good golfers. Orange has some really good kids. So really good golf conference. How does that help you as an individual?
It helps a lot. I remember last year, at the end of the year, I think I played with Ella and other golfers much better than me. But I shot really well because I had to play up to their skill level, which was really good for me, I think.
And what are you hoping to accomplish this year? I have to imagine you're thinking, taking some steps in the postseason.
Definitely trying to make it out of sectionals and trying to keep my average really low 40s, even high 30s.
Outstanding. All right. Well, good luck to you. Coach, back to you. Just team-wise, what do you think your squad can accomplish as far as, postseason fortunes?
I really do think one great thing about this sport is you can either have team accomplishments or some of your kids could get out and may have individual accomplishments as well. I mean, obviously my first focus would be nice as a team to progress out. We've never really been close as a team. I think my lowest finish in sectionals was 6th place. It's pretty close, I guess, when you think about it. It would be great to get out as a team, but if I had a few of my kids just get out of sectionals, that would be huge for me. This year, I'm not gonna lie, I really want it for Casey. She was super close last year. One stroke?
Ouch.
So that's something that as I'm a fan, and I just want her. I want her to get to at least the next level and then see what happens from there. But I really do think that I have other kids this year that have also a good opportunity and the skill set to make it out of sectionals. So that's big. And then obviously we would like to win the CVC this year. Perry, I know they're coming up behind us and they're kind of our nemesis. But we push each other. We've always done that as long as I've been coaching. It's always been a very competitive match when we play, and so CVC first, and then look towards the postseason and having success there.
That's the nice thing is we start to the Chagrin division has always been really competitive, and now we're starting to see the Valley develop the same way, and teams are getting really good, and Perry's had a great run, and nice to see you guys filling in as well, and developing a nice little rivalry, and hopefully we'll see that continue and see other teams follow suit and do the same. So that's great.
Yeah, it's great for the sport, too.
Absolutely. So, all right. Well, appreciate you being here, and best of luck to you all season long.
Thank you.
All right. That was the Edgewood girls golf team here at CVC Fall Sports Media Day. And up next are the Edgewood boys golf team. They started out with a great tournament run at the boys preseason tournament on Monday. Mason Feather was the medalist at the preseason tournament there on Monday, so we'll see the Edgewood golfers take their spot here at the head table. This is the CVC Fall Sports Media Day East event live from Perry High School. Coach, I'm going to let you go ahead and introduce yourself and then just give us your little elevator pitch. What can you expect out of your squad this year? I know you guys had a strong showing at the preseason tournament on Monday. You had the tournament winner out there in Mason Feather, so obviously great start for you. And what else can we expect out of you this season?
I'm Jeff Barger. It's my first year coaching golf here at Edgewood. We've got a really solid bunch this year. We've started off the season pretty solid, 2 seconds, and then the win in our first conference match yesterday against Geneva. Got Mason and Jimmy up top, and then a pretty solid 3 and 4 in Ethan and Sean Steed. And then our last two guys can contribute as well. They already have this year with a couple of scores that have counted. So we've got a pretty deep team. Obviously, the two at the top are special, and that really gives us high hopes for the season for sure.
Last year, second in the CVC. This year, second in the preseason tournament. Cardinal, they had a great run last year, and they seem to, picked up where they left off last year. So they're going to be tough to beat. But I think you guys have the talent and the depth to do it. But now you're kind of behind the 8 ball a little bit, as far as the preseason tournament went. But you got a dual meet with them, and then the postseason left. So you've got the opportunity. What's it going to take to kind of catch the Huskies this year?
Just go out and do what we do. Both our guys at the top played pretty well that day. Our second two are still getting used to playing at that level, and as evidenced by yesterday, they bounced back from that. And if they play like we did yesterday, we should be in pretty good shape.
All right, we'll get right into it with the guys there. We'll start right to your left. Grab that mic, make sure that black switch is up. Introduce yourself, name, grade, and what position you're playing as far as 1 through 5.
Hi, I'm Ethan Dietrich. I'm a senior this year, and I'm number 3 on the varsity.
Ethan, last year you guys were second in the CVC, second in the preseason this year, and obviously I'm assuming you want to kind of take that next step and win the title this year. What's it going to take?
Well, this is actually my first year playing golf for Edgewood, so I'm just trying to contribute as much as I can to help these two just win the CVC title. So.
Have you played golf outside of school previously, or is this your first year of golf entirely?
This is pretty much my first year. I mean, I played a little bit like a scramble here and there, but this is basically my first year actually playing consistently.
So now that you're getting some instruction, you've got some experienced golfers around you, how much has it helped your game?
Oh, yeah, these two definitely help, especially even just watching them play. I mean, I learn a lot, even practices, or they give me a couple of tips here and there, and definitely improved my game a lot this summer.
Where have you seen the most development in your game?
Well, I'm typically a big driver kind of guy. That's where I do my best work, and then these two, they've helped me a lot with like short game, putting, just trying to work on that, just get scores low, help them out.
Golf, I don't know if you listen to the Edgewood girls talk, but golf's kind of, it's an individual sport. It's just you out there playing against yourself, but it's also a team sport. You're keeping team score. You can win a conference title, a sectional title, state title, and all that, and you guys are going to be neck and neck with Cardinal throughout the season. Does that kind of push you a little bit to compete hard and do your best?
Yeah, I mean, I play a lot of other sports, play baseball, basketball. That competitive nature just keeps on going in golf, and especially when you get into the competitive season, especially even into playoffs and tournaments, you definitely bring that out in golf a lot.
What's the hardest part of the game for you?
I'd say my short game is the toughest part for me. I've improved a lot, but I still got a long way to go.
And how do you practice that? I mean, you guys, now that you're in the season, you're playing matches 2-3 times a day or a week, and you've got tournaments. So your practice time is limited now, but, how do you make the most of that?
I mean, even if you go out for like 30 minutes, just hit some chips, hit some putts. I mean, like even this morning, we went out after our 3 in a row days of playing tournaments and matches. We just go out for a half hour, chip and putt. I mean, that's all you really need. Just get your game better.
All right. What are your goals for the year?
I'd like to break 40 this year is my goal, hopefully, and just help these two contribute to a title, CVC. So.
All right, well, good luck to you this season. Let's slide right on down to the left. Go ahead, grab that microphone, make sure that black switch is up, and introduce yourself, name, grade, and what position you're playing.
My name is Mason Feather, and I'm in sophomore year, and I'm second in varsity.
So, Mason, you opened up your season with that tournament win at the preseason tournament on Monday, so obviously you off to a great start. How exciting was that? I know we talked on the phone on Monday, but, just to repeat that, just how exciting was it to open up your year that way?
It felt great. I feel like our team did really good, and just all around we played some good golf.
And now you've got a big bullseye on your back since you won the conference tournament on Monday. Everybody's going to be gunning for you all season long. How are you going to handle that pressure?
I'm just going to go out and just try to do the best I can and the best to help my team out, and just.
What's the strength of your game? What keeps you in the hunt for a tournament title or medalist honors in a match?
Just to keep going, and whatever happens during a match, just try to look past it. And if there's a tough time when we're playing, just try to make the best out of it.
As a team, you guys had a lot of success last year, so obviously you had some talent on the team and some depth. What did you learn last year as a freshman from the older guys that's helping you this year?
Just to stay positive, and just we're a team out there and help each other.
Being one of the top guys, even though you're just a sophomore, how are you kind of passing on your knowledge to some of the other guys?
Just by showing them some tips and just telling them just don't get down on themselves, and just trying to help them any way they can.
You've already had some success this season, but obviously you want to get better and better. What's it going to take to achieve your goals this year?
Just to try my best and go out there and have fun.
How high are you aiming? What are you looking to accomplish?
I would like to get to states, and I'd like if we could maybe get our team there. Just keep pushing.
What did you do last year? Did you get out of sectionals, district?
I got out of sectionals and then didn't make it through districts.
Okay. What did you shoot at district?
I believe I shot 82-ish. I think. I missed it by like 4 strokes, though.
So you're pretty close. What did you learn? It gets nerve-wracking. I mean, you were a freshman at districts, a lot of great golfers there. What did you learn at that experience that's going to help you this year if you get back there?
That just to play the best I can, honestly. Just go out there.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah.
All right. All right, well, good luck, and I hope you have continued success this year. So
thank you.
Let's slide right down there to your left. Go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and what position you play in this season.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Johnson. I'm a senior at Edgewood High School. I'm the 2nd spot.
All right, Jimmy, I remember you from last year. You had a lot of success, too. How are you going to continue that this year? What's the goal?
Just keep playing golf as much as I can, just trying to get better.
What's the strength of your game?
Probably the driver. Every time I hit the fairway, it's just like a confidence booster.
Yeah, and then what are the things that you have to work on to become a better golfer?
My approach shot into the green needs a little bit of work, but I've been working at it. I had those 2 bad rounds before our last match yesterday, and then hit the driving range after that, and now I shot 35, so I was pretty happy about that one.
You could have all the physical ability in the world and have a great drive, great chip, all that. The mental game really is what sets you apart.
It is.
How do you develop that?
It's really challenging at times because sometimes you want to go out there and beat everybody, but sometimes kids can outdrive you. So then you just have to play your own game. You're not going to be as good as them, but you just got to prove that during the mental time you can beat them.
I play with some older gentlemen all the time, and I'm the guy that likes to try and outdrive them, and I end up in the woods, and they're just little couple hits, couple swings down right down the middle of the fairway, and they hit par, I'm double bogey, and I just don't understand why. And it's and it's just that mental side, and you can't. That's the mental side. I can't beat myself, and I can't. I always try, but I just can't do it. And as a high school golfer, you guys seem to be able to do that. I wish I could, but
I just go out and try to beat my own self. Just don't worry about what the other kids shoot. Just go and compete with myself.
Yeah. Who are some of the other guys on the squad that you guys are counting on this year to help develop that depth? To help
Mason Feather right here to my right, and then Ethan Dietrich, and then Sean Steed, which he's not here, to really help us out with some scores.
Yeah. So last year, 2nd to Cardinal. This year, preseason tournament, 2nd to Cardinal. You guys developing a pretty good rivalry with the Huskies?
Yeah, they got a pretty good 4 guys right now.
They're solid. They are solid.
I don't know. If we played like we played yesterday, we'd probably have a chance of beating them.
Yeah, you got that dual match circled on the schedule?
I don't have it circled, but I'm thinking about it.
Absolutely. All right, well, good luck to you this year.
Thank you.
All right, Coach, back to you. Obviously you've got some talented guys. You got a little bit of depth, but, it takes not only talent and depth, but a little bit of luck. And, what's it going to take to achieve all of your goals this season?
Leadership is a big thing, and I don't know if anybody noticed there, but when both of these guys down there to my left asked them what spot they were on the team, they both said number 2. And they're basically really both number 1s. But that's the mentality that they both have. They're team first guys. They're both really good individual golfers, but they're team first guys. And having that type of leadership at the top from a senior and a sophomore, that just put a smile on my face to hear both those guys say they're number 2 golfers when they're really both number 1. They'll flip-flop all year in that. I've basically let that be their call because they're both so close. I told them on the way over here that unless one of them runs away with it, I'll let them decide who 1 and 2 is every week. Beyond that, it's about those other guys just basically supporting them. And like we said early, our first 2 matches, our first 2 tournaments, we played okay. Mason played really well in the first one. Jimmy struggled by his standards in the first 2, still shot really good scores, but really didn't hit the ball that well to shoot what he shot. Yesterday he came out, like he said, went to the range, worked on it. He's a grinder, and he's going to find it. And between the 2 of them, if we get a little support from our 3 and 4, and one of our 5 and 6 could jump up and help that as well too, like it did in one of the tournaments. If we get that out of those guys, we should be right there at the finish for sure.
Outstanding. It's going to be fun to watch. I think you both have, Cardinal and Edgewood, both have some deep, talented teams, so it'll be interesting to see how that thing shakes out this year. So
Yes,
it'll be fun. But best of luck to you this year. Appreciate you being here, and Hope to see that postseason tournament ought to be fun.
It'll be fun. Appreciate it. Thank you very much for having
Outstanding.
us.
All right, that was the Edgewood Warriors boys golf squad out here at the CVC Fall Sports Media Day live from Perry High School. And up next, we've got the home team, Perry Pirates, the girls golf team, the defending Valley Division champions. That has a nice ring to it, doesn't? Defending champions. Coach Blanche Davidson, I think they've got, three all-conference? Oh, you don't want that chair. Well, I mean, you could use that chair, but then we're going to have a blooper that we could post on. That might, we could put it on TikTok. And yeah, I think she found one over there. You have to squeeze over to your right there, otherwise, you're okay. You're good. I don't have a golf club. I should have brought a golf club. I didn't even think. I do have some like golf balls with some logos on it, but I was looking for them. I couldn't find them. They're in my house somewhere. I have stuff all over, and I just can never find anything. But all right, Coach, I'm gonna start with you. Introduce yourself, and then just kind of give us a rundown. You are the defending champions, and what can we expect out of your squad this year? I know you returned some talent, so I know the expectations are high again this year. Grab your mic and make sure that black switch is up. And there you go.
Okay. Thanks, Steve. I'm Coach Davidson, and this is my second year of being the varsity coach. I had the honor of being a JV coach behind Coach Dave Cahoon for 3 years prior to that. Then he took off in retirement from us, didn't he? We kind of miss him. So what am I expecting for this year? We had an outstanding year last year. We graduated 3 fine seniors last year, and this year we have 3 more seniors that are all playing varsity again, and we've brought in a freshman, and so we've got right in front of us we've got a senior, a freshman, a sophomore, and a junior. So we've got all of the graduating classes really represented here. So what do I expect this year? It's what I expect of the girls and what they expect of themselves. So we walk on to the course, and as long as they do their best, then that's my expectation of them. You know as well as I do that golf is a game of integrity and honor, and that's what they do, and that's how they play. I know you want numbers. I know you want me to predict something, but what I'm going to tell you is that we expect to get deeper into the postseason than we got last year. We all have a goal as a team, and all of these girls have a season goal as well as we have match goals too. So they all are goal setters, and right now they're all goal getters too. So that's kind of what's going on at Perry.
That's what I like more than predicting numbers. I like goals and developing culture and legacy. That's what I like more than anything else. But
well, they are all rock stars. I just got to let you know. I mean, they're
absolutely.
Super special. Good people.
I like the goal getters. That was a nice quote. I'm going to use that in the future too. I steal stuff from people all the time,
you know
so that was good.
We call that educational sharing.
Oh,
and I won't trademark it.
That's better. I like that. Instead of stealing, that's better.
Exactly.
Okay,
exactly.
Good. Well, we're going to start there with Emma. Emma needs no introduction from most people, but Emma, go ahead and introduce yourself anyway. Name, grade, and what position you're playing on your team this year, 1 through 5.
Hi, I'm Emma Peterzak, and I'm a senior this year at Perry. It's hard to say position because we rotate depending on the week, the situation. Like if anyone has to get out early, it's really just dependent on the girls. But
okay, well, last year you were second team all-conference. Outstanding softball player as well. You also just made your commitment, so once again, congratulations on that.
Thank you.
And I always find it odd that a softball player can be a good golfer at the high school level. I mean, all my friends that I play golf with now are also, slow pitch softball players, and we go out there and we have softball swings on the golf course, and it shows.
Oh, me too.
How does that affect you, though? I mean, because you're a good high school golfer, and I don't see your softball swing in your golf swing.
Yeah, I've been playing softball far longer than I've been playing golf. So if anything, I think the softball affects the golf more than golf affects softball. So I have a nasty slice. I can't get rid of it no matter how hard I try. I don't know. It's not as dramatic of a change as you would think going back to softball because that's all my muscle memory is there. So golf is just high school. It's fun. It's just supposed to be relaxed. So
the one thing that I do see in your golf game is your competitiveness, and that's what carries over from softball to golf. And you don't really think like in golf that competitive drive, but that's what drives you to become a better golfer, and you want to get better. And so that's what I see, watching you last year and knowing you from softball the year before and then seeing you play golf last year, I paid more attention and seeing, oh, okay, so I see how upset you'd get on a bad shot. I'm like, oh, that's me on a golf course. I'm like, oh, I don't like bad shots. But how have you developed as a golfer?
I think I've worked on the small things. I'm a much better putter than I am at the long game, which is surprising. You would think, like softball player, ooh, I like to hit the ball far. No, I like to keep it controlled. We are all very close in numbers and strokes, and I think we all push each other very much. We are kind of mean to each other on the course. I'm going to be completely honest. And negative motivation, it's great. And I think it brings us a lot closer together. And that's a lot of what I want to improve on is just keep being a teammate and keep making the course as negatively positive as possible. So it's just a lot of just keeping everyone comfortable, keeping us loose, and
And the one thing I do know about you as well, you're a leader. You're the type of person on the softball field, people follow you. And part of it's because you're successful, you're good, and people want to be like you. Is that the same on the golf course?
I would hope so. I think so.
So that you just have that personality, people want to be like you. I want to be like Emma. Is that?
That would be a massive compliment if that is a true statement.
Okay. What are your goals this year?
This year I would like to not get hurt. Softball, I just keep it light, keep it easy. Obviously, we want to go deep into the playoffs coming off such a successful season from last year. Me personally, we set goals every match, and I set goals for myself to stay under 20 strokes every round for putting. That obviously, oh my gosh, 20 strokes total, that's ridiculous.
It's a lot of hole-in-ones.
No. I said I only want to max out on 3 holes the entire season, which I think is doable enough, unless you're playing at St. Denis. Chardon, I'm never coming back. Yeah, and then I'm a very mid-range golfer. I'd like to stay in the 50s, so I'd be happy there.
All right. Well, good luck to you this season.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Let's move on down to your left. Go ahead and introduce yourself, name and grade, since we don't have positions, according to Emma.
I'm Jillian Peters, and I'm a freshman this year.
Oh, a freshman stepping into a defending championship golf team. How nerve-wracking is that?
It's kind of nerve-wracking that I have to put so much pressure on myself to be able to do good.
What are you learning from your elder teammates?
To just play golf, honestly.
Who do you look to for moral support?
Definitely all these 3 girls.
Yeah. Have you played golf before, or is this your... Okay, so you've come in with a little bit of experience.
Yeah.
Or a lot of experience. Yeah. A lot of experience? When did you start playing?
Like a couple years ago when I just picked up a golf club and thought I was good enough to play.
Coach is jumping in.
I got to jump in because, Jillian, how many times did you win the NEOFT, the Futures Tour that we have here in Northeast Ohio this summer?
I won every single match that I played.
She can play. Yeah.
Oh, so we've got a little ringer here. They're all ringers in my mind. I like it. I like it. So the future is bright. So what is the strength of your game?
My strength of my game is definitely my driver and my chipping.
And what kind of scores are you shooting at the high school level so far?
I shot yesterday at 46, but my other scores I usually got low 50s.
Okay. And what do you need to develop to get a little bit better?
My putting.
Everybody needs to putt better. All right. And so, like, how much confidence do you have? I mean, just coming in, I mean, obviously you're a freshman, so you're a little bit nervous coming into the high school game, but you have to have some confidence winning little tours already. That's not easy to do.
It's not. I'm just super happy that I can be here.
When you look at the CVC, and you're a freshman, so you probably don't know the whole history of it. Coach does. Some of the other girls know. But the CVC is a strong golf conference. And you're in the Valley Division. But when you look at the Chagrin Division, Ella Wong won a state championship last year. Independence as a team won the state title 5 years ago. They were back at the state tournament last year. They returned everybody from that team. So there's a lot of good golfers in this conference. And obviously you guys as a team are up and coming, and hopefully you can get to that level as well. And obviously you have some ability, and maybe you'll get there, but what's it going to take for you to kind of get to that level mentally?
Definitely practice and try to just be confident with my swing.
All right. Outstanding. That's nice to hear. She's got some success, Coach. You got to be excited. That's great. I mean, I remember talking to you last year after you guys had won, I can't remember how many you had won matches in a row that you had won. And you were just like, oh, this is so amazing. And I mentioned Independence, and you were like, oh, we're not there yet, but you're there. I mean, you're just, maybe you don't believe it yet, but you're there. It
depends on if Carl is watching or not.
He's been texting me, so I think they just got off the course, but he might be tuning in. But you're there. You've got some talent, and the young ones are coming out. That's great to see. So, all right, let's keep passing that down. And go ahead and introduce yourself, name and grade.
I'm Emily Capitosti. I'm going to be a junior this year.
And you were a first-team all-conference player last year, so you're coming back as one of the most experienced players and one of the leaders of the team last year. It helped you guys win the conference. You feeling any pressure coming into this year because of your success last year?
Yes, because we did so well last year, and then I feel like if you didn't do as good this year, then it wouldn't be like just as good, if that makes sense.
It does. What are you planning for an encore?
I don't really know. Yeah, I'm gonna just make it to districts again, maybe do better than I did last time.
When you look at your team, you know, Perry going before last year, Perry wasn't a golf powerhouse, but you guys are developing one. What does that mean to you to be a part of that?
It's just nice to know that people enjoy golf a little more than they did before, because they see like we're doing so well and they want to be a part of it, and then they like gain the confidence to come out and join us, even if they don't think they're as good as everybody else, and they still come out and play anyway, and then it's just fun for them and fun for everybody else.
When you see golfers like Emma, who she's just a competitive golfer, and she'll tell you she's not the best golfer, but she's competitive, she's got athletic ability, she's developing. You bring in a fab freshman like this, you've got another great golfer to your left, you've got all these girls that you can learn from. How does that help you as a golfer?
It helps me because just if I'm like having an off day, but then they're doing really good, it just makes me feel better, because at least I know that I'm not like bringing everybody else down. Like, she always does really good, so do both of these ones. So it's just like you can't really have an off day, if you know what I mean. Like, if I'm doing bad but they're doing good, it's not an off day.
What do you think your team can accomplish this year?
Hopefully going all the way to states, because I think we're good enough to do that.
It's a uphill climb, and it's a tough Division II. Coach knows it's tough. All right, let's pass that down to the left. Go ahead and introduce yourself and name and grade.
I am Addie Trevsker, and I'm a sophomore this year.
And you were first team all-conference last year as a freshman, so way to introduce yourself to the league. How were you nervous as a freshman coming in? Obviously, it didn't affect you much.
I was definitely nervous at the start, but with the support of my teammates, it was an enjoyable experience.
Did you come in with experience, or was it?
Yeah, I've been playing golf with my dad for about 3 years.
Okay,
before
so
that.
And like, what did you learn last year that's going to help you this year?
Just stay calm and keep a positive mindset, because if you if you're smiling when you don't really feel like smiling, it'll like lighten the mood and it'll make you more positive on the course.
What is the strength of your game?
My short game has really improved, and I like sand shots, so.
You like sand shots.
Yeah.
That's strange. What are your individual goals this year? What do you hope to accomplish?
I want to stay in the 40s and like low 50s and mid 40s. I would really hope to stay there, average around there towards the end of the season.
All right, Coach, we're going to go back to you real quick, but you've got some really young talent. You've got, like you said, you've got freshman, sophomore, junior, senior at the table. What else do you have? Obviously, you have a few more girls out there that are going to contribute. Anyone that you're really excited about?
Yeah, we have another freshman coming in that has basically just picked up a club at the beginning or the end of the school year, and we had a few optional practices and, decided this is what I'm going to do, and she's gone and practiced and followed recommendations, and so she's playing quite well. So yesterday, in fact, in Chardon, she chipped in from 30 feet. So,
it's always fun.
We've got some really cool things going on with all of our team members, and everybody plays a different role. But here's the message, and we kind of talk about this a lot. This sport we're never going to master, but they're learning how to be leaders. So I expect them to be leaders on the course, which they are, but they're learning how to be leaders when they go on in their whole life. And for me as a coach, that's the most important thing. Yeah, sure, we want to, we want to, and we expect to have some really good matches and take names kind of thing. But when they move on and they use golf to make a better life for themselves, that's what's important.
And we talked about that last year, is what they can do with it later in life. And
so nothing changes.
Right. And it's really cool that you have such young talent, because now they've already developed this legacy, this program at Perry, and it's only going to get better because you've got this young talent. They're going to inspire other girls to come out, and it's going to grow and get bigger and better. And
we've been very, very well supported by our parents and our boosters, and we've got some off-season things that are available to us now. That are just, the community at Perry is amazing, and I think we're very blessed, aren't we? I think we're very, very blessed to get to play here.
Outstanding. Well, I appreciate you being here today. I know you got a match to get to, so
We
good
do.
luck today, and I'll see you out there a few times, and definitely at the postseason tournament. So good luck to you this season.
All right, look forward to seeing you.
All right, that was the Perry Pirates ladies golf team here at the CVC Fall Sports Media Day event here at Perry High School. Next up, we've got the Edgewood Volleyball team. If they are here. I hear some chairs moving behind my banner. Here they come. All right, there's a little black switch on those microphones. When it's your turn to talk, just flip that switch up and you'll be good to go. All right, which one's head coach? All right, Coach, I'm going to let you start. Go ahead and introduce yourself, and then just give us your elevator pitch. What can we expect out of your squad this season?
My name is Dave Fowler. I'm the head coach at Edgewood High School. This is my assistant coach, Julie Armini, Stern, McKendry. There's my Libero right next to her. That's Miss Vinsel. Our strong side outside hitter, senior Sarah Coxen. And then our middle hitter / setter, which is my assistant coach's daughter, Miss Stern. And overall, I think last year we finished 12-8, but we had a COVID year. We were off for 2 weeks during the season, And at the end of the year, I lost 3 or 4 players due to injury or COVID or other things. I had 2 players last year that were out their entire year because of injury. So we've got them back. We lost 5 seniors last year that all started for me. But out of our starting rotation, we have 5 players back, or 6 players back. And I've got the 2 players back that were injured. So overall, we're pretty strong. Talent-wise, this is probably the most talented group I've had in many, many years. Of the 23 people that we kept in the program, 18 of them play JO ball, so they're playing volleyball basically all year round. The skill level is really, really high. Like we go through practices, the drills are not broken down. They play very hard. They're very, very talented. There's a great chemistry on the team, so I expect to be right in the thick of things if everything goes well. The only thing that we lack is we're not exceptionally tall, but we pass really well. Offensively, we hit the ball. We crush the ball pretty good. We have 2 new setters coming in, so that's a question mark. But other than that, looking forward to the year. Looking forward.
Well, Perry's been the top dog in the division for a while. They lost their top player for last few years, and Sammy DeBeast, the player of the year. So, the door's ajar a little bit.
They're talented, though. They're talented.
They sure are. Yeah, they always.
But we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, I was going to say the door is ajar a little bit. So what's it going to take for you guys to sneak through that door and?
I think if we get consistent setting, I think our defense is really strong. And like I said, to win matches in our league, you just got to be offensively powerful. And my outsides and our middle are pretty good. So we'll make them play tough balls, and I'm quite sure we can dig some balls up too. So.
All right.
Overall, there's not too many. I can't see too many weaknesses other than a little bit, at the setting because we haven't really played at the varsity level yet. But they're very talented kids, though.
Just that inexperience. So. Yeah. All right. Let's start. Assistant coach, are you going to talk?
She loves to talk.
I love to talk.
All right, well, go ahead and introduce yourself and then give us your elevator pitch. What do you see out of the squad?
I'm Julie McEndry. I'm the assistant coach here. I was also a player under this ancient man here.
Go a little bit closer.
I can't remember that part.
This is a very talented group, like he said. They have been together not only during our high school season, but they have played in the JO season as well. So we have many, many, many athletes that are just all the way well-rounded, talented. I mean, you could pretty much put them in any position, and they will mesh to that position. Great role models. They get along really well. They're very close-knit, so that's huge. And, they're really good at taking, my JV team under their wing and helping them. This has probably been one of the first years we've had a ton of freshmen come out for our squad, so that was pretty amazing too, to see that. So.
As an assistant coach, what's kind of your role with the varsity? Obviously, you deal with the JVs too, but what do you do with the varsity squad?
I'm usually just there for moral support, helping assistant with drills. Anything that they need that they come, to me for, watching during the game to see, I'm a stickler for, blocking, getting to I like to watch the net. That's my thing. So, looking for openings, making sure you're not late. So, that's what I like.
All right, well, let's slide down to your left, and we'll have Ms. Vinsel there. Go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
I'm McKenna Vinsel. I'm a junior this year, and I'm a Libero.
All right. So from last year to this year, what do you see the difference being, the biggest difference in this team?
We did lose a lot of seniors last year, but this year we actually have 2 of our better players coming back, and a lot of our freshmen last year got a lot stronger over the offseason. So they've all been performing very well.
And as Coach said, you guys, a lot of people are back that were injured, a lot more experience, except for at setter. What are the like when it comes down to bringing all those girls back? You've got different personalities. How's it all gelling? How are you coming together as a team?
I think actually we're coming together very well. We click. Our setters that have to fill in right now are actually clicking with our hitters, so we look really good.
What are you guys doing to help those young setters settle in?
Just a lot of the different drills. We intertwine them in. They like sub out for each other. So just getting all the different setters to work with different hitters and see what works best for us.
And then as a libero, what's your role?
Well, I I actually hit sometimes too. So pretty much just wherever he wants me, I go, I would say.
What do you think the ceiling is for this team? What can you guys accomplish?
Well, I'm hoping that we win the conference and our record is 15-5, 5 or less losses.
A lot of times when you have a dominant team like Perry, they've kind of controlled the division for a while. There's a mental block when teams play them. It's like, oh, we're playing Perry. Or whoever they're, like Kirtland football. People go, oh, we're playing Kirtland. It's hard to overcome the mental side. You're beaten before you even step on the court. How do you guys get over that?
I think you just have to go into the game with the mindset of you have nothing to lose. So then you're just playing to the best of your ability, doing whatever you can.
Aside from anyone at the table here, give me a player from your team that you think is going to have a breakout year.
Sloane. She is one of our girls that we've got back. She pretty much does it all, so she's been crushing the ball. She's a great outside, good server, and yeah.
All right. And what are your individual goals for the year?
As a libero, I'm hoping around like 2 to 250 digs, and then if I'm hitting, just to get my vertical up, because it's obviously very hard to play the front row if you're shorter, but when you're training, getting your vertical up, it's a lot easier to accomplish some of my other goals as a hitter.
All right. Good luck to you this season.
Thank you.
All right. Let's go down to your left. Name, grade, and position.
Hi, I'm Sarah Coxen. I'm a senior, and I am an outside.
All right, Sarah, I remember you from last year. So what did you learn from last year that's going to help you as become a better player this year?
Definitely learning a new position as outside. Last year, it was my first year playing outside. It definitely exposed me to different responsibilities that I needed to do, like with passing and serving and all that stuff. It just helped me become a better and well-rounded athlete for volleyball.
So as an outside, you're going to be directly affected by your new setters, so you definitely have to gel with those players. How's that relationship coming?
It's going really well right now. I feel like our setters, they're like sponges. They just want to take in all the information that they can. They work well. I talk well with a lot of our setters, make sure we have that communication of like, hey, I want the ball on the net, I want it more off, if it's too high, too low. I feel like that communication's really doing very well right now.
Are you bribing them to set your way a little bit more?
I think anyone would. They always want to be able to play, have those star moments and stuff. So I feel like, yeah, I'm definitely calling for the ball from them. Yeah.
Aside from your young setters developing in a hurry, what's going to be the key to your offense flowing the way you guys want it to work?
Definitely starts with passing. If we get that first pass up and get it to where a setter can work with it, that'll definitely be where things will fall into place.
Without giving away secrets, every team has a weakness. You guys obviously are going to have one too, but what are you doing to kind of minimize that and maybe even turn it into a strength?
As we've said, our team is very short, so I feel like maybe because our passing is very well, it's kind of minimizing that front line being a little shorter. So I feel like that still brings us up to winning capabilities.
Define success for this team this year.
I honestly feel like we could go and win the whole conference this year. I feel like if we get a good rotation down and really mesh well and get that flow started, I feel like we can go very far this year.
All right, let's pass that mic down to your left. Go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
Hi, I'm Isabel Stern. I'm a sophomore. I'm 15, and I'm a middle and a setter.
Sophomore, did you play varsity last year? Or is this
Yes.
Okay, so you jumped right in as a freshman.
Yeah.
How did you handle those nerves being a freshman on the varsity squad?
It was definitely a lot to take in, but I worked well by the end of the season. In the beginning, I couldn't really take the criticism from coaches or other people, but I learned to go along with the flow and realize that that's just good coaching.
How different are you now as a sophomore than you were as a freshman?
I worked really hard over JO season, and I feel like my coach from JO really helped me to figure out my abilities more than I had last year. So I feel like as blocking and hitting goes, I work with my other setter a lot, so I feel like I'm growing in that ability.
What do you bring to the table as a player? Or which I should say, what do you bring to the court as a player?
I'm pretty consistent with hitting as long as I make sure I keep it in the court, but I can usually touch pretty much any hit with my block too.
You're a sophomore, so obviously you got a lot of volleyball left ahead of you, but what are you trying to accomplish this year as a sophomore?
I really want to try and work on my setting. Like I said, I'm not very good in that, so I have to try and work with the other hitters and really practice that as much as I can.
Eventually you're going to be one of those team leaders. Are you trying to become a sponge and learn from the seniors and the other upperclassmen?
Any information I can get, I take in.
Okay. Looking at some of the girls on the team, and again, don't mention anyone at the table, who do you think is going to have a breakout year this year?
Definitely Ella Sloane. She is an all-around great player, and she has the best personality, I think, on our team. She's never down, and when she is, she brings other people up. She's just, like McKenna said, she serves, she hits, she can play the back row when you ask her to. She can set even if you want her to, so.
All right. Well, good luck to you this season. All right, Coach, back to you. Just one quick one for you. Obviously you got your work cut out for you with some young setters, a tough division to play in, but define success. What's going to make you happy this season?
The way that we define it is, you could look at any numbers you want, but basically go out there and compete. If they go out and compete as hard as they can with the talent that they have, you might not always win a match, but you'll be in a match. So even when we played Perry in the past, we were competitive with them. We might not have won, but they had to earn the points that they got. And the one thing that I'd say about these players that I brought is that they're talented enough that McKenna last year was my strong side attacker as a sophomore. And this year we're moving her to Libero because she is probably one of the best back row players in the league. And there is no problem switching her from one position to the next. Sarah started for me as a freshman as a middle attacker, and then we moved her to the strong side, which is probably her natural position. And she did great last year. The only problem was she was maybe not as consistent because it's a different position. This year, she is so much more consistent than she was last year. And for Isabel starting as a freshman, you couldn't tell she was a freshman. She played solid from day one to day last. And she was our big go-to girl as like a 15, 14-year-old girl. Get it to Isabel, she'll smack it down. So, they might be a little bit modest, but they're legitimate. They are legitimate players, and I'm looking forward to see how well we do.
Excellent. All right, well, I appreciate you making the trip out here for Media Day, and I wish you all the best of luck this year.
Thank you.
All right, that was the Edgewood Warriors volleyball team out here at the CVC Fall Sports Media Day. Up next, we have the Hawken girls cross country team. We did have the Kirtland golf team was scheduled. Unfortunately, head coach Sam Kless got called into work, so they had to cancel. So Hawken girls cross country is up next. Oh, boys can come first, whoever you'd like to jump in, sure. Oh, yeah, no problem, no problem. So we are going to change it up a little bit. It'll be the Hawken boys cross country team first. Coach, you might have to squeeze in just a little bit that way. Make sure you can all fit in there. And we'll have to talk fast to make sure y'all can get in there. So, Coach, I'll let you go first. I'll let you introduce yourself and then just kind of, give us a rundown. That was a little pun. Give us a rundown of what you can expect out of your squad this season. Flip that switch up on your microphone. There you go.
My name is Kim Curtis. This is my first season as head coach with the cross-country boys. As we really look at the season ahead, I think one of the missions that we have is to kind of carry the momentum that we had from our track season. I think these guys went into the summer with a really strong mindset and really worked their program hard. And as we started this first week of the season, it really shows. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see their energy translate into our postseason. And I think it's going to be a very successful season for these guys sitting up here.
Well, last year, Coach was the Coach of the Year. You had the Runner of the Year, the league MVP. So big shoes to fill all the way around. And obviously at Hawken the expectations are always high. So I assume nothing has changed this year. And are you satisfied with what you've seen in the first week of the season?
Absolutely. And as I said, coming off of the track season, we're actually looking to take the program to actually a new higher level. And, these guys are proving it. So,
well, that talk about raising the bar. That bar is always high. So that's.
Yeah, so it's a pretty high bar, but the culture, the energy, the commitment that they have, and clearly there's a lot of talent. But they're gelling as a team. They're pushing each other to new levels, but yet in an encouraging and really thoughtful way. It's a type of team that really will get national attention down the road.
All right, well, let's slide right down to the left. Go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and let's start with a PR.
I'm Arash Farmarzi, and I'm going into junior year. I ran a 1941 a couple of weeks ago, and I was sick during it, but I just ran it.
Okay, so Coach is talking about raising the bar at Hawken, and that bar has always been high. So when you hear that, what does that mean to you?
It means I gotta push past my limits and try to do what I can for the team.
Running at Hawken, that it comes with expectations, and the guys to your left right there know that too. And when you look at the past, the great runners that have come through there, and some that are still here already that have had some great careers, that are still on the team, you've got some big shoes to fill. What does it mean to you, and how do you go about meeting those expectations?
So to me, it's just putting in the work and doing what Coach tells me to do, and maybe doing a little bit extra, and just trying to hit the goals that Coach puts for me and the team.
Individually, what are you looking to accomplish, whether it's getting to state or districts or regionals or even just a time you're trying to hit?
Currently, I'm 8th on the team, so I'm trying to get to 7th. And be able to participate in all the varsity events.
You want to score? That's good. All right, let's pass that mic over to your left. Go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and PR.
Hi, I'm Sam Cohen. I'm going to be a junior this year, and my PR is for the 3200 954.
And I know you ran a lot last year, Sam. What are you looking to accomplish this year?
Really, with cross country, I like to think of accomplishment as a team. So I think as a team, we're trying to accomplish a pretty good finish at state. I don't want to set a limit on ourselves, but I feel like top 5 is definitely feasible for our team.
You've been a part of the program. Nick's been a part of the program. You guys know, you go to the school, and I know you walk past the wall and you see the trophies and the All-Ohioans. And what does it mean to you to be a part of that program?
It's wonderful to be a part of such a good program, and we have such a good coach. So it's just really exciting atmosphere, and we have a really positive team culture, which makes going to practice just going to hang out with your friends and work with your friends to push each other to our limits.
When you see the pictures on the wall and those trophies, do you envision yourself being up there someday?
Yeah, for sure.
And when you envision that, what does it mean to you? What's it going to take for you to actually accomplish all of that?
Just I feel like as a team, like all of us have the potential to accomplish being up there, and it's just pushing each other to our limits and keeping each other, like, having fun with it while we do it, listening to coach and just working with each other.
There are a lot of great runners. A lot of them have like one or two great runners on their team. You guys have a whole host of great runners. How much does that help?
It helps a lot, and it's like I feel like we have a lot of great runners because we're all friends on the team and we all love the sport, so we just love working with each other, and it's wonderful being a part of such a fun team.
What's your goal this year?
My personal goal, I want to finish top 20 at states, but yeah.
All right, go ahead and grab that mic in front of you there, and go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and PR.
Okay, my name's Logan Miller, and I am a sophomore, and current 5K PR is 17:48.
So you're getting down there already. So
Yeah.
sophomore, obviously a younger runner. Any nerves coming into your high school career?
There's not as much nerves as last year. Last year I was pretty nervous, but being on a high school team and getting to know these guys even more has really lowered the nerves because I feel like we're like a family now. So it's not as much as competition. We're all like as a family, like Sam said. So not too much nerves.
It's one of the things I like about cross country. My son ran cross country, and it's just like whether you're a senior or a freshman, everybody fits right in. There aren't cliques, and it's not like the seniors hang out together. The freshmen have to carry everyone's shoes or anything like that. It's like everybody meshes in pretty well together. How much does that help you settle in and develop that mental toughness and everything you need to do to train and prepare yourself for races?
I think since there's, like you said, there's no cliques, it's kind of everyone trusts everybody to do their own thing. We're always there for each other, but we also respect everyone's space so that everyone can do their own race, like preparation and all that stuff. So I think the fact that there is not that much stuff in this type of sport, that it helps everyone stay in their own lane, but also be willing to help out with others when needed. So that's kind of like the atmosphere, like you said, in cross country.
And then just looking at goals for you this year, what are you hoping to accomplish?
Get faster. I mean, each year just trying to get a little faster, staying mentally prepared in like races. And I'm not incredibly competitive when it comes to races, so I'm trying a little bit to go at it a little more.
You got a handful of teammates at the table, so don't mention any of those guys. But who else on the team do you think is going to have a big year this year?
I think we have a lot of good freshmen coming up, so we're all excited to see how they do.
All right, sounds good. You can grab that mic or pass it down, whatever. All right, go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and PR.
My name is Nicholas Garcia Whitco. I'm going into the 11th grade, and my PR is 16 minutes in a 5K.
Anything else you want to mention?
I placed 9th at state last year. So.
Anything else you want to mention about last year? Defending CVC MVP.
Yeah. I also.
I can throw that out for maybe you're too humble to mention it. But yes.
I won CVC the CVC meet last year. So
yeah, it's just another in the long line of Hawken runners to win the CVC MVP and go on and place at state. And great career so far, and you got a lot of races left ahead of you. Just to be a part of that legacy that just continues to grow at Hawken. What does that mean to you, Nick?
It means a lot. The team is just. We all love the sport. We're super motivated. We're kind of always running. So it's just really cool to be a part of a team that kind of is determined to be something. So by the time we're out of Hawken, we want to be remembered. So it's cool to have that as motivation to just kind of keep going, keep pushing the limits, and hopefully be part of a legacy at Hawken. So it's really a good source of motivation. So
you came up last year, just being a younger runner and that long line, like I said. Even on the girls' side, when you look at Ella and everyone that has come through there and just the success on both sides, cross country and track, being a part of that, and you've added to that legacy, and hopefully you can continue to add a few chapters to it. What does it mean to you just personally to just be a part of all of that at Hawken?
It's really cool. Sometimes it can be stressful, but for the most part, it's super fun to keep running and getting faster. And I mean, winning meets is always fun, and winning as a team is definitely the best feeling because we all kind of come home with like some sort of trophy, and it's a really fun experience. And just to be able to add to that and help my team succeed, and then to also just like be a part of the growing legacy is just it's really fun. So.
And then when you look at the CVC as a whole, and you look at like what West Jaga accomplished last year, and Orange has had strong runners, and Chagrin Falls, and just so many other teams, how much has that helped you? I mean, your own team has pushed you and has driven you, but then the CVC as a whole, how much has that helped you become a better runner?
I mean, there are a lot of great runners in the CVC, so I mean, it's just competition. It's super helpful to be able to compete with the other runners, and it makes friendly competition, and it kind of adds a whole nother level to racing because you kind of get to like run against people that are within your area and that you're also kind of friends with. So it's just a fun experience that adds on to to racing. So yeah.
You had a ton of success last year. Define success for you this year.
Success for me this year, well, now that I'm an upperclassman, I hope to maybe be more of a leader on my team, and to also, I mean, success kind of means to run faster times and hopefully get a good finish at state, but to also be a leader on my team and really narrow down on like key parts of my race that I think need to be improved so that overall my time can get faster. But improving those areas will be definitely where success is met.
Outstanding. Good luck to you this season.
Thank
All
you.
right. Last but not least, go ahead. Name, grade, and PR.
My name is Parker Karis. I'm going in my junior year, and in the 3200 I ran 10 flat.
All right, and again, just going back to the same thing, just being part of this Hawken program. I mean, there aren't bad runners at Hawken. So what does it mean to be a part of the program? What does it mean to you?
Yeah, it's really cool to see all the success around me, walking through the halls, as you said. But I think on our team we have this really special culture where we're always trying to get to the next step, get to the next level. Kind of like almost like we remember the stuff we do in the past, but that's not who we are anymore. We're always trying to advance and do the next best thing. So
there's a lot of expectations, and with that, it could be stressful and all that. But how do you guys make it fun?
We make it real fun. I mean, us five, we're all hanging out earlier today. I mean, we love the sport. We love each other. It's great. It's all fun. We're best friends. So.
And then, again, you guys are here. We know, the talent that's at this table, but who are some of the other guys that maybe have impressed you so far in the preseason?
Yeah, definitely. We have some new talent, freshmen and new sophomores, and they're really good. So they might not be associated with the Hawken name yet, but watch out. So they're good, yeah.
There you go. All right. Well, I appreciate you guys being here. Look forward to seeing what you guys can accomplish this year. I know the talent is there, and it's always fun watching Hawken and seeing what you guys can accomplish. So,
Thank you.
So good luck to you this season. All right, that was the Hawken Hawks boys cross country team, and up next are the girls. So the Hawks will be right back here with us. Coach, are you doing the girls as well? Oh, is Chris not the coach anymore? Oh, he's gone. Okay. I got to tell Jim to update his Google Drive because I still had Jessica as the girls' coach and Chris is still listed as the boys. So, all right.
I'm here to surprise you today.
Yes, I always get surprises because the ADs aren't as diligent in updating the Google Drive as they should be. So
I think it would help me with communications too. I think I probably am missing a few emails.
Yes, absolutely, because I sent emails to Jessica and Chris, and so not to you. So Good.
I'll leave you my contact info.
I'll get it from Jim. I'll make sure, because I'm making my notes here. So when I get back, I always say, hey, this was not right. So they'll get it. But so same thing. I'm going to let you go ahead and we don't need you to introduce yourself anymore. You're Kim Curtis, the head coach of Hawken. But go ahead and give us a little overview of what the girls team looks like this season.
Okay, so we're really excited about our girls squad this season. They're pretty young squad, but individually, each of them have had experience really competing and are ready to come together as a team and compete as a team now at the highest level. We have great leadership on the team, which is going to help because we also have a lot of young freshmen that are joining us and about to run their first 5K in a few days. So, but they're very talented, and I'm really confident that under this leadership here at this table that we're going to gel quickly. And after a few meets, I think we're going to really start setting our sights towards the postseason, and we'll expect a lot of surprises towards the end of the season if all goes well.
So you're defending champs. You bring back the league MVP, who was a freshman, and obviously everybody's usually chasing Hawken. So I don't expect anything to be different this year. How's the depth compared to years past?
So it's hard for me to compare to prior years, having one full week with the team. But I can say that the talent that is coming in and really helping support these girls here is solid. They're coming in with racing experience, although not at the 5K level, and are putting in the work and really stepping up with these girls and training well already at this point. So they'll make an impact sooner in their careers. I'm pretty confident.
Okay. Well, let's start right to your left. Go ahead and give me your name, grade, and PR if you've run a 5K.
My name is Lorelai Gadecki. I am an upcoming sophomore, and my PR is 2056.
Okay, so you got to run a little bit last year, got that introduction to high school racing. How different have things been from last year to this year, now that you've got some experience under your belt?
I wouldn't say it's that different. You know, it's like the same team and just kind of the same things, and I'm looking forward to the season.
Last year you come in as a freshman and Hawken and all those expectations. How nerve-wracking was all of that?
Honestly, like, the team made it better. Like, we all comfort each other a lot, and we've all, like, gotten really close. And if we ever need anything, we're always here for each other. So I feel like the team is a big thing, and they were really comforting when I was coming here.
Now you have a coaching change that goes in with all of that. How is that transition?
Well, actually, she's great. Like, I love her. She always checks up on us. She's always there. And, yeah, she's making it very well.
And how about, like, training styles? How has that affected you and how you and your running style has changed?
It's more of the same. I mean, like I said before, like, it's the same girls I'm running with, so I'm still, like, kind of at the same pace, and I have mostly the same goals, and also only been with each other for, like, a couple weeks, so.
Yeah. There's a lot of work left to do.
Yeah, there's
so a lot left to find out.
Right, exactly. Okay.
And then, like, what's your strategy as far as, the start of the season, toward the end of the season? Do you like to push yourself hard, taper off a little bit? What do you like to do?
Yeah, honestly, just take it one race at a time and keep going. I have my little goals for each race, so just kind of depends on the course. Work harder or prepare more, or depends on the weather, so I just take it race at a time.
And what are you looking to accomplish this year?
Honestly, just more like mental stuff. I'm also trying to PR, of course, and make it as a team.
Excellent. All right. Well, good luck to you. And next up, go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and PR if you've run a 5K.
Hi, I'm Brielle Collins. I am a upcoming sophomore, and my PR for 5K is in 18:46, I believe.
And you've definitely run a 5K because you were the league MVP last year. So you obviously made a big splash in your freshman season. How exciting was that to do what you did last year in winning the league MVP award?
It was really exciting. We all had a good team environment, so they were really supportive, and it just made it a lot easier being with all of them.
You didn't get to run with Ella as she graduated the year before you came in, but the long line of succession, I don't want to call you the next Ella because I think there's only one Ella Gilson, but, being that Hawken runner and to come in and follow in her footsteps a little bit, to have a runner like that you can maybe say, wow, did she inspire you at all? I mean, do you look at her or maybe Elizabeth Metz or any of the other girls? Do you kind of hope to follow in their footsteps?
Yeah, I mean, I would love to follow in their footsteps. They're all amazing runners. Like, everyone who is on the cross-country team is an amazing runner. So it's just like an honor to be a part of this program.
From your first race to your last race last year, where do you think you grew the most? How do you think you developed as a runner?
I think I developed most mentally, just kind of seeing like how to calm myself down in a race and be present and just.
And then just coming into this year, what kind of growth do you think you've had?
Well, I mean, the team a lot has grown as a whole. So since we have a lot of new people coming in, we grew a lot like as a team in closeness and having that good and warm, welcoming environment.
Do you sense a change in your mentality now this year being a sophomore, like more confident in how you're like you're more confident that you're going to be more aggressive in a race this year?
I wouldn't really say like how I race has changed, but I'm just like, I would say I am more confident like coming into the season, like knowing that I've raced a 5K before, so it's not something entirely new.
And then just you've got to get to that elite level. What's it going to take?
Probably just like a good mentality and trying to stick together with the team, trying to get the team as far as we can go this year.
Who are some of the other runners not at the table that you think are going to have a big year?
Well, we have a lot of great incoming freshmen. They all have been working really hard over the summer, and I just really am excited to see where they go.
And then what's your goal for the year, PR-wise, time-wise, I'm sorry?
I'm not sure if I have a PR goal because I just kind of like to take it race by race.
Okay. All right. Well, good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, go ahead and grab that mic and introduce yourself, name, grade, and PR.
Hi, I'm Elena Padley. I'm an incoming 11th grader, and my PR for a 5K is 20:03.
20:03. And I remember you from last year, so you had a solid year. Development from year to year, obviously you want to get better and better each year. How do you think you did that from last year to this year?
From last year to this year, I think I'm definitely starting out with a little bit more of a base because, as you get the more and more years of training, you just get better and better and more experienced, and you have more experience on how to manage yourself mentally, so I think that's helped a lot.
CVC has strong runners, boys side, girls side every year. Chagrin, West Jaga, Hawken, of course, obviously. And how does that help? Just not only, obviously at Hawken you get pushed every day in practice by great runners, but then when you go to league meets and you're being pushed by those runners, and then you see the same ones at the district meet and the regionals, how does that help you?
I think it's really helpful to know that we have teams in our area that are competitive with us, but it's also super great for the team to have a goal or we just sort of rally behind a common cause together as a team.
Do you have any goals in mind for this year? What are you trying to accomplish?
For me, so personally, I think I'd like to go sub 20, but I think the biggest thing is that together as a team, we sort of all grow in depth and experience.
Are there any runners that you think are going to have a breakout year?
I think some of the freshmen I'm really excited to see how they do because we got lots of new talent coming in, and I think that they could definitely make a big splash with all their hard work.
Coach, boys and girls are all talking about this freshman class. You got to be excited with the young group.
Yes, we are definitely really excited with the young group. But, really they grow and they step into their own based on great leadership. And, I think you probably sense that the boys and girls group are really tight, and they're kind. They support each other. At the end of the day, they're really good human beings, and so they take on those freshmen and nurture them, and that's really going to help them just kind of go down the path a lot quicker.
Yeah, that's what I like about cross country. That's why my son played soccer when he was little, and he was just always a little guy, and so I always as he got toward middle school, I was like, you should try cross country. I always knew, high school, he wasn't going to be a soccer player. It was gonna outgrow him, and so I always liked cross country runners because that discipline, the mental toughness that they develop, and so he finally did it, and he loved it, and the friendships that he developed, and so I love that about that. So that's great. But I appreciate you being here. Sounds like you guys are off to another a great year for Hawken runners on both sides, and wish you the best of luck this year. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having
All right.
us.
That was the Hawken girls cross country team here at the CVC Fall Sports Media Day out here at Perry High School, and we're hitting that time of day where that shadow hits, so I'm sorry about that. It's going to get a little bit dark for about a half an hour until that sun moves a little bit and the lights take over, but it will hit eventually. But up next are the Perry cross country runners here, so come on in and take your seats there. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Couple minutes behind schedule here, but Perry can go ahead and take their seats at the table. Perry Cross Country, the Pirates up next here at CVC Fall Sports Media Day, presented by Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery. Always our sponsors here at CVC TV. So we'll turn that over to Coach. Coach, you can go ahead and introduce yourself and just kind of give us an overview of what we can expect out of the Pirates on the course this year. Flip that switch up and you're good to go.
Hi, Coach Bill Sarvis, 22nd season here at Perry. We're represented by Perry girls and boys here during our little time slot. We're excited for the upcoming season. A lot of new faces, a lot of veteran faces, a nice blend, and the kids have done a phenomenal job this summer with conditioning, getting ready for the upcoming season.
Two honorable mention kids returning, I think, just throughout the program. So a lot of younger kids coming up, or mix of talent?
Yeah, there's a good blend of veterans and youth. I'm excited for the veterans. Some of them, I think, are stepping out of some shadows, so to speak, and are going to create their own shadows this season, I truly believe. They're showing some great leadership. We had a cross-country camp this summer, and it was really nice to see the upperclassmen trying to show the newbies the way that we do things, trying to establish a culture, and it's going to be exciting to see how it transfers on and translates out into our racing.
We just had Hawken here, and so, obviously talking with Hawken and the CVC, great conference for cross country. So when you're talking about upper echelon runners, it's a tough conference to compete in. I was talking to West Yaga the other day on Tuesday. They went to state last year, and it's tough. So, but it's also inspiring for younger teams or other teams that are trying to get to that level. How does that help a squad like yours, where you've got some younger kids or some kids that are just trying to get to that level?
Just knowing that you're going to be facing some of the best competition in the state is, to me, is exciting. That each week you're going to go out there, you're going to see some familiar faces as you go through the season, and you're going to see some unfamiliar faces that by the end of the season they should look vaguely familiar, because you're going to be competing with them week in and week out. Knowing the level of competition that we're going to face, I think, presents a great, unique opportunity to just continue to get better week after week.
All right, sounds good. We'll start talking to some of your runners. What we'll do is just pass that mic down when I come to you. Just introduce yourself, name, grade, and PR.
Hi, my name's Grace McCoon, and I'm going to be a senior this year, and my current PR is a 2040.
All right, so Grace, you're a senior. You've been around a while. I know you're an athlete. You play basketball, and so you've been around. You're a competitor. Coming in as a cross-country runner, what are you hoping to accomplish this year?
Well, this year, I'm hoping to accomplish big PRs. Like I said, my current PR is a 2040, but this year I'm hoping to go sub-20, mid-19s. I've had a great summer training and just getting better, and we lost our top two runners last year, but I'm ready to step up, and our team's ready to step up, and it's just going to be a great year.
What did you learn from those top two runners that now that you're the senior and you've got to kind of lead the way for the younger girls, what have you learned from them that's going to help you not only be a better runner, but also a better leader?
I learned from them at practice, especially like just continuing to develop and just running and catching them. But this year I've had to learn to adapt and be the one to step out in front like Corey and Alyssa did. But I've learned a lot from them and just learning how to get out strong and just set the tone and move our pack up.
Have you noticed already a change in your performance from last year to this year?
Yes, I've noticed a big change. At practice, I'm dropping a lot of time. We do a 2-mile time trial, and I already PR'd by like more than a minute, and so that definitely has given me a lot of confidence in my running and training, and I'm just really looking forward to this year.
What's going to be the key for you to hit whatever goals you have set for yourself?
Definitely getting on the first mile, getting a good first mile time. Then just keeping a good pace, like not get too comfortable, and then at the end just get that extra gear in. And I got some sprinting experience from track, so I'm just going to use that to my advantage.
As a senior leader, what's important to you as far as leaving a legacy behind? What do you want people to remember about you as a leader?
I want them to remember that you're going to go through like hard times and struggles, and you're not always going to get the time you want, but it's how you finish each race, and like just knowing that you left it all on the course, and that's what I want to do this year.
Outstanding. All right, well, good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, next up, go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and PR.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Newsom. I'm going to be a senior this year, and my PR is a 21-25.
Another basketball player, right?
Yep.
All right. So coming in, what are you hoping to accomplish this year?
I'm hoping to just improve each race, and I want to get under the 21s. That's been my goal for a little while, and last year I was like 20 seconds off, and I know that this year I can definitely get under there because I had a really good track season, and I believe that this year will be the year. And I just want to improve each race, get a little better, and yeah.
As I mentioned to Coach, the CVC, tough conference for cross country. A lot of elite runners, state runners. We've had a lot of state champions, top 5, top 10 runners. How does that help you when you're out on the course and you see these great runners out in front of you that you're chasing? How does that help?
Oh, it's definitely great because you always want to be like them. Like, you use them as motivation, and just getting closer and closer to them each race is a big help. It definitely makes you feel better, and it's just cool to watch them, see what they do, and learn from them, so then you could do it yourself.
Who are some of the young runners on the team you think are going to have a big year?
Holly Viss definitely will have a big year. She was a freshman last year, so she'll be a sophomore this year. She had a very good freshman year, and I believe that this year she'll have a very strong year. And then Molly Farrell will be a junior. She'll have a very good season this year. She has gotten a lot better, improved. And then Audrey Morgan will be a sophomore. She is very good at sprinting, very good overall athlete, and I feel like definitely this year she'll be able to step it up with us. And then we have a freshman, Anna. She hasn't been like running 5Ks yet, but she's felt comfortable with us, so I feel like as long as she stays up in our pack, she'll have a very, very strong season.
That's the hard part, going from that 2-mile to
yeah.
the 5K.
And we've been helping her out. We've been trying to keep her up with us, and she's getting more comfortable, so I feel like she'll have a really good year too.
Good. All right, well, good luck to you this season.
Thank you.
Right. Next up, go ahead, introduce yourself, name, grade, and PR.
Hello, my name is Daniel Jackson, but I prefer to go by Danny, and I am a senior, and my current PR is a 1903.
All right, Danny, so you're a senior. You're going to be a team leader this year. How are you handling that in addition to taking care of your own training and preparing for your season?
Well, to be honest with you, based off of the stuff that I've heard, I feel like I'm doing a good job, but you always get that feeling in the back of your mind that keeps telling you, yeah, I'm not doing as good as I want to be doing. So even though I'm hearing from other people, oh, you're doing good being a leader, Danny, I feel like I could always kick into that second gear, so to speak, and be a better leader, especially to this year's newbies, if you would, because they have a lot of potential, and I would like to be the one to help them realize said potential.
Have you been a runner all 4 years?
Yes, I've been a runner all 4 years. I actually like to say I've been a runner all 6 years because I started my running career in 7th grade.
So how have you developed then since 7th grade to 12th grade?
I have developed a lot. When I first started running, I was running 10-minute sometimes even 15-minute miles. As a matter of fact, my very first run, which was our time trials of my freshman year, I ran a 30-minute. So not to sound egotistical, but I'd say that's a pretty big jump going from 30 minutes to 19:03. But here I am talking about myself. It wasn't because of me that I was able to achieve that. It was because of these seniors of the past who were there to guide me, because no matter how slow or how fast I went, those seniors always had faith in me. And it's because of my amazing coach, Coach Sarvis. This guy should get a shout out. No matter how fast or how slow you are, he will treat you as the same, which I've heard from other runners. Not all coaches are like that. So me and the entire team are very lucky to have a coach who will care about you no matter how fast or slow you are.
So it sounds like you learned a lot from the older kids as you were coming up, and now you're a senior. What are you hoping the younger guys learn from you?
What I'm hoping the younger guys learn from me is two big things. One, I'm hoping they realize, though people will say this is an individual sport, team plays a big role in it. So I'm hoping they realize, even though it is, from a technical standpoint, just them running out there, they'll be pulling each other. They'll be the ones pushing each other. They'll be the ones who make each other go faster. The other thing that I hope they realize from me is, I know some of them are being a bit hard on themselves because they aren't going as fast as the upperclassmen, but I hope they realize, not to sound rude, of course they aren't going to be going as fast as us because we've been running for 4 years and they've just started out. So I hope they realize they just need to unlock that potential as I did, and then they'll be going as fast and hopefully faster than I'm going.
Last season for you, how do you want it to end?
Last season, I would love if there's two major things I want my season to end with. One, I've always dreamed of going a 16-minute 5K, so I would love if in my last race of my senior year, I was able to crank out that 16-minute 5K. Other thing, I hope I leave a mark on at least one runner on this team, as the seniors of the past did for me. As a matter of fact, if we had more time, I would go on and on about these stories from the seniors of the past that they gave to me. I probably said that wrong, so sorry about that.
That's all right. That's great. All right. Next up.
You.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
My name is Vance Vojek, and I am a junior, and my current PR is an 18:19.
All right. So you're going into junior year. You've been running every year as well?
Yeah, I started running in 7th grade. I started track in 7th grade. Then I didn't start cross country until 8th grade.
Okay. And what kind of development have you seen from your first year until now?
Well, I feel like just looking at myself, there's always things that you can like nitpick with your running, and I feel like my form, just like my head, like I always would put my head down. I feel like I'm always constantly working on everything that I can find wrong with myself, and I feel like that just is one way to make yourself better, and I try very hard every day to get myself better.
There's two guys at the table. Obviously, there are a bunch more. Who are some of the other guys that are going to make an impact this year for Perry?
I think Sean Strahan. He ran his freshman year, and he took a year off. He wasn't sure if he wanted to run again, but we were able to get him back this year, and I'm just really hoping he can find that pace he found his freshman year and go even further this year, and really just hopefully he could just be up there with our top guys, because I know he has it in him. And then looking throughout the team, there's a couple sophomores like Nikolai Nagy and Josh Sengraf. They had a strong freshman season, but I just hope both of them, and especially Nikolai, I hope both of them can just push through. You know, always feel like the freshman year is the hardest year because you're just going into 5K. I just hope they can adapt more and more, get more experience, and really push this year.
And then last question for you. What's your goal this year?
My goal is probably to run in the 17s, hopefully maybe 17:30s this year. I just want to lead this team and, you know, show everybody out there what I got.
Outstanding. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, Coach. Anyone else that needs a mention out there, a shout out? Anyone that's impressed you early in the preseason?
That's a tough question. Everybody, from our top runner to our bottom runner, has done a phenomenal job of conditioning this summer. So I'm excited for absolutely everybody to go out there and just be their very best and believe. That's the key, believing. And so it's going to be exciting. I wish I could just say, oh, this one. It's everybody.
It's everybody.
It's everybody, which is exciting.
It is. All right. Outstanding. Well, I appreciate y'all making the trip out, and good luck this season.
Thank you.
All right, that was the Perry Pirates cross-country team out here at the CVC Fall Sports Media Day, live from Perry High School. Once again, this CVC TV presentation is presented to you by Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery. Up next, we've got the Orange Lions soccer team. Assistant coach Joe Bondra stepping in for the head coach. Couldn't be here today. Hello, ladies. You can go take a seat. Once again, I have to apologize for the time of day since the sun is setting in a difficult spot and makes it difficult for my wide view camera. Very dark, but once we zoom in, you can see, but in about a half an hour that will change. So, Coach Bondra, I'm going to start with you. I'm going to let you introduce yourself and then just kind of give us a little elevator pitch on what we can expect out of the Lions this year. Little bit of a off year, I want to say, last year. So when I say your conference record was 0-3-1, it's a bit deceiving because when you look at the CVC Chagrin division, it's kind of like a mini state tournament because that conference is so brutal. It's not like you're playing bad teams. You're playing teams that are state caliber. And so when you're 0-3-1 in the Chagrin division, it's not like you're a bad team. You're just playing in a really good conference. But go ahead and just tell us a little bit about the team this year.
So
flip your black switch up. There you go.
We have our 4 senior captains right here. We are a young team, so we're looking for them to kind of lead the underclassmen and sort of teach them like what Orange soccer is all about. Kind of like you said earlier, the conference, we played Hawkins, Chagrin, Kirtland, and West G. So those are some pretty tough teams that go deeper into postseason, and they held their own versus all those teams last year. So kind of hoping they can show the underclassmen what it takes to go out there and battle with some of those kids on those other teams.
Yeah, when you play Chagrin Falls, who won the state title, West Jaga, who went to the regional final, lost to Chagrin Falls in that regional final. Kirtland, who went to a regional final, had the state player of the year. I mean, there's your 3 losses in conference.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
you know, it's like I said, it's deceiving when you go 0-3-1 in conference play, but you're a pretty darn good team, and to say otherwise isn't accurate. But so obviously coming in, you lose a couple of standout players, but you bring back quite a bit. What's going to be the key to your success this year?
Kind of just gelling as a team and bringing those underclassmen in and showing them like what it takes, the level of physicality it takes for some of those teams. I know we went in a battle last year with West G and tied 0-0. It was probably one of the more physical games we played, and same thing when we went out to Chagrin last year. I think we had them 3-3 until there were like 6 or 7 minutes left in the game. But that's a huge difference from JV to varsity, is just how physical the games actually get. And then just kind of getting those underclassmen on the same page as far as knowing where people are going to pass the ball when and where the goalie's punts are going to go and where throw-ins are going to go and stuff like that.
All right, I'll come back to you at the end, but let's start right to your left. Go ahead and grab that microphone. Introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
All right, I'm Emma Berlin. I'm going to be a senior this year, and I'm an attacking midfielder, 8 or 10.
Okay, so coming in senior year, captain, obviously, like I said, 0-3-1 in conference play. You could be disappointed with that, or you could look at it optimistically and say, hey, we were competitive with these great teams. Which way are you looking at it?
I mean, definitely optimistic. Those losses in that tie were definitely some of the best games of the season last year. And with last year being my first year, I don't have much to go off of, but it was definitely a good season, and the games that we did win were good games, but those games were the ones that I remember for sure. And the game against Lake Catholic, was that a conference game? No.
District game, but not conference.
Yeah. Oh, well, still, anyway, that tie against West G, that was one of the hardest games we fought all year. And so even with those losses, those were the games we fought hardest in.
Chagrin Falls graduated.
Chagrin Falls, I was looking at their record the other day, and the games that they the games that they won, most of their games were having shutouts, and no teams scored against them or only put up 1 goal against them. We had 3 goals against them, and we only lost those last 3 goals in the last 5 minutes. So even putting 3 goals against them, I think, is pretty impressive.
It is very impressive. And they bring back most of their team. West Geauga brings back most of their team. So again, they're going to be tough to beat. What's it going to take for you guys to, again, elevate your game to compete with them this year?
I mean, it's definitely going to be bringing up those underclassmen, and I see a lot of potential just so far from practice and the scrimmages that we've been in. Our goalie, Anna, she's a sophomore. She's great, and not playing goalie for a while, coming back to it. She's been doing amazing so far with a lot of great saves, and just getting those underclassmen to see how fit you have to be and how aggressive you have to play is going to be big for us.
From your perspective, what's the strength of your team this year?
Definitely in the middle. I think Cassie and Nat are our two center backs, and then Jenna being our defensive center mid and me all the offensive center mid. I think just combination up the middle of the field is going to be a big strength for us.
And not to give away any secrets, but every team's going to have a weakness, and I don't want to know what yours is, but what are you guys doing to minimize that? How do you hide it and kind of maybe even turn it into a strength?
I mean, definitely working on the amount of turnovers that we have and really working on combining and using, Donnie always says playing with soccer first, and so definitely working on passing to each other instead of just an immediate turnover. And I think just even so far from last season, I've seen improvement with that. Just actually connecting passes is going to be really big for us.
Without mentioning anyone at the table, give me a player that's going to have a breakout year this year.
Breakout year this year, we have transfer Shannon from Gilmore. I can see her scoring a lot of goals for us and creating some chances this year for sure. Yeah.
And then just for you, what's your goal as a senior?
My goal is definitely to score a lot of goals, have a lot of assists, a lot of through passes, and get some good combination with my team and do a lot of bonding for my last year.
All right, good luck to you this year. Next up, go ahead, introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
Hi, I'm Natalie Norsha. I'm going to be a senior, and I play center back.
Same question to start off. Just looking at this squad and what you guys accomplished last year, obviously the record wasn't what you wanted, but you were competitive against some really, really good teams. Optimistic, pessimistic? How do you look at it?
I totally think I'm looking at this optimistic. I think that those teams and those coaches and those players, those were tough fights, and I think we really showed, I mean, not through the score, but I think we showed of how we played that we're not to mess with.
What did you learn in those games that's going to help you this year?
I think that we're kind of Orange. We're always looked at as like the underdog, and we're always looked at as not having, best athletics or stuff like that. And I think that those games and putting up goals and fighting really shows other teams what we can do.
From your perspective, strength of the team?
I think I would have to agree with Emma, honestly. I think that us being able to connect in the middle and playing up and using our forwards, our younger forwards, to get some touches and get some crosses. So just building up.
How do you guys like to play? How do you like to create the flow? What do you guys like to do?
We like to start our passing towards the defensive line. We like to start there and then try to work our way up as best as we can, and creating a lot of through balls, give and goes, and outside balls.
What's your role?
My role as a center back is just to be loud and lead, and obviously not get us goals scored on us.
And again, nobody at the table, but who's going to have a breakout year?
Honestly, I think I would have to say we have a sophomore, Carly Friedman, who showed me today. We had a scrimmage. She can really hang with the big dogs, and she's stepping up, and I'm excited to see what she can do in the next 2 years.
All right, sounds good. Let's go ahead and grab that mic, move on down. Introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
Hi, I'm Jenna Friedman. I'm going to be a senior,
and I play defensive center mid.
Defensive center mid. Okay, so defense, obviously you've got to prevent goals. Who's your goalie this year?
Our goalie is Anna. She's going to be a sophomore.
Is she a returning goalie or a new goalie?
No, we had a goalie last year who was a senior, and Anna didn't play goalie last year, so she's new, but she's really good. She's very athletic, and she's learning really quickly.
So new goalie, that means your job's even more important.
Yes.
Any extra pressure with that?
Yeah. I'm working really hard not to let any shots off. I don't want anyone to get a chance to get a shot on her as much as I can, which I would do with any goalie, but she's still learning. But she's very good.
Of course, everyone wants to protect their goalie, so the defenders have to work together and gel together. How's that coming along?
I think it's working really well because Cassie and Natalie are the center mid defense, and I'm the center mid, so we're in this triangle. And we work really well together. We've been playing together for a long time. This is our 4th year together, so we work really well together, and we communicate. And we're all friends outside of soccer, too, so that's helpful as well.
And then just going back to the CVC Chagrin division and just the quality of teams in there, does it help when you're playing those teams that you have to bring your best, your A game every time?
Those are my favorite games. Like, we play our best against better teams. We're strong. We can show that we can hang with them. But also, we work together really well. We defend together, we fight together, and we'll go down together or we'll win together. We're a team that has great team chemistry. Even with the younger ones, we, as seniors, is a big goal of ours is to make everyone feel welcome and comfortable. And I think we're doing a really good job with that. And against these CVC games, the younger ones, they don't exactly know what they're up against, and we want to show them how these games should be played, and that just because it's a good team does not mean you let down the fight. That means you fight harder.
What's the key to success for Orange this year?
The key to success is communication and just working on our first touch, I think would be a very good thing for us to do. Also, the team chemistry, we have great team chemistry, and that is going to be the reason we succeed, I think.
One of the things I always like talking about is culture and legacy. In 10 years, when you go to your high school reunion, what do you want people to remember about your class?
I want people to remember that we were so supportive for the younger kids and that we always fought hard, never gave up, and they had a fun time.
All right, let's pass that over and go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
Hi, I'm Cassie Russo. I'm an upcoming senior, and I am center back with Natalie.
All right, so we got a lot of defense here. We need some offense too, but talk about that defensive unit as a whole. I mean, we just did a little bit, but how much fun is it playing on that defensive unit, and how well do you guys get along?
So it's really fun. I love playing with Natalie a bunch because we kind of have this really good dynamic going where I'm the speed, I can get back and up, and then Natalie has really great long balls, and just our communication is just on a whole nother level. It's really great because we're always understanding when we're running back. We're constantly looking behind us, like, oh, who's there, who's over there. And for the outside backs, they're changing all the time because it's underclassmen, so nothing's really permanent there. But I think that whoever is there, we have some really promising girls up there, and I'm really excited.
Who's going to do all the scoring this year? Aside from over here, there's got to be more. She's like, I'm going to do it all.
Oh, yeah, well, obviously Miss Emma. I think she's but also Shannon, we have Shannon up there, and we also have a upcoming sophomore, Alana, and I think that they just need to nail down their shots, and then we're golden.
So you have a young goalkeeper. What's going to be the key to her shaking off? She's going to give up a goal somewhere along the line. What's going to be the key to her shaking that off and just saying, okay, we're not going to give up another?
Honestly, I think it's probably just continued support from us all on the team, just letting her know, like, oh, that was my bad, I should have done this, this, and this, because I know that as a goalie, you feel a lot of pressure whenever a goal gets in, and you're like, oh, it's all my fault, because obviously that's how I feel as defense too, like we're the last line, so if it goes past us, then it's like, oh, it's all our fault. So I think just that support and reassurance will definitely, hopefully, support her a lot.
Who is the go-to on the team when you guys need the pick-me-up? When things aren't going well, who's the one that just, oh, it's you. Fingers are pointing at you.
Yeah, I'd say I like to keep it light during games. If I notice that our mood is getting a little intense, like way too intense. Intensity is obviously good, but then there's some points where it's like, honestly pretty stressful. So I think I just kind of crack a few jokes, or maybe I'm like, oh boy, swing and a miss or something. Yeah, but I also think that all of these girls here, they also really to help lighten the mood.
If you need some dad jokes, I'm the master of dad jokes.
I'll call you up.
What's your goal for senior year? What do you hope to accomplish?
Honestly, our main goal is just to have a great season. I know that sounds generic, but honestly, I think it's to work as hard as we can, really get our stamina up. We've been doing a lot of practices, a lot of running. Been coming home, taking some good naps. But I think that I just want to have a really fun senior year, honestly. I'm not really too worried about, like, oh, we got to win every single game. It's just, are we doing our best, and are we having fun?
Outstanding. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Coach, back to you. Fill in some blanks. Who are we missing? Who else needs a shout-out here? What's going to be the key to success for the Lions?
I think today in our scrimmage we actually saw a player from last year kind of really step up. Bailey, she was playing some really good through balls. She was switching the field really well. And I don't know if Cassie didn't mention her because it's her cousin, but Dora Russo, I think, has been playing really well at outside back. She'll get in there and fight. She's a freshman, but you can tell, like, as we get into some scrimmages, she's a little bit more vocal, trying to point out where people should go. So I think she's getting a little bit more comfortable, which is good. Good for us.
And then just define success. I mean, obviously you're playing in a division where you've got a defending state champion, you've got a defending regional runner-up, and then you're in there hoping to climb that ladder. Maybe you do it, maybe you don't, but you can still be successful. What's going to be a successful season?
Yeah, I think for us it's probably just competing in every game and the girls giving their all. I mean, if we give up a couple goals, just seeing that they're not defeated and that we can go back out and try to come back and score one. Like Cassie said, we don't expect to go in and win every conference game. I mean, that would be a very hard task, but competing in every conference game is something that we hope to do. And if you can take a team like Chagrin deep into the second half and you can squeeze a goal in there, then you do have a chance to win. So keeping the games close as long as we can, we'll find success that way.
Outstanding. All right, well, that's the Orange Lions here. I appreciate you ladies being here, and good luck this season. All right, that was the Orange Lions girls soccer team here at the CVC Fall Sports Media Day East version out here at Perry High School. Up next, we've got the Harvey Red Raiders volleyball team, followed by Geneva boys soccer, Geneva boys golf, Edgewood cross country, and then Perry volleyball, and then I will get a break. Come on over, Harvey. Once again, I apologize for the shadow that has set in as the sun has kind of moved. It's a odd situation here in the Perry cafeteria. I remember it from last year's media day. It's about a 45-minute inconvenience. It gets a little bit dark here on as the sun moves, but it'll eventually even itself out, and the lights are a little bit higher up in the cafeteria, so they don't help us. They don't do us any favors as the sun moves, but so it's a little bit dark for about 45 minutes. So, Coach, I'm going to let you start. Introduce yourself, and then give us a little overview of what we can expect out of the Red Raiders this season. And we can barely see you, well, at least. Yeah, we can see you better at home, but it's a little bit dark on my screen. But yeah, I can see you, and it's a weird situation right now because of the lighting. But go ahead, Coach. Flip that little black switch on your mic. There you go.
So my name is Nicole Clark. I have been the head coach at Harvey for the last 6 years. This season, we actually have a good number of returners. So when I took the program over 6 years ago, we kind of just started from scratch. So this is actually my second year of where we actually have returners. Definitely rebuilding a program. But yeah, so we have about 10 returners that are coming back on the varsity squad. We have 5 seniors, so that's really positive, really good. And we're just looking to compete within our conference. We play, top dog like Perry, so that's always a nice struggle for us, but it's still great competition for the girls to be exposed to. But then, we play some good competition like Geneva and Lakeside and Edgewood. And those games are getting better and better every single year. So we're really looking forward to that for this year.
It is a tough conference to play in, especially when you're in that rebuilding mode, and it can be disheartening when you're not having that success. But as you start to become more competitive, I hope the girls start to feel it, and you build from there. But yeah, you need those small wins, and and whether it's okay, we were getting beat 3-0, now it's 3-1.
Right, exactly.
Or
and we play like a really good schedule that's pretty like just all over the place with competition. So we're going to have our Perry, obviously, but then we play other schools where we kind of look the same as them, and I think that is better for our girls to see that, and just different skill levels, which also helps. It's like the little wins. Last year we played CCC. We played them every single year I've been there, and it's always a great competition. We finally clinched it last year in 5. So it's little things like that, like you were saying, and it's positive, and they remember it. And every year that we go into, they think, okay, what's our little goals going to be? We don't try to conquer the conference in a year, but we just make little goals for ourselves, and we have a lot of conversations, and it's a lot of education and about the skills and just overall competition and things like that. So
great. All right, well, I'll come back to you after I talk to the players. Let's start right there to your left. I'm going to have you introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
Hi, I'm Morgan Coffey. My position is a middle hitter, and I'm a junior.
All right, Morgan. Obviously, as we said, Coach talked about, you guys are kind of growing. You're getting there. Those little wins you're looking for. So, as a junior, you're going to be one of those upperclassmen. Some of the younger girls are going to be looking to. What is it to you? You know, what are those little wins? What do they mean to you?
I would say just building the program up. Our name is sometimes like, you know, people don't think we can do stuff. So I'd say building our program up to the point where at one point we win all the big games that people didn't think we could win. So it's all about the little stuff that we can conquer, and then once we conquer those, we can get to the bigger things.
It's hard, like I said, it's sometimes hard when you're not winning enough. It wears on you mentally, and so those little wins become important. So sometimes it's, okay, we got beat 25-10. Well, next time we want to get, we want to score 15 instead. And so what are those things like from a player's perspective? What are you looking for?
I would necessarily say don't give up before we even start. It's more so your mentality, how you're thinking, how you think you're going to conquer it, how you think you're going to play. All you can worry about is yourself, and then actually help your teammates. So it's all about, I guess, mentality.
You're right. And in volleyball, even for the great teams, it's a game of runs. Yeah. So when things are going well, everybody's happy and cheering. When things aren't, people get down, and you need those people to step up and clap and pat each other on the butt and say, okay, let's go. Who on your team are those girls that when things aren't going well, who are the ones that are like, hey, let's go, let's get things going again?
I would say the ladies sitting right next to me. They definitely impact the team like tremendously. So I would say, yeah, they're our buddies. They keep us uplifted, and even when they seem to be down, they don't portray it onto the team. They try to keep it to where everybody can be happy, because all we need is energy. So.
That's right. Energy goes a long way. Yeah. What are your goals for your junior year?
I would necessarily say, like, I want to be seen. Like if my coach is sitting at a table talking to somebody, like they say, like, oh, number 15, who is that? Or like they're really good, or necessarily just being heard and seen. So.
Excellent. All right, well, good luck to you this season. Let's go right now down to your left. Go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and position. Miss Energy. There you go. It's on. I hear you.
Okay. I'm Jada. I'm an outside hitter, and I'm going into my junior year.
Okay, another junior outside here, front row players, and you're the energy bringer, right?
Somewhat.
So what drives that? I mean, things aren't going well, but where do you find that? Where do you find it among you to just say, hey, come on, team?
Well, from losing, I really don't like that. I like winning. So I try to bring the team up as much as possible that I can as one person. But when we're down, we don't play as well, so the energy really brings us up.
What's going to be the key to start getting more of those little wins?
Communication, and working together as a team.
How much does it help to have that stability in the coaching staff? Because a lot of like teams that aren't successful, usually it's like a coach is here for a year or two, then they go, then you have another coach, and so the system's always changing, and the players are just never really settling in. You guys have now had this stability for a while, and so now the players are kind of getting familiar with that system, so that helps a little bit. And so how much is that helping you guys as players?
It's really helping us to have a constant coach that is consistent with how she coaches and staying here, because I've been through some coaches through the years, so it's helped with the teammates.
We already know you bring the energy, but what do you bring as a player in the front row?
I try to get as much kills as possible to get us some points on the board and wins. So,
aside from the girls at the table, since we're going to talk to them, who are some of the other girls you expect to make some noise this year?
Essence Goldson. Yeah, she's an energy bringer. She's
Another
going
energy
into her
bringer.
junior year.
Okay.
She's a back row DS.
So another junior. So it sounds like your junior class is bringing the heat. All right. So next year should be a pretty good year.
Pretty good year,
All
yeah.
right. Sounds good. All right. Well, let's pass. So she's got a mic in front of her. She can grab that one. Go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
Hi, I'm Allison Hedrick. I'm going into my senior year, and I'm an outside hitter.
Another front row, and this is a senior. So Allison, as a senior, you've got the ability to close out your career and change the fortunes of Harvey volleyball altogether. How are you going to do it?
Definitely. Well, the team already has pretty good chemistry, and I would like the team to get even way closer. So that way next year, even when I'm gone, they still have more of a chemistry to bring a lot of the energy and a lot of everything to the table.
What's been different from freshman year to senior year for you as a player?
Definitely the girls. A lot of the girls are definitely energy bringers. Sorry, the sun's in my face. A lot of energy bringers. Everyone's really nice. Sorry.
That's okay. How do you impact a game?
I definitely try to bring the energy. If there's someone that's having a rough day, I try to help them out and definitely have their back on the court.
Looking at your team as a whole, what's the strength when you guys are playing at your best?
We're always trying to work as a team. It's never one person on the court, it's everyone.
And then for you guys to be successful, what is it like? What has to happen?
We have to be like a really well-oiled machine. Like, we just got to be there for each other and help each other out.
All right. Good luck to you this year. Let's pass that mic over to your left and go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and position. And all that shadow's hitting you hard. I hope everyone can see you at home.
Hi, I'm Faith Overby. I'm the Libero on the varsity team, and I'll be going into my senior year.
Okay, another senior. So Libero, I like talking to Liberos. You guys are not the quarterback. That's usually the setter, but you're like an integral part of that.
Yep.
Talk about your role as the Libero. What is Coach looking for you to accomplish?
She's looking for me to be a monster out there this year. She wants me to go for any and everything, and I will. But, yeah, she just wants me to go crazy, really play defense really good, help set up plays for my team, and just kill it out there, help my team.
What drives you to do that, to do what Coach wants you to do?
Everything. I think Coach's words, they really, she's always telling me about how important it is to just show everyone, like the other girls, the Libero on the JV team, it's important to show them, just be an example. Our middle school girls, they come to the games a lot, so, it's important to show them to just be a good example, because it's my last year. Somebody's going to have to take my spot after I'm gone, and it's important that they, focus and they know what to do. So I try to be the best example I could be.
what would it mean to you as a senior to close out your career with a winning record at Harvey and just to kind of flip things around and to inspire these younger girls to go out and change things and create a legacy at the school?
It would mean everything, honestly. Like Morgan had mentioned, Harvey does have a bit of a name to it, but I think that we can definitely flip that this year. I think the energy is different. The girls they're hungry. They want to win, and I could feel it in practice. It would mean everything because my freshman year was a little rough, and I just feel like every year it's just gotten a little bit better. So my senior year, oh yeah, it's going on. It's going down.
Outstanding. Sure. All right, well, I hope so, and good luck to you this year.
Thank you.
Coach, back to you. You know, I like what your girls are talking about. Even without all that success, they seem excited. They seem like they want to bring the energy. They want it. They need it. But what is it going to take? I mean, obviously they talk the talk, but what's it going to take to actually get it done?
I think that's just it. We always talk about that. We always say it's all good in D&D to talk about it, but now you got to walk it. And you got to do it. So I think we implement a lot of drills in practice that are like pressure. So, I mean, if it's 22-20 and it's game-like, and if you lose, you're adding that L on that side. You know what I mean? So I think we definitely do a lot of pressure-type situations like this. Unfortunately, with pressure-type situations comes punishments, and they know that I'm kind of a stickler with that. But it's, like they said, it's been a long road, and we have had to redo things and revamp everything pretty much. So I think that this is the crew that has just got the team chemistry and like the drive that wants to make the change. And I think that they know going into that locker room after a loss, that's not what we want to do anymore. And I think they've all felt it. And I think that's what's in the pit of their stomachs that's saying enough is enough. And you know, we're real. We're very realistic about certain games that we walk into. You know, if we just go out there and we give our best and we lose, at least we can go in that locker room and be like, high five, let's go, let's get on the bus. You know what I mean? But there's going to be games where it's, hey, this is a competition and we're going to compete and we need to show up and be our best that we can be. So I definitely think just overall that our team chemistry, our energy, and just that we have the returners that have felt what they felt for the last 4 years. I think that's what's going to be their drive and what's going to take us to the next spot there, next level.
Outstanding. All right. Well, I appreciate you making the trip out here, and I do wish you all the success this year. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
And thanks for being here. That was the Harvey Red Raiders volleyball team out here at the CVC Fall Sports Media Day, live from Perry High School. Up next, we've got the Geneva Eagles boys soccer team. Cruising right along, almost midway through here at Perry. That shadow is almost lifting. It is probably about 20 minutes away. It's a little bit of an unfortunate situation with the lighting here at Perry, but a little dark here for about another 20 minutes or so. Geneva finished 4-2-1 in conference play last year. They had 2 second-team all-conference performers and 2 honorable mention players that return. So, Coach, I'm going to start with you. I'm going to let you go ahead, introduce yourself, and then just kind of give us your overview. What can we expect out of the Eagles this season?
My name is Buddy Cardeman. This is my first year as the head coach for Geneva Boys Soccer. I consider it a massive blessing to be the head coach of this program. I actually graduated from Geneva in 2015, and it was a dream of mine ever since then to come back and be involved in the program once again. And I'm fortunate to have been able to coach with our former head coach, Jeff Hall, for the past 2 years. So I got a little running start into it. I didn't have to start fresh, so I'm happy about that. But looking forward to the season. We have a really strong group of seniors. We're very senior heavy, which is a blessing and a curse of sorts, because while this year might go really well, we're going to have to build next year. But that'll be okay, because I'm happy to work with this group of young men. They're very confident, very talented, very knowledgeable about the game, and I think that's going to help us throughout the season to be able to have a lot of success.
A couple years ago, Geneva won the conference title. Kirtland had a great run last year. graduated a big class, so I think the Valley's wide open. You're back in the Valley, right?
Yes.
Okay, so back in the Valley. So, I think the conference is wide open. I imagine you're, especially with, 4 all-conference guys coming back, I imagine you're looking to compete for that. What's it going to take to finish at the top of the standings?
It's going to take a lot of hard work. Kirtland's a very strong program. I never had the chance to play against them when I was in high school, but seeing them over the past couple of years, their players are always impressive. The way they handle themselves on the field, it's very impressive to watch them play. But I think that with the group that we have, we're going to be able to compete with them pretty well. We'll be playing them actually in about 2 weeks, very early on in the season, and I'm hoping that as we build towards that, we come together as a team, figure out all of our tactics on the field so that when we get out there, everyone knows the plan and we can utilize that to come away with a win, hopefully.
What is going to be the key, as a new coach, you're transitioning? I'm sure you are using a similar style to what you learned under Jeff and, what Geneva has run. What changes have you made?
I wanted to implement a little bit more, I would say, structure within the program. I like to work on basic stuff at the beginning of practices every day so that the freshmen moving forward through the program, by the end of it, as seniors, they are technically skilled, that they have developed throughout their 4 years in the program so that as seniors they are confident and calm on the ball. Additionally, we've looked at different positions for different players, finding where they fit best with the players that we have, so that we can utilize their talents in the best way possible. Besides that, we have a strong program that has been that way ever since, even before I was in high school. And I really just want to be able to maintain that, maintain the growth, maintain the development of young athletes, young men, so that when they leave here, if they move on and play somewhere else, that they are ready for that next level of development for themselves.
All right, we're going to move down. I'll come back to you, Coach. We'll move there right to your left. Go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
Hi, my name is Marlon Maldonado. I'm a senior for Geneva High School. I play center defensive mid.
So looking at, a coaching transition can often be pretty difficult, especially when you're learning a lot of new things. Since he's got familiarity with your old coach, has it softened the blow a little bit? Is it a little bit easier?
Yes, it's been way easier. I've actually known him before, he's been coaching and all. I've got the chance to play with him, so I feel like I have more of a connection. So I feel like he knows me very well where I can play and be efficient.
So what can we expect out of this team this year?
I expect really great things from this team. I have so much trust in this team. I believe that we can overcome difficulties.
From your perspective as a player, what do you think the strength of this team is?
The strength? Some of our strengths, how do I say, I believe we never give up that easily. Even when one of us is down or something, we pick each other up. I believe that I don't know how to explain, but I just have so much trust in this team. I wouldn't trade it for the world.
Okay. Well, as a player, what do you bring to the table?
I believe I bring some leadership for sure. Because I can see some of the younger people struggling sometimes, and I always go and try to help them. Or when they want to give up, I go and I try to pick up their confidence and everything. Even if things look very bad, I always try to be there for them.
Not counting the guys at the table, since we're going to talk to them, but who are some of the other guys you expect to have a big year for the Eagles this year?
Definitely the juniors that we have. One of them, a center back named Adler Schwartz. I have high expectations of him. He's improved a lot recently, and I believe that he's going to be a really great center back and a great leader next year also.
And then just individually, what are you hoping to accomplish this year?
I hope I can bring the team more together and also play better and just in general, like, make this team way more efficient in everything in the midfield. Hopefully I can connect more with the newer players so when I leave, they can know some things from me so they can implement that and become better too.
All right. Good luck to you this season.
Thank you.
Go ahead and grab your mic there in the middle and go ahead and introduce yourself. Name, grade, and position.
I'm Eric Allen.
Flip that black switch there. There you go.
I'm Eric Allen. I'm a senior. I play center attacking mid.
So, Eric, going into senior year, obviously you got to be a little bit excited about that senior year, but a little not nervous, but, you're 16, 20 games away from closing out your high school career, so maybe a little bittersweet feeling.
Yeah, a little bit.
What are you feeling heading into that senior year?
Just be dominant, have fun. Don't really worry about when it's going to end. Just play through it.
With the coaching change, are you feeling more optimistic?
Yeah, I'd say optimistic because we still got our whole senior group that I played with for years and good connection up top because almost all of our seniors are attackers that have played together. So I think we'll have a strong attack and good connection up top.
Offensively, what's going to be the key to creating some scoring opportunities?
Get it wide first because he is a real quick winger. He's good on the ball, play it back middle, drop it. We have a big striker up top, Ari. Play off him. He can control the ball very well, dribble, shoot. Just play the ball up top and try to play it back or have him go.
What's your role? What is Coach looking for you to accomplish?
To distribute the ball up top and shoot when I can and just try to break the pressure if we can and drop and help sometimes on defense, but mostly help on the counterattack.
Is there any guy, again, not anyone on the table here since we're talking to these guys, but who do you think is going to have a breakout year this year?
I'd probably say Hunter or Ari because Hunter's coming back off a torn ACL. He's going to be a 4-year varsity letterman. Having him back is going to be a big help for our defense because we graduated almost all of our defenders last year except for one. And then we'll have Ari up top, our striker. He's been a scorer. He came in sophomore year off JV, put an 7 in the second half of the season, and just keep the attack strong.
What's your individual goal for the year?
Just to have fun and make sure people around me have fun. Don't put other people down and just win.
All right, sounds good. Go ahead and grab your mic there. Introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
Hello, I'm Stefan Lincolnson. I'm going to be a senior, and I'm a center midfielder.
Offensive, defensive?
A little bit of both, mostly offensive.
He was talking about the defense. Almost everybody graduated, so obviously that's going to be a younger group there, or more inexperienced group, I should say. You going to spend a little more time with that group?
I try my best, but I mean, we all get back whenever we can. But I'm sure that by the end of the season, we'll have a strong defensive line. They're all learning every day.
What's going to be the key for that group, not only gelling and coming together, but just stepping up and elevating their game to protect the goal?
I would say once they finally achieve working as one group, that's when we'll really be strong there. Every now and then we get a few gaps, which is never what we want to see in a defensive line.
Right.
But once they start working together, they'll be solid.
From your perspective, what's the strength of this team this year?
I would definitely say our age. I mean, we're all confident with the varsity field. We have 10 seniors coming this year. A lot of us have played 2, 3, a few of us 4.
So you were part of that CVC championship team.
I was.
Obviously, you want to close out your career that way. What's it going to take?
A lot of hard work and determination. Definitely just keeping strong, staying as one tight team, knowing when to attack, knowing when to defend, knowing when to help others.
I think that was 2 years ago, right? So that means
3.
3. Oh, okay. So I was going to say, if it was 2 years ago, you'd have Kirtland at home this year, but that means you'll be back.
Away,
yeah, you'll be back at their place. So okay, so that was a big win. I was at that game when you guys beat them at your play at Spire. So looking at this team you're going to have this year, new coaching change. Anything specific that coach has brought in that you think is really going to be a difference maker?
The coaching is definitely different from how the old coach used to do it, and him being younger, we can build a lot more of a connection to him, at least some of these younger guys especially. So I definitely see a lot of kids enjoy that.
How are you going to define success? I mean, obviously you want to win the conference, you want to win a district title, that kind of thing. Everybody wants to win a state title. Whether you do that or not, there are other ways that you can be successful. To you, what's going to be a successful season?
I mean, of course, winning the CVC would be the greatest success, but I mean, just everyone going on the field, just having a great game, just having fun, and no one just, at the end of the day, no one getting hurt, no one having no ill will, just having a good time.
Sounds good. Good luck to you this season. Coach, back to you. You heard from your guys. What do you think about what they said? How satisfied are you?
Pretty satisfied. I was hoping to get a little more specific from them, but that's all right. I'm glad that we were able to talk about success because obviously I want to win a title. I want to have the district champ, and of course everyone wants a state championship. But one of the things that's really important to me as a coach, especially coming up through Geneva, we had a very important member of the community, Dennis Noble, who was a coach in the area for a long time and impacted many young men. And his way of coaching was all based around success in character development. And that's where I really want to spend time on this year, in developing the character of these young men so that as they leave, whether they continue playing, whether they go to college, whether they go into the workforce, wherever they go, they have developed strong characters so that they are able to be impactful in positive ways everywhere that they go. I think that's the greatest thing that as coaches we can do, and that's where I want to focus a lot of my attention on throughout this year and years to come.
Outstanding. All right. Well, that is the Geneva Eagles out here. Hey, Coach Buddy Cardeman in his first year with the Eagles. I wish you guys all the best of luck this year, and I appreciate you coming out here to Media Day, and good luck this season. All right. Next up, we have the Geneva boys golf team. So we're cruising along here at CVC Fall Sports Media Day. We are live from Perry High School as that shadow continues to move. We're starting to get a little bit more light. It's an odd shadow, but it's made things a little bit difficult here over the last few interviews, but it is moving. Eventually we'll get some better lighting, but we do apologize for that, but can't control the sun. All right, so Geneva boys golf is next. Running a little bit behind schedule, but we're catching up. All right, Coach, I'm going to start with you. I'll let you go ahead and introduce yourself and then just kind of give us the lowdown. What can we expect out of your Eagles this year? I know you guys got started on Monday with the preseason tournament, and just let us know what you kind of expect out of your squad this year. The up is on. Yep,
All
there
right.
you go.
Hi, my name's Jason Dalton. I'm the first-year coach for the Geneva Eagles boys golf team. I guess we have two good squads. We got varsity and JV. We have a full team, fill out the 12 roster. I feel lucky this year because I was a JV coach at Geneva for the past few years. And I have 6 seniors that are, in the varsity roster, and 4 of them I've had since they were freshmen and for the first couple years of their golf career. So it's pretty special to me that way. The JV team is all pretty new this year as coming in. So far as the CVC tournament turned out, we didn't do as good as we possibly wanted to, but it's a slow start to the year, but I think our guys are building. I know what they're capable of because I've seen them through the years in JV. And we had our own Bronco tournament in Madison Country Club, and Connor Anderson had a stellar day that day, and everybody else was catching up. Unfortunately, we dropped the match to Edgewood yesterday. They have a couple really strong shooters, but our guys, when you look at scores, they're right there coming along. So I was pleased at their performance. It's just we're going to go through the season and build the whole time.
All right, I'll come back to you at the end there, but let's slide over and go ahead and introduce yourself, name and grade.
Hi, I'm Max Booth. I'm a senior this year for Geneva.
Max, last year the team won the conference title, had the player of the year, the coach of the year, 4 first-team all-conference guys. So obviously expectations had to be high, but some turnover. So how have you guys handled it so far?
This season's going to be a little tough this year. We have some big shoes to fill with Aiden. I don't know. We're chugging along. We just got to keep going. I don't know much more, but we are learning. We have some downfalls this year. We are all seniors, so our next varsity team's going to be a little young. We have to help them as much as we can too. But we have a great coach this year. I've been with him for my all 4 years. And I'm very excited for this season to see what has it for us. I'm very excited for my senior year to go out with a bang.
How many guys on varsity this year were varsity last year?
Us two.
Just two.
Me and Connor.
Okay. So having that varsity experience last year, you had a taste of that success. How much has that helped you this year, just coming in a little bit more confident?
It's definitely helped with a lot of the pressure, like the first tee pressure. Once you get that, it kind of mellows down a little bit.
That first tee pressure, I'm 53. I never got over that.
Yeah, it's still there.
Sometimes I skip the first hole if there's a bunch of people waiting.
Yeah, a lot of pressure.
It is. So you had the preseason, you had the Bronco. How are you feeling so far about your game?
I'm doing all right now. I would like to do a lot better. Got to fix some of my shots, my driver. But I'm pretty decent with on the green and getting to the green right now. So pretty happy where I'm at right now.
Aiden, player of the year last year. What did you learn from him about the way he approached his game and handled everyone's going to have a difficult hole, bad shot, things like that, and just how he handled those things. What did you learn from him?
Stay calm. Take a breath. Put that hole behind you. You always can turn it around. It's just one hole.
What are you looking to accomplish this year?
Make it back to districts.
How about score-wise? Looking trying to hit a number anywhere?
Low 40s, high 30s.
All right.
That's where I want.
Sounds good. Let's pass it along down to the right. Go ahead and introduce yourself, name and grade.
I'm Connor Anderson. I'm a senior for Geneva.
Connor, another varsity returner. What was it like last year, just having that success, coming out, winning the conference title, having all those great golfers around you?
It felt good because when you're sitting next to someone like an Aiden and a Cole, you get to just learn from them, watch how they play, and just see how you can adapt from them and how well they putt. And, yeah, we're amazing to watch. To see Aiden go, and now he's graduated and he's at Youngstown, to think how good he could become after that, just knowing that you're with him, it's amazing.
And then just the impact he had on your game. What did you learn from him and Cole, and just, how has it helped you as a golfer?
It's helped me become a little bit more calmer and more confident in what I can do. And, yeah, I feel a lot better coming into this year knowing that I had those two to mentor me through my entire year. So,
are you satisfied with how you've opened up the season this year?
Yeah. Monday could have been a little bit better. We all had our downsides there, but I feel about Tuesday that I did probably the best I could have done that day. A couple of shots could have went better, but I'm very happy with how I played and how it turned out.
What's going to be the key for you moving forward just to achieve all of your goals?
I need to stay out of my head. If I get in my head too early, I start hitting it bad, and I start getting frustrated and angry, and I just need to stay calm and keep my head cool and focused.
You're a senior. You're going to have you got some young guys, and as your teammate said, next year you're going to have a lot of young guys. So it's important for you to kind of impart to those young kids the right way to approach the game. And what are you doing to make sure they learn the right way to play golf?
Trying to help them with their swings and stuff, give them some pointers of what they need to do and what they shouldn't do, and that they need to just stay calm. And it's one shot. If it's one bad hole, like if you shoot a 7 on a hole, just go on to the next hole. You could shoot like a 5 or a 4 there. It's just stay calm and play your game. It's one hole. It's all right.
And what's your goal for the year?
I want to make it back to districts. And I want to keep my scores like 41 below that. That's my goal right now.
Sounds good. Best of luck to you. All right, let's grab that microphone. Go ahead and introduce yourself. Introduce yourself. Name and grade.
My name is Richard Giffen. I'm a senior.
All right, another senior and first year on varsity. How are you handling that so far?
Well, it's been different to be playing in the top 4 now. I played the 6th spot last year, so I got a little taste of what varsity's like. But a lot of great players last year to be playing around. Learned a lot last season. Coming into this season, I've been super excited about this team. I think we have a lot of room to grow still. A lot of the season left. I'm really excited. It's been I think it's going to be a slow, steady grind for us, but I think we'll pull it together by the end of the season.
That success that you guys had last year, obviously you want to build on it. What's it going to take to just kind of put it all together and have, 1 through 5 and sometimes 6 and 7 are going to have to push their way through? And what's it going to take for everybody to contribute and make all that happen?
I think what's important is, picking each other up, being there for each other, helping each other out. I think if we all together, shoot well and not just one player shooting well and the rest of us not shooting so good, it's more of a group effort, I feel like, just to,
What's the key to your game, putting things together, whether it's a 9-hole or an 18-hole?
I feel like, just keeping the nerves out of you and keeping, calm throughout the match is the key to it. You hit some really nice shots when you're calm and stay collected.
I learned so much from listening to high school golfers. It's so weird, but that's my biggest struggle. I have a bad shot, and then it's like, oh, man, instead of doing the smart thing, I turn one bad shot into 4 bad shots because I can't do the right thing. I just can't get it out of my mind to do the right thing. But what are you looking to accomplish this year?
Well, I'm looking to accomplish some lower scores. Definitely into the 30s this year I'd like to be. I think as a team, I'd like us to place good in CVC, maybe make it to districts like they said. But I have high expectations.
Outstanding. Good luck to you. All right. Last but not least, name and grade.
Hello, my name's Cooper Craig. I'm a senior.
All right. And so, again, coming off that year last year, obviously expectations, people are still expecting the same thing out of Geneva, and how you handling that pressure?
I'm handling it, I guess. This is not only my first year on varsity, but my first year playing. I've never played golf before this. I started in May of this year. So, I've heard of how good, our previous players were and our previous teams were. And to live up to those expectations and play up to those expectations it'd be very nice to do this year.
So when you say you've never played before, never competitively or never even recreation?
Not even hit the driving range.
Wow. So how is it coming along?
It's going. My personal goal is to get into the low 40s. Right now I'm at that mid to high 40s range. Bad days. I'm in the 50s.
As a beginning golfer, oh my goodness. There was a girl in here that's like, she just started too, and she's like 46. And I'm like, wait a minute, I've been playing. I'm 53 years old, and I'm like, if I shot a 46, that's a good day.
Yeah, it made me wonder when he showed up and started playing a little bit. I wasn't quite sure.
That's not right.
But it was like, you cutting score here? And I played with him, and I was like, wow.
I take
wish he showed up in 9th grade when the rest of the guys did.
Yeah, I take like 4 mulligans and I'm shooting 49. Yeah. Come on. Well, you're off to a great start. So what's been going well then?
I couldn't really tell you. Well, I guess I could. I would say just having fun. I'm here to have fun. It's my senior year. Obviously I'd like to go out winning and like they said, make it to districts again. That's a big hope for us. But having fun, staying calm, that's a big factor in this game. It's meant to be a fun game, not something you go and spend money on and get stressed over.
You've got some guys that are pretty good golfers, that know what they're doing, know their way around the course. These guys have been around for a while. They had some success. How much does that help you settle in and become more comfortable on the course?
Helps me a lot, actually. Helps me a lot. It helps me keep more focused on the game. Definitely helps me keep dialed in. Starting off at any match, anywhere I am, I'm always starting off a bit rough, getting on that warm-up hole number 1. But whenever I'm with any of these guys, they always help me walk it through, get into my A game for that day. So it's been a great help having these guys on my back.
That's great. I love to hear these new golfers hitting scores like that. That's incredible. So, all right, Coach, back to you. I mean, we've got these 4 guys here, but obviously you got some other kids. Who else is gonna contribute for you this year?
This year we've got Noah Peterson. He's really our only returning golfer from last year, and he's going to probably see some varsity time. And we don't have one senior that's not here is Noah Griffiths. Noah's on the varsity squad, and he's in the band, very smart individual. So those 2 are the only returners. The rest are all brand new, fresh. So we have Isaiah Rose, Calvin Yeager, Sean Regiri, Will DeChesney, and Nathan Miller. Some of these guys were athletes in other sports, and, like Cooper and Richie, put their time in, and it makes life easier when you are an athlete that way. I think it's
Definitely.
scoring low,
Right, and that competitiveness that comes with it. That
very
helps.
coachable. And the good thing about these guys, they talk about they showed up all summer long. We did kind of like open gym at the course at Hemlock Springs, 6:30 in the morning before any of the old people woke up, and we went out there, and I don't think anybody missed one of those. We played together, and these guys don't realize actually how much those young ones do look up to them. They don't pay attention to that, but they do.
They do.
And it's quite helpful because I took them to Blackbrook today for a tournament, and they're all excited about it now too. So
one day they'll realize that's the legacy that they're leaving behind, and it matters. And
it's an ongoing thing. I mean, Geneva has a rich history of having a great golf program. And I hope to continue that and help out, do my part.
Absolutely.
And these guys all, they're part of it. So
absolutely. Well, you got a big target on your back after
always
doing it, so you got to handle that pressure.
Always. And that's what we're trying to work through this year. I don't think they realize actually how good they are. That confidence thing. I mean, most people never see that.
Yep.
And we'll get the ball rolling. I just don't hope it's too late, because I've seen that happen before. You get on a hot streak, 2 matches in the end of the season.
Right, and it's why can't we do this earlier? Yep. But, all right.
But wrestling or other sports, districts and
that's when
sectionals are
you want to win
season,
you want to win that conference title, but sectionals is when it matters.
Right.
So. All right. Well, gentlemen, I appreciate you being here. Best of luck to you, and good luck this season.
All right. Thank
you.
All
right. That's the Geneva Eagles golf team, the defending Valley Division champions here at the CVC Fall Sports Media Day East version, live from Perry High School. Up next, we've got the Edgewood cross country teams. Had a run of Edgewood teams here today. Head coach Steve Hill coming in. That shadow beginning to lift. That sun did move. The cloud covered it. It was nice for a moment, but still an awkward little look here with that shadow, but doing the best we can with our weird lighting here. But Coach, thanks for being here again. I'm going to let you start off and just kind of introduce yourself and then give us an overview of what we can expect out of your squad this season.
Yeah, my name is Steve Hill from Edgewood. This is my 29th year coaching. We are looking forward to the season. We've had a lot of success in the past, and we're just trying to build off of that with these young kids. Our boys team is relatively young. I think one of the words you helped me use last year was reloading. And those kids are now a year older, and so we're hoping that we can build off of that and bring back some of the successes on the boys' side. On the girls' side, we lost 3 girls who graduated that had been the core of our team for 4 years. So we're very young on the other side. We only have 6 girls, so we're going to be counting on each of them to perform for us day in and day out. But we're very excited for what we got coming up.
That's odd. Only 6 girls at Edgewood. Huh? I think that might be the volleyball program growing, maybe soccer too, taking your girls. That's weird.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of different factors. Obviously, soccer has always been, tough for us with the size of the team they field. volleyball, yes, there's some talent there. We actually are borrowing one of the volleyball players this year to make our 6th. So, yeah, it's a tough year with the numbers.
All right, well, let's start all the way to the left of the camera. We'll start there. Go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and PR.
My name is Maddie Crooks. I'm a sophomore, and my PR is 1847, I think.
Yes, Maddie, last year at Media Day, you were not here, and I had asked Coach who he thought might have a breakout season, and he mentioned your name, and then I saw him at track, and I said, Coach, you mentioned Maddie Crooks at Media Day, and he said you weren't lying because you had a breakout year in cross country, so you did kind of break out and had a great cross country season. How exciting was it to emerge as this elite runner as a freshman?
It was pretty exciting. I was glad that all the running I did over the summer paid off.
The CVC, the Chagrin division's just loaded with quality runners, and when you look at the state top 25 over the last 5, 6, 7, 10 years, it's a ton of CVC runners, and you kind of get to put your name up in there, hopefully down at that state level eventually. But you've got a lot of great runners that can inspire you from this conference. How much does it help just to know that there are so many great runners in this conference to push you?
It helps that they're, I don't know how to say it, but it's helpful that they're all there, and I get to face them a lot because they're all really good, and it helps you push yourself.
What's been the biggest challenge for you as a freshman coming out and just trying to compete with that level of talent?
I'd say trying to stay healthy and just making sure you stay consistent and stay, just stay healthy.
Last year you were a freshman. You were probably a little bit nervous going out there and racing. Now you're a grizzled veteran. How much more confident are you this year compared to last year?
I'm more confident because a lot of the races we did last year we're doing again this year. So I know the courses and I know what I can do.
And this year, what are you looking to accomplish?
I want to beat the top record we have at the school, make it to states again, and stay healthy.
What is the school record?
I believe it's 1820 or something like that. 1824.
So you're pretty close. Are you when you train? Are you training with that in mind, or is it? Are you just training to train?
Yeah, I do kind of have that in mind.
Okay. There's only 6 girls on the team. There's 2 at the table. Who are some of the other girls? This is your chance to give someone a shout out. Who do you think is going to have a breakout year?
I think Tammy Liplin is, because she was close to making it to state last year, and she's been working really hard, and I think she could make it this year. And Jocelyn Nicholas, because she's a really hard worker.
All right. Well, good luck to you this season. And pass that mic to your left. Go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and PR.
I'm Isabel Stebbins. I'm going to be a sophomore, and my PR is 2256.
All right, Isabel. So freshman year to sophomore year, where do you think the growth is coming from?
I would have to say probably getting the extra miles in this summer opposed to last summer and working a little more towards a new goal.
What did you learn as a freshman that's going to help you this year?
Last year was my first year running, so I pretty much learned every course, I guess, and this year I have a better idea of what I'm going to be expecting at every meet.
There are a lot of high school cross-country runners. Not many of them have an elite runner to learn from. Yeah. You've got one right to your right. What's it like to have a runner like that to learn from?
It's pretty nice to have her around. She gives good motivation with different meets, and she gives pretty good advice on how to keep going sometimes when it gets hard.
So she's pushing for a school record. I imagine you train with her and you try to run with her. Can you keep up?
Not usually. She's pretty far ahead at practice and at meets too, but she's always working pretty hard too.
I mean, I know what her goal is. What are you trying to accomplish this year?
I'm trying to just break my own PR this year, so just trying to strive for that.
And who's your breakout athlete this year?
I would also have to say Tammy. She was pretty close to making it to states last year, and she's a great runner. And Jocelyn Nicholas, this is also her first year running. She hasn't ever ran before, so I'm sure it's kind of hard, but she is working really hard and trying to get better.
All right, sounds good. Let's spread over there to the boys. Start right to coach's left. Go ahead. Name, grade, and PR.
I'm Grandison Hill, and I'm going to be a senior this year.
Okay, Grandison, I thought you were a sophomore last year, but I guess that was your junior year. So, okay, so wow, time flies. But, so going into senior year, I mean, I guess you have a lot left on the table you want to accomplish. It's got to be a little bit exciting going to senior year. I mean, everyone wants to graduate, get out of high school, but you've got some unfinished business, I imagine.
Yeah, definitely.
What's it like? I mean, the feeling going into this senior year. What do you know?
Definitely nervous in case I don't perform at the regional meet to make it to states, because that would be a big goal, and just to get on the school board for fast times.
It is that nerve-wracking. It's like you go into that last district meet. It's like okay, one slip or one bad thing and it's all over. Everything you've worked for could be. So how do you manage that while you're also trying to prepare and do your best?
Definitely try to think of other people are in that same state of nervous, because I know a lot of people that are going to be seniors this year that I'll be competing with that are around the same time as me.
Freshman year to now, what have you done to prepare yourself for this moment? What's the biggest growth in your training?
Definitely the more miles, and just getting the miles to be ran faster throughout the years.
If there was one thing you could say is going to be the difference maker for you, what is it?
Probably work off other people. Definitely stay healthy. Just keep putting in the miles.
In race, what's your strategy? I mean, obviously you're going to be one of those elite runners, and there's a lot of elite runners in the CVC and then in the district. What's it going to take for you to be one of the leaders of that pack?
Probably just try to focus on the race more than anything else. Just try to stay focused and keep moving.
Obviously, I know what your goal is, but time-wise, do you have something in mind?
Probably around 16:30 or break 16:30.
Is that near a school record, or?
No, our to get on our school board is 16:36, I think it is.
Okay. How deep does a school board go?
It goes from that to 15.
Oh my
30.
gosh, who holds the school record?
His name's Andy Gracious.
How long ago was that? Is that
1990s?
Yeah, he was state champ in 1996.
That's ridiculous. All right, and then give me a breakout runner this year.
Adam Hamilton, he didn't run track, unfortunately, but because he doesn't like the short races, but he said we'd see him running all the time, running every day, and he really's been putting in the miles, and it's proven in practice.
He doesn't like the short races. Wow. Runners are weird, man. They're just weird. In a good way, though. I always say it, but interesting stuff. All right, pass that to your left. Go ahead, introduce yourself, name, grade, and PR.
My name is Drew Laughter. I am a junior, and my PR is 1847.
All right, Drew, so you're a junior going into this year. What are you hoping to accomplish?
Hoping to accomplish running consistent 1830s and help the team by placing good points and beating other kids, so put them down.
All right. And Edgewood, strong tradition and history here. How much does that help push you to train hard and just kind of meet the expectations here?
It helps because you got to think all those other kids did the exact same work as you, and with the coach that's been doing this for so long, he's going to do the same thing that all those other kids did. So basically, you're getting the same work as all those other great kids, so it shows you, if you do what the coach is telling you to do, that's how good you're going to be.
When you've got runners that are at the elite level and you want to get to that level, what do you learn from them that you try to implement into your training?
Their racing strategies, how they run races, if they stay behind people on the uphills, if they pass on the straights or the uphills or downhills, and their strategies and how they run their races.
It's amazing how much goes into running. It's not just go run fast, and I like that. But so you've learned a lot freshman year to now, and then I imagine there's a little bit more you've got to learn to get to the level you want to be. Now, going into junior year, you're going to be a senior next year, and younger guys are going to look to you. How are you trying to pass that knowledge on to the younger kids?
during our runs, we really just like talk, and it's just like communication. Like if we're doing a workout, I'll encourage them, be like, so when we're going up this hill, you're going to want to push all the way till about the 3/4, and then you're just going to go behind somebody, and you're going to draft off that final kick, because they're going to stop at the hill, and then that's when you pass them at that top of the hill.
Do you have a favorite race?
My favorite race, probably War on the Shore, because of how hard it is and everybody hates it.
And it's also kind of like a rivalry race because it's a lot of the local teams. I like that too. All right. What's your favorite thing about cross country?
Running with friends, because once you get to a point, it's literally just, all right, we're going out to run 6 miles this morning. You go out there about a mile in, you just settle in, and then you just have conversations about life and everything.
And I thought you were just going to say the end of the race when you're done running, but
that's a good point.
Good stuff. All right, Coach, back to you. We heard about some breakout runners. Who else can we expect to have some big years for you?
Again, on the boys' side, I think we're really excited to see what Adam Hamilton can do. Like they said, he's been putting in the miles all winter and all spring, even though he didn't compete. So he's been running with these two. We have a nice freshman coming in, John Klein. I think he's got a lot of good potential. Braylon Weatherby, he's going to be a junior. He's been getting better every year, just kind of figuring the sport out. He's kind of a sprinter in track who comes and runs cross with us. And so he's got a lot of talent. Hunter Caruso is also somebody, we're counting on. So we're going to have a little bit more depth this year, so we're kind of excited about that. On the girls' side, obviously they mentioned Jocelyn, who's brand new as a senior this year, so we're kind of excited to see what she can do. Tammy had a breakout year in track, stood on the podium at regionals as the 8th place in the 2 mile. So we're excited about what she can do. May Noble is running as a senior for her 3rd year, and she's just been getting better every year. So, we're really going to count on each of them too.
Outstanding. Well, I wish you all the best of luck this year and look forward to seeing you run at the CVC meet and hopefully beyond.
All right, thank you very much.
Appreciate you being here. That was the Edgewood cross country team. Next up, we've got the Perry Pirates volleyball team, the longtime defending champions of the Lake Division. Running a little bit behind. I know they've got their alumni volleyball game here. What time's your volleyball game, your alumni game? 6? Okay, we'll be fast. Head coach Mike Fitzgerald, I'll let you start real quick. Just give us a quick overview on what we can expect out of the defending champs.
Well, I'm expecting big things. We've been having lots of battles for our positions, and last night we had our first scrimmage against 3 pretty good teams, and we played way beyond my expectations. We got everybody in all the games, and everybody did their best, and we played very well.
What's going to be the key to defending the title again this year? I know, a couple other everybody I've talked to today, everybody's mentioning Perry. Everybody's gunning for Perry every year. I'm surprised you don't have a big bullseye on the back of your shirts, but everybody's coming for you. They're going to bring you're going to have to bring your best every night, but how do you handle that pressure on top of just trying to play your best?
Well, we're going to give it right back. We have some returning players, such as Holly and Kayla over there. Holly was one of our best middles in the area last year, so we're expecting a lot of blocks out of her. We have Maddie Miner at the outside returning. She was our only freshman player last year, and she's improved immensely over the JO season, so we're looking forward to see what she can do as well. Lots of players that we've been watching at practice that are just have been doing so well all summer. It's going to be hard decisions for me to see who I'm going to put on the court every day.
All right, I'll come back to you after we talk to your players. I'll start right there to your right. Go ahead, grab a mic, make sure it's on. Introduce yourself, name, grade, and position you play.
My name's Izzy McCoon. I'm an upcoming senior, and I am a right side.
All right, Izzy, you're coming in, well-rounded athlete, play basketball as well, too. So coming in, defending champs, obviously everybody's going to come for you. You know that from basketball, too. But how do you handle that pressure?
You can't really take it personally because, Perry's a good program all around in all their sports. So we just have to go in with our own mindset and not really worry about what other people have to say about us and just focus on ourselves every game.
You lose Sammy DeBeese. Everybody knew who she was. Everybody game planned around her. They still couldn't stop her. She's gone. Where's the offense going to come from?
Well, we are going to miss Sammy on the offensive part, but I know Maddie Miner, she's right up there with her, and I know she can dominate. And Holly, she's a big powerhouse hitter, and we have a lot of people that are going to step it up.
What do you bring to the court?
I got to say my energy on the court and off the court will help us this season, because without energy, we kind of fall apart a little bit, but I think this year we can use it to our advantage.
Every time I talk to volleyball teams, we talk about that energy. Volleyball is a game of runs. It's easy when things are going well. Everybody's happy and smiling. But when things aren't going well, somebody has to step up and get girls, get the things going right. Who's going to be that player?
Well, we talk about every team having a hype man, and she's not at the table today, but I think Nadia Berg, she will be our hype man this season.
And then just nobody at the table, but who do you think is going to have that breakout year for Perry?
Well, probably Maddie Miner. As good as she was last year, I think she can take it to a new level, and we're going to be a great year this year.
All right, and then individually, what are you hoping to accomplish?
Well,
individual goals. Do you have any? Defend your title,
yes,
100 kills.
Defend our CVC title this year and win it outright and not tie it with anybody.
All right, sounds good. Let's move on down to your right. Go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and position. Up. There you go.
I'm Sarah Underwood. I'm a senior, and I'm also a right side.
All right. So obviously, again, you're losing the beast of the attack, but plenty of players left to step in and do that. Are you confident you can fill that role?
Yeah, just working hard at practice and keeping my head high is just all I can really do right now, and just having fun.
What is Coach expecting out of you this year?
I think he's expecting me to step up, have energy, and just show what I can do on the court.
Offensively, what's the key to success for Perry? I mean, how do you guys try to get the flow of the offense working, and when it's working well, what's the key?
I think we've been doing drills at practice, with our defense. So once we can get that pass up, and it'll just all flow together. We've been running plays, fast plays, try to trick the teams.
Everyone knew about Sammy. There's a couple other girls. Everyone knows about Maddie now, but
yeah.
Who's another player that might step up that nobody knows about yet?
I think Liv Foro over there, she's really good on the defensive side. She's battling for her position right now, but she's keeping her head high, having energy, showing what she can do, working hard at practice.
And then success, obviously, winning the conference, you want to do that. You want to win a sectional title, district title.
Yeah.
But there are other ways to define success. What are some of those for Perry?
Probably just energy, and then working hard, showing how we can take our mistakes with accountability and not letting it get to us. Just showing that we don't really let things get to us that much.
And what are your individual goals?
My individual goal is probably to get more blocks on the right side, because I have those big hitters on the outside from the other team. So trying to get more blocks this year, because that's always been a weakness of mine. So I've been working for that.
All right, good luck to you this year.
Thanks.
Let's pass that on to the right. Name, grade, and position.
Hi, I'm Kayla DeStolfo. I'm going to be a senior, and I'm a setter.
And the quarterback. All right.
Yeah.
A lot of pressure for the setters. How are you handling that?
I love it. I've been setting my whole life, and I really like controlling the offense and working with each of the hitters individually. I love it.
Your job's really easy when you have great hitters. Is your job easy this year?
Oh yeah, they make me look good. I always say Maddie and Holly are the two that I've been connecting with a lot this year, and it's just so much fun watching what they can do with my sets. I just put it up there and they kill it.
How do you decide where you're setting?
It depends on who. I feel like it's more about who's on like if Maddie's having a really good day, we obviously try to feed her, but we don't want to let the other team catch on to it. So I try to spread the ball around as much as possible.
How about when the other team has a really good block? How do you work around that?
Especially with like our middles, we try to like run different plays. We don't just run ones. We'll try to move around them, try to get where there's not as strong of a block.
All right. Do you have a backup setter, or
Yeah, so we have Kara Vitale, who's also a senior, and then we have Annalise Leflock, who's going to be a junior, and she kind of plays setter and like DS Libero.
So when things aren't going well for a setter, how do you fix it? Like, I mean, you get those little doubles sometimes, and that can get in your head. How do you self-correct?
I really rely on my teammates. They help me a lot. They'll tell me to get out of my head and to shake off the next play, and knowing that they have my back helps me.
And then how do you help a hitter get out of her head when she's not doing well?
I try to hype them up as much as possible. They miss a ball, I set them right again. I'm like, you got the next one. Like, it's not a big deal. Everyone makes mistakes.
Who's the next Sammy DeBeast?
I mean, Maddie's killing it. She always does.
All right.
Thank you.
On down the line, name, grade, and position.
My name is Holly Nadinik. I'm a senior, and I'm a middle block.
All right, so we're in the middle. So you get to handle some of the best hitters from the other side and put the ball down. So it's a fun position.
Mm-hmm.
What's your strength as a player?
I think one of my strengths is reading the other hitters, which just helps get the block up and be effective as getting tips and completely just getting a block.
What is going to be the key to Perry defending its title?
I think we've all talked about it, but I really think our energy is key, because when we get down, we get down. When we're up, we're completely fine. We're really up. So I think as long as we can even out our downs to get not as down, then we'll be okay.
Seniors, how many seniors do you have on your team?
9. We have 9.
9 seniors? Wow.
How
many did you have last year? 7. Okay. So how important is legacy to you? I mean, you guys, every senior class seems to have its own chapter, and you guys get to write your own. How important is that to you?
So to the seniors as a group, I think we all just want to leave positive energy. Like, everyone be able to look and be like, oh, yeah, that was a fun group. They were really positive. They were energetic. For me personally, same goals. Just want to be able to be seen as a leader on and off the court.
And then you talked a little bit about goals. What is your individual goal for the year?
I think playing-wise, it's to stay within the top however many of, like, getting blocks. And then personal goal, I think, is to be seen as a leader, especially to, like, even, like, the JV and freshman team, and just be approachable.
All right. Good luck to you this season. Coach, back to you to wrap it up. I saw your lineup for the alumni game. Who you got? Who you taking? Alumni or current?
I'm always going to take my girls here, so they're going to have a tough match, but I think they're going to take it.
What's the over/under?
Oh, I don't know about that. I think we'll take them in 4.
All right. No, I like your squad this year. I think you got it going.
It's a great team dynamic. Something we haven't had in the past. It's really good this year.
Good deal. All right. I appreciate you making a long trip over, and good luck this season.
Thank you, Steve.
All right. Have a good one. That was the Perry Pirates here defending their home turf at Media Day. Up next is the Geneva cross-country team. I believe they are here. Followed by the Harvey boys soccer team, Perry girls soccer, Perry boys golf, Edgewood boys soccer, Berkshire volleyball, and hopefully I get a break in there because I need to use the bathroom. I was supposed to have a break at 5:20, and oh no, I'm good still. No, I'm good. I can handle. I've got about 20 more minutes, and then I will have to go. But no, I'm good right now. All right. Geneva cross country, Coach Emily Long. I'm going to let you start, Coach. Just kind of introduce yourself and then just give us a little, expectations are always high over there at Geneva for cross country and track, and you do a great job. So I know you've got to be excited about your crew as you are every year. So give us a little rundown on what we can expect out of your crew. And make sure that switches up as always. It's on the other side. There you rotate. There you go.
Hi, I'm Coach Emily Long with Geneva Cross Country. I brought Luke McKinney, Owen Pfeiffer, Grace Dubsky, Maya Evangelista, and Maggie Moon with me today. We've had a great summer of training, so I'm really excited about our season. You know, we lost a few seniors that put a little hole in there, but the way these guys have worked all summer long, I'm pretty excited about what's going to happen for our season. So we're ready to tackle War on the Shore and sort of show everybody where we're at for the season.
I like that War on the Shore. We were just talking to Edgewood. It's kind of like a rivalry match because it's like a lot of those Ashtabula schools, and you guys like to duke it out a little bit.
It's a sort of a grueling course. I always tell them it's a rite of passage to be able to do it for 4 years and come out
All the girls are like, no, that's not. No, I don't like it.
So we go and practice there just so they have to do that hill 6-7 times before they actually race it. So yeah, we're definitely excited for this season.
Great. Class-wise, I mean, senior heavy, younger kids?
We have a lot of younger kids. I think we have 2 boys seniors and 3 girl seniors this year. So yeah, that's a little low. One of them is Connor Boland, though. So, we sort of talk him into doing cross country, even though that's not his thing. We thought he was going to be here with us today, but he's a little camera shy, I guess, today.
All right. Well, I'll come back to you, Coach. After we talk, I'll start with the girls down there to the camera left. Go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and if you've run a 5K, or I don't know if you're freshmen, if you've run a 5K, give me your PR.
I'm Maggie Moon. I'm a junior, and my PR is a 22:09. Last year at Madison Districts is where I got it.
So that's the right time to hit your PR. Yes, so good. So coming into junior year, how excited are you?
I'm very excited. I've been putting in a lot of work this summer, trying to improve my times, improve endurance and all that, and be ready for this season.
Geneva, like I said, expectations are always high. Mm-hmm. Coach does a great job. The legacy, the culture of the program is strong. How much has that impacted you as a runner?
It impacts a lot. It's nice to have a coach that runs with you. It's not just a coach standing on the side cheering on and you're struggling. Like, she's actually going through all the pain with you. So it's very encouraging. Like, you're not doing it alone.
War on the Shore, you were one of the ones shaking your head. It's a love-hate relationship, isn't it?
It is a love-hate relationship. Going into it, you're dreading it, but afterwards, you feel accomplished.
Well, that's running in general. Yeah. It's like, oh, you hate doing it, but when you're done, it's one of those things like, oh, yes. Yeah. But so this year, what are you hoping to accomplish?
PR, do good for the team, anything anyone would want to do.
Aside from the kids at the table here, who's going to have the breakout year for Geneva?
Honestly, senior we have, Serenity. She's really been putting in the work this summer. Consistency, she's had it. So I feel like she's going to have some good times coming this year.
Everyone at the table is probably too young for this except for Coach Long. You're probably a Seinfeld fan. Serenity now. Yeah. You're going to say that over and over, aren't you? All right, let's pass that to your left. Go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and PR if you've run 5K.
Hello, I'm Maya.
Hi. It's on.
Okay, I'm Maya Evangelista. I'm in 11th grade, and my PR is a 1959, and it was also on the Madison course, except it wasn't at Districts. It was before that.
Okay, so at least you're comfortable on that course, so maybe you'll get it this year at Districts.
Maybe, if it's not rainy. It's always rainy, and then you go into it and you're like, okay, I'm going to try my best, and then it just doesn't happen sometimes. But you got to get over that, overcome.
Northeast Ohio weather isn't kind to cross country. You start out in weather like this, and you're like, oh, it's so hot and brutal.
20
and then
minutes later, it's like hailing, snowing, everything, all the above.
So junior year, what have you learned as a runner? I mean, starting out, I don't know if you started 7th grade or 9th grade, whatever, but what have you learned as a runner?
Okay, overall, I've basically learned that I'm very injury prone. However, you have to do things to overcome that, like keep practicing with Miss Long over here, Coach Long. It's fun practicing, and I like getting better. Like every practice, I feel myself getting better. And the last time I was injured was, I think, last year. Like I went through the whole track season, and I'm really looking forward to this season and not being hurt.
I'm an outsider, so I recognize the culture and the legacy of Geneva. Do you guys see that from within? Did you know about that when you joined the program?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of there's team bonding going on now, but we kind of look up to like a lot of the older girls, like girls from 2019, like Brittany Uveni. Like we always see their records and we're like, oh, I wanna do that. But so we try really hard.
So they do inspire you.
Yeah.
Okay. What are you looking to accomplish this year?
For me, I kind of just like to run. I like to push myself. I don't really have anything in mind. The goal is always to PR, but just kind of just go for it. Just go hard every single time.
Give me a breakout runner. From Geneva, someone that you think.
Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah, and someone that's you think's gonna have a breakout year.
There's this girl in our grade. Her name's Hannah Costello, and she also does volleyball at the same time as cross. But every time we run together, it's like she's really like putting her best foot forward in both sports, and I think that's gonna help her.
Okay, sounds good. Good luck to you this season. Name, grade, and PR.
Hi, I'm Grace Stupski. I'm a junior, and my PR is 2009, and I also ran it at the Madison Invitational. So you can tell it's a good course for sure.
Exactly, and it's also the right time to peak, so that's good. What developing as a runner, you obviously did that. I mean, you're peaking at the right time, but what have you learned as a runner, just, going from freshman year to now, and even from the beginning of a season to districts?
I definitely have a lot of trouble with the mental aspect of it all. So I've just learned, like, I need to focus more on having fun and try to enjoy it, because if you're worried about every race, you're going to end up not doing good because you're so worried about it. So just take a deep breath, enjoy it, and then you'll end up doing even better.
What do you like the most about cross country?
Being done. That's fun.
You're the first one that answered it exactly the way I would. I ask it and everyone's like, oh, well, I like the struggle and the challenge. But I'm like, oh, but the finish. It's like you get done. That's the first time that someone's answered it correctly in my eyes.
It's definitely fun bonding with the team, but even being done, like once you're finished, you feel really accomplished. Oh, I have to do this again in a week, but we're done for today.
That is awesome. But yes, there is so much to like about cross country. The relationships, the mental toughness that you develop. But yes, that's correct. What are you looking to accomplish this year? Do you have a goal in mind?
I like to be sub 20, and then for districts and regionals, I'd like to get a higher placement than I did last year. I like to just try to keep improving a little bit each year. Maybe one year I'll make it to state. Just keep improving little by little.
Coach said you guys have, a lot of young kids, and you're one of those veterans now. What are you hoping the young kids learn from you?
Well, we do have a lot of young kids this year, so I'm just hoping if they see us all working hard, and they have been starting to follow after us more, they'll see, oh, we got to work hard, and it'll still be fun, and we can do good as a team.
All right, and good luck to you this year. Let's go work our way over to the boys over there.
Hello, my name is Owen Pfeiffer. I'm a junior, and my PR is a 1920 at CVC.
All right, so you're one of the ones that likes to thrive at the conference meet, so that's good. So, coming into this year, you got anything in mind that you're trying to accomplish?
I would like to PR by hopefully a couple minutes maybe, and just lead the team, lead the younger guys to keep the culture going that I've experienced the past couple years that I've been running.
That's one of my buzzwords. You must have watched on Tuesday when I talked about I was going to bring a little siren every time someone talked about culture. I'm going to have this little siren go off because I love culture and legacy. But, especially going back a couple years when Coach Long's son was here, he talked about that and what it meant to him when he was a younger runner, and they had guys like that, and just what it meant. What did you learn from the older guys that helped you as a runner?
I just learned, having fun, always cheering on your teammates, pushing them to run harder, and then in return they'll push you to run harder, and everyone will just start improving.
How have you developed as a runner, both physically and then also mentally? Because sometimes that mental game is a little bit harder than the physical part.
Yeah, I've just learned patience, and like everything comes with time. You have to slowly improve, and you just have to work as hard as you can.
Give me a male breakout runner you think's going to have a great year this year.
I'd say Luke McKinney. He had a great year last year, and I'd say he's going to have another great year this year.
All right, pass that on over to the right, and go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and PR.
I'm Luke McKinney.
The breakout runner.
I'm a junior, and my PR is a 17:58.
That doesn't sound like a breakout runner. You're already kind of there. Maybe you can get a little bit better, but yeah. What what are you hoping to accomplish this season?
School record, which is 16:20. 16:20.
16:20. Who holds that now? That was recent. 20? 2 years ago?
Yeah.
2020. Yeah. All right. So you're not too far off. What's it going to take for you to get there? Besides trimming a couple of minutes, a minute and a half, but obviously that's the obvious part, but it's a lot of hard work. How do you taper your training or tailor your training for that?
Just staying healthy, because all this last track season I've been struggling with weak quads causing knee injury. So I've been trying to strengthen my quads and get them stronger so I'm not injured for this season.
How much does it mean to you to be a part of this culture of Geneva that has just meant so much to so many people, and even outside of it, just the cross country community as a whole? Geneva's kind of one of those upper echelon programs.
It means a lot. I want to be one of the top guys in this program, this culture. So if I could have the younger kids look up to me, it'd mean a lot to me. Yeah.
Who's your breakout runner this year?
I'm gonna go with Patrick McKinney, little brother, as long as he's healthy.
All right. Sounds good. Coach, back to you. We can fill in some blanks. You got a lot of young kids that maybe we haven't mentioned. Anyone you're looking forward to seeing on the course this year?
I never like to pick one individual kid out. Obviously, the ones I brought with me today, I feel are our top runners right now. Like I said, all of these guys, he sort of played down what he's done, but all of them have worked extremely hard this summer. Owen used to play soccer and run cross. He's just focusing on cross and kicking for our football team this year. So I think that rest of not trying to do both, he's just, you talk about 2 minutes, I think it's going to happen really easily for him. And all these girls, they've been in the weight room, they've been running all summer. So definitely a lot of good things right there. We have one girl that just started with us a couple days ago. She's going to do volleyball and run, Riley Andrusis, and I don't think she has any idea after 2 days of running how good she can be. So that would be the one out of everyone that I think no one has any idea of what she can do, and she has no idea. So that would be the one person I would be like, that may be a surprise to everyone on the team.
Excellent. Well, I appreciate you all being here. It's always fun to watch Geneva at the meets because you guys all have so much fun, and I think that stems from Coach Long because she's always smiling, at least when I see her. Maybe at practice she's yelling and screaming, but I don't see it. But glad to have you here and look forward to seeing you on the course. Good luck to you this season. All right, that was the Geneva Eagles cross-country teams here at CVC Fall Sports Media Day. Up next, we've got the Harvey Red Raiders boys soccer team. Head coach Natalie Sisler, one of my favorites, always does a great job over there with the program, has taken it to new heights, and is also one of the best coaches in sending information and reporting on her guys and getting them the promotion and recognition they deserve. So I always appreciate that from a media perspective. So whenever I can, I give her the shout out. So she deserves it. So Coach, glad to have you here. Glad to see you and your guys. So grab that microphone and go ahead, introduce yourself, and give me a little elevator pitch on what we can expect out of the Red Raiders this season. Yep, flip that up and you're good to go.
All right. Well, hi. Thanks for having us. We appreciate you doing all the media coverage that you do. I brought with me two of my senior captains, goalkeeper Don Torres and Jonathan Orozco, and then two juniors, Elian Bustos and Kevin Fonseca with me. As far as elevator pitch-wise, I would say this season our team is very hungry coming off of last season, our historic and successful season that we had. They're just excited to get back out there and hopefully do even better, make a deeper run in the playoffs, and definitely I think our biggest goal is to win CVCs for sure this year.
The program has been winning big games, big matches, taking it to new heights. How much has that inspired the kids to put in work and train harder, recruit new kids in from the hallways and get more kids out to play and just to add more to the legacy that they're creating?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely helps when you're obviously when you're winning, it helps. And this group of guys have just built upon that from middle school and beyond. A lot of them I've coached since they were in 7th grade and even earlier, and they've stuck with the program and kind of bought into our ideas and our plan as a whole. And I would say this year, hopefully, especially like you just mentioned about getting other guys that have not played with us in past seasons, I think that's going to help us a lot this year too, because we have a couple new guys coming in that haven't played with us to help out our heavy junior and senior class that we have coming in.
Have you seen a change in, I want to say confidence, I don't want to say arrogance, but, walking a little bit taller just because of the success that they've experienced?
Yeah, I would say they have a much stronger mental toughness overall. They go into, I would say, every game knowing that they definitely have a chance to win that game, when I think before, in past years, I don't think that's always been a mentality at Harvey, and I think that's something that's definitely changing for sure.
Yeah, and I know the outside perception has changed, where it used to be, we're playing Harvey, that's a win. Now it's, we're playing Harvey, and that's changed. So
yes, it definitely has. It makes it harder sometimes to schedule games now, for sure.
Absolutely.
But we're excited, and we got a tough off-season schedule as well as their CVC schedule, so we're looking forward to it.
So now you get to challenge the guys a little bit more. So good. All right, I'm going to start all the way to the left. So grab a microphone and make sure that black switch is in the up position. Go ahead and start by introducing yourself, name, grade, and position.
Hi, I'm Adon Torres. I'm a senior, and I'm goalkeeper.
Talk to me about your freshman year compared to now and just how things around the program have changed.
Well, since my freshman year, we also had a really good team our freshman year, but I feel like we weren't putting in the effort. But I think it just started growing out as more as we started going. And I feel more confident now as a senior than I did as a freshman. So
yeah, obviously as the wins come and that confidence grows, everyone around you gets a little more confident. But your chest, you puff your chest out a little bit more. And yeah. As a goalkeeper, how have you grown?
Well, that wasn't really my first position growing up. I was a midfielder, but then I think one of our goalkeepers got injured, so I just hopped in, and ever since I just fell in love with it, and I just kept working over the summer with obviously these guys and the team, and they helped me improve a lot.
You're going to be a senior, so this is your last year. You're going to graduate, and you've got a legacy already. People are going to remember your senior class for what you've accomplished. You get to add to that legacy. What do you hope to add? What chapter do you hope to add?
I don't know. Maybe just being one of the best goalkeepers that Harvey has ever had, if not the best goalkeeper that Harvey has had.
Coming up as a freshman, sophomore, I imagine there were some older guys on the team that you looked up to, and you learned from them. What do you hope that the younger guys learn from you?
I don't know. Just be more confident behind the post, and just be more aggressive, and don't be scared to shout at your players, and just be more outgoing during games.
Is there a backup goalie or even a JV goalie that you work with?
His name's Tony.
Okay, so he's a guy that he's going to take your spot next year. So what are you hoping he learns from you?
I don't know, just being more comfortable diving, talking more. Just hope he can work on that during the season.
What's your goal for your senior year?
Just winning CVCs and getting as far as we can in the playoffs. Maybe winning states.
That'd be awesome, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
All right. Pass that microphone to your left. Go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
I'm Jonathan Orozco, and I play center defense.
All right, so you're his best friend then, right? You're his last line of defense, protecting him. You make him look good, right?
Yeah.
So all of his success is you're up to you, right? Yeah. All right. So what's it been like for you, this little ride that you guys have been on, all the success you guys have had over the last few years?
It's nice, especially since I've played varsity since my freshman year. I've really seen the team, like, grow as it goes. You know, it was kind of rough my freshman year playing as a freshman, too, with older people. But, I mean, now that I look back to it now, like you said, it's like teams they want to play us now. You know, we want to play teams, too. We're more confident. I like it.
What does it mean to you to have changed the culture at Harvey, to go from a team that people used to think was an easy game to now, oh, it's Harvey, we're going to be tested?
It's nice. It is nice because we used to go like on the field, you know, not knowing if we were going to win or lose, you know. So now it's just nice that people like, I mean, I know it could happen, you know. It's just how hard you put your work in, but, I mean, at least we got them now. I'm really confident going into this season.
Your success has trickled down too. Like I talked to the softball team, and they're having a similar growth, and it followed your success. And I was talking to the volleyball team earlier, and they're starting to believe that they can turn their program around. And so your success is kind of, you know, it's hitting the other programs, and so it's not just changing the culture of your program, you're changing the culture of your school. What does that mean to you when people are going to look back in 20 years and say, wow, that soccer team changed Harvey?
I mean, it's going to feel good. It always feels good because, I mean, at least I was there, you know, when it wasn't too good. So now at least now when I'm here and we're doing good, at least I can say, like, you know, all you got to do is put work into it, you know, because that's all it is. If you don't work hard, you're not really going to get to where you want to be. And we did. Now we did.
What's your goal for this year?
My goal? To go deep into playoffs and win CVCs. We had a good run last year, but I think we could go farther this year.
I think you can too. Good luck.
All right, thank you.
All right, you're up, sir. Go ahead, grab that microphone, introduce yourself. Name, grade, and position.
Hello, I'm Liam Bustos, and I play center mid.
Center mid. So you get to do a little bit of everything, right? Offense, defense?
Yeah, a little bit of everything. You know, scoring goals too, yep.
Scoring goals. Yeah. Everybody smiles when they talk about scoring goals. I like the guy that smiles when he protects the goalie, though. I'm a defensive guy. I like the, you know. What is Coach expecting out of you this year?
Just to control the whole game, you know, like that's what center mid's doing. Just like be the one who controls the whole game, you know, talks to everyone, and just like be the one to count on there.
What's it like playing for a female coach?
I mean, yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, it's like, you know, I don't really like. She's a good coach and everything. You know, we've grown.
She can yell at you though, right?
Yeah.
I don't think she takes it easy on you guys.
No, she doesn't. But I mean, that's good though, because you know we improve, and that's how we improve.
What has been the key to the success of this program?
Honestly, working hard is the main thing, you know, because we work every practice, you know, like we work, you know, like put in every practice, yeah.
You guys were the underdog a few years ago. Everyone took you lightly. You're not the underdog anymore. People don't overlook you. Is that good or bad?
It could be a little bit of both, you know. It could be good, but then it could be bad. But, you know, it feels good that people know, like, how good we are and, like, that we're not the underdogs no more.
You started winning games, and they were games, you know, started winning games maybe you thought you probably should have always been winning, but then you started beating the good teams. What was that like?
It feels good, you know. It feels good because back, you know, I wasn't really there because my freshman year, I feel like our team was really good. But, you know, when I was, like, you know, a middle schooler and I saw the team play, you know, like, there was teams that, you know, I think they could have beat and everything. But now, like, now that we're better now, like, we beat the teams like, oh, okay, like, you know, we're just better now, you know.
When you were younger players, you looked up to the older kids. You've got the younger players now. What do you hope they're learning from you?
Well, just honestly, just to continue and like keep going on the team and just like to continue on doing what we're doing and hopefully even better.
And what's your goal for this season?
For sure to win CVC and go, you know, as far as we can in playoffs. Hopefully win districts, finals, and then even go further from there.
Outstanding. All right, pass that on to the gentleman to your left. Go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
Hi, I'm Kevin Fonseca. I'm a forward.
and I'm a junior this year.
Another goal scorer, right?
Yeah, another goal scorer.
Talk to me about the key to your offense. What fuels the success there?
I mean, we communicate really well up top. We know how to pass the ball. We've been playing with each other for a long time. So we know how each other play. We know what runs we do, and that's the strong part about our offense. We
got 4 talented gentlemen at the table here. Who are some of the guys that aren't here that people are going to hear about this year?
Brandon Torres, Abraham Torres. We have a lot of kids that are really, really good in the team that we need more credit for them, you know.
What's it going to take for this team to achieve all of its goals?
Hard work, for sure. Putting hard work in practice, trying our best, never give up. And that's the main thing. You know, we need to communicate with each other really well, put in hard work, and that's the key.
When things are going well in a game, it's easy. Guys are all having fun, smiling, laughing, patting each other on the back. When things aren't going well, it can get frustrating. Who's the guy that gets things right again? Who's the guy that's going to be the cheerleader to get everybody to get back to refocus and turn things around?
Obviously, we all try to keep our heads up, but the main one is Adan. Adan Torres, our goalkeeper, because he's the one that controls the whole game. He's the one that tells us what to do.
He was the one that was talking about yelling at everybody.
Yeah, exactly. He's obviously our captain. We have to listen to him, whatever he says. So, and you know,
he's also got the biggest arms, so I think that's why everyone listens to him. So. What kind of goals do you have for yourself this year?
Obviously, to go far in playoffs, to win CVCs, and to have many goals and assists. So I just want the team to succeed this year, and I'm pretty sure we're going to do that this year. I'm confident.
I'm confident, too.
Yeah.
You guys are a good group. Good luck to you. All right, Coach, back to you. Coach, everybody wants to win. Everybody enjoys success, but I have to imagine the run that you've had, the success that you've had with this group, and turning around a program that has kind of been forgotten a little bit has been rewarding.
I mean, yeah, it definitely is. Coming from when I first came in, just the struggles of making sure guys came to every practice, and we're, trying to work at every practice and kind of instilling that mentality to now when, if I have to cancel a practice, they're all like mad that we're not going to be able to practice. We had a great off season. We got a ton of guys that show up every day for practice, even when it's not mandatory. So it's just great to be able to see those things that originally when implementing were very difficult to now it's just, it's the way that Harvey is and the way our program is.
I've enjoyed watching it. I appreciate your success on many levels just because I like that underdog story. I don't think you're underdogs anymore, but I still enjoy it. I root for you all the time, and I wish you continued success. You deserve it. And like I said, I really love the coaches that make my job easier, and you do. So I appreciate that, and good luck this season. Appreciate you being here.
All right, thank you. We appreciate it.
Thanks. That's the Harvey Red Raiders here, the boys soccer team out here at the CVC Fall Sports Media Day. This is our East version. The end is near. We're down to about 7 or 8 more teams. As the Perry girls soccer team is up next. The defending Valley Division champions, undefeated in conference play, 6-0 last year. Coach of the year and probably the most dynamic player in the conference, and a freshman who is now a sophomore, and probably the best goalkeeper who is wasn't a goalkeeper before last year, right? It was first year as a goalkeeper, so she's back. So we've got the Perry Pirates girls soccer team up next. Looks like we've got a coach and an assistant coach and a senior now. Hard to believe she's a senior. So, Coach, I'm going to start with you. Go ahead, introduce yourself, and give us the elevator pitch. What can we expect out of the Pirates this season? Flip your little black switch. There you go.
I'm Rich Stavar, and we don't know what you're going to be able to expect from us this year. We're awfully young. We graduated 8 seniors. We've graduated 6 starters. So we don't know. We don't know yet. We're untested.
It was a heck of a run last year, and I have to assume that 8 senior that class of 8 seniors had a big part. Jordan Rowan also had a big part. But you return her, you return a great goalkeeper, so you have to at least be optimistic, I would assume.
Yeah, we are. We're optimistic, but we'll see what happens. We're going to open up tomorrow night. I think we'll have a better idea of how the season's going to go after tomorrow. After we play Orange the following week, and we have a Hudson team coming in on Saturday of next week. So I think that'll tell us, what we're made of.
With that turnover, any changes, or are you still kind of running the same system, anything like that? Or are you trying some new styles with some younger players, some inexperience?
Right now we're running the same. We're going to use the same style of play that we've used the last couple of years, but we'll probably mix things up a little bit as we see how the younger players adapt to it.
When you've got a player like Jordan Rowan, I have to imagine you're going to do whatever you can to get the ball to her as often as you can.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I think other people will try to keep us from getting the ball to Jordan, so we'll have to be prepared for that too. We've been working on what to do when they decide to double team her or triple team her. We think we'll be prepared for that, but we'll see.
I had the pleasure of watching Erica Chippa for the last 4 years and watching teams try to double and triple and quadruple team her, and it doesn't always work, and sometimes it slowed her down, but she still found a way, and I imagine Jordan will be very similar because they're very similar players, and when you've got an elite talent like that, there's not much you can do to slow them down, but they're fun to watch regardless. So.
Yeah, I agree. I think you can try to slow them down. Sooner or later, they're going to burn you.
All right, well, let's move on to your assistant coach there. And, Coach, go ahead and introduce yourself and give us your perspective on this year's squad.
My name is Michelle Carino. I've been with Perry Soccer for about 15, 16 years with Coach Stavar, so it's been quite a ride. These last year especially was a fantastic season, and we hope to continue it this year. We hope to win the CVC in our division again this year, and we think we have a good chance to do it. We have, obviously, you spoke about Jordan Rowan, and when you have a player like that, you can, always, you're very optimistic for the season, for sure. And we have some young talent that's coming up that have been in our program in the middle school for the last couple of years, and they've been coming to summer practices, so they're, pretty good little soccer players for freshmen, and we hope to get some good minutes from them. And obviously our returning players are going to be, they've been playing varsity for, 3, some 4 years. So this is their 4th year. So it hope to be a good season again.
All right. What do you see? I mean, obviously, I know the answer, Jordan Rowan, but the strength of this year's team, what in your eyes, what your perspective?
I think that the players that have been around get along very well, and there's good camaraderie, and they like to play together, and they're unselfish players, and they're willing to pass and work for each other, and they want to win, and I think that just the atmosphere, they're all nice kids, and they're all happy to be there. They come, they work hard, and they're just good kids. They're good kids to be around.
One of the things I talked to Coach Braddock at Kirtland about over the past 4 years, too, is when you have a player like Erica Chippa or Jordan Rowan, sometimes the other players get a little comfortable saying, oh, watch Erica, and they forget, oh, I've got to be part of this too, and they get a little complacent. And so especially now you've got all this turnover, and so you've got these young players, you've got to make sure that they know that they've got to get involved too. So how do you get that activity going?
Well, that's what our struggle has been this summer. We see that at some of our practices, so we have to put some touch restrictions during some of the practices on Jordan so that other people can learn how to work around her and how to work with her and where to go when she has the ball, how to help her out and support her. So that's for sure been something we've been working on this summer.
All right. Lily, go ahead and grab a microphone there and introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
I'm Lillian Augustine. I'm going to be a senior this year. For the past, I would say 2 years, I learned how to become a goalkeeper, and I actually like being a goalkeeper now. And I also play midfield, but I would definitely say playing in the field is more of what I would like to do. It's still fun being a goalkeeper.
Are you back in goal this year? Are you gonna?
Yep, I've actually am returning in goal, and I'll be playing on the field this year. Hopefully, we have to see how it turns out, but I don't mind playing wherever I need to play.
I know it's a new season, so I don't want to look too much at last year, but that had to be a fun ride. I'd be remiss not to revisit it, to discuss it, and ask you how much fun you had just kind of going out and winning that conference title.
That was awesome. Like, Perry Soccer has never won a title, so just to be a part of that with, like, really great team, it's, like, really fun just to be there and have fun. We have really good team chemistry, and we all know how to work well together and play hard.
And I mean, you've won conference titles with softball, so that's not new to you. Perry Volleyball's won titles, so it's not new to the school that the girls are winning things. But for soccer, it was very exciting and new. So yeah, that was thrilling. But so now there's a lot of turnover. You're that grizzled veteran. What's it been like breaking in a bunch of new players?
Well, we actually have really strong upcoming players, and I think the more that they're working hard, we work hard over the summer every single day, they're definitely going to find themselves like a really good home in soccer for the next couple of years. And they would love just to be there. I love coming over the summer. It's like I love getting up at 6:45, well, we had to be there at 6:45, but just to be on the field to get your day going, that's the best part.
Offensively, Perry's going to be okay.
Yeah.
Jordan Rowan's, you're going to be okay. Defensively, you're in charge. What's going to take place there? You've got to get everybody right. How's that all coming together?
So it's going pretty good. We definitely lost a few strong players, but the people we have coming up are right there with it. Like, as a goalkeeper, I help them out where they need to be, and I definitely think we're not going to be missing anything this year. So it's still going to be a strong defensive line.
Give me some names. Who are some players you think are going to have a breakout year?
So I think Abby Bartlett, and then she's a freshman, but she has a really strong foot. I think Adriana Polzer, she has a really strong foot. Like, at practice, it's like that's really good for a young incoming freshman. So
what's going to be the key to defending that Valley Division title?
Definitely, I think our offensive line needs we work together really well. So just the chemistry we're going to have is going to be the key to win everything, I think. And just to pull it all together. And I would say teamwork is definitely there.
And as I kind of mentioned, with great players, some of the other players kind of get complacent. As a senior leader, how are you going to kind of make sure that they understand they have a role too, and we can't just say, oh, let Jordan do her thing. We all have to play our part.
Yeah, we definitely all have to work together, and we've been practicing that, and it's been working really well. I mean, we definitely kind of back off of Jordan because we're kind of scared of her. She's really good. She's quick. She'll beat you too to the spot. So we just got to work together and play our game.
The other upside to having a great player like that is she's going to test your defense. And so in practice, your defense is likely seeing the best player they're going to see. So they're getting some really good work against a great player.
Yeah.
So hopefully they're getting some good work. And while it really, it hurts them a little bit, they're giving up these goals, they're also getting some good practice in too.
Yes, it definitely prepares them for our competition we'll be facing this year.
Yeah, they definitely won't see anyone like that on the opposing team.
Probably not. That's why it'll just make us stronger and even better.
Good. What kind of goals do you have for your senior year?
I definitely just want to make this one my best year yet and just have fun. That's what it's all about. To not even be nervous and just have a good team chemistry and just have fun.
All right. Coach, back to you. You got to hear from your senior goalkeeper who hopes to play a little bit of midfield this year too, and hopefully she gets that opportunity a few times. But what do you see as some of the keys to victory for your squad?
I think Lily covered most of those. I think the chemistry of the team, the willingness to play for one another. And not necessarily for their coaches or for the fans, but can they learn to can the young kids learn how to play for one another. Definitely getting the ball to Miss Rowan is key. But we have a couple of other kids who can step up. She mentioned Miss Polzer. She has great instincts off the ball. We have a number of kids who have great instincts off the ball, and can we get the ball to them in the right spot at the right time? I think those are going to be keys for us.
Outstanding. All right, well, I appreciate you making the long trip out here to Media Day, and congrats on that title list last year, and good luck this season. Appreciate it. That was the defending champion Perry girls soccer team. Won the Valley Division title last year. Up next, we've got the Perry boys golf team up here at Media Day, live from Perry High School, brought to you on CVC TV, which is presented by Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery. On deck is Edgewood's boys soccer team, followed by Berkshire's volleyball team, and then I'll get a break finally. Step on up, gentlemen. All right. Perry boys golf. Coach, I'm going to let you start off. Introduce yourself and then give us a little elevator pitch. You guys got started this week. Just kind of give us what you expect out of your squad this season. Flip that little black switch on that microphone and
My name's Coach Gardina. I'm 6th year as the head varsity coach for golf. This season, we started out hot. We won the Bronco Invitational on Tuesday. We were 5th overall in the Chagrin and Valley on Monday. We played some stiff competition today and yesterday versus Hawken and Chagrin. But I like this team. They're hungry to win. They play well together. They push each other. And I'm just looking forward to a great season coaching them.
Winning a tournament's always fun. I mean, there's a ton of competition, no matter what tournament it is, and you need so many good things to happen, and obviously it all came together for you. And what can that do for your squad when it all comes together like that?
Well, it was the first time ever we had a playoff to win a tournament.
Oh, so you had a little added drama.
A little extra sugar at the end there. It was really nice. So we had a scramble, and we won with the last stroke against Edgewood. Great team they are. And you know what it did for us is it gave us confidence. It gave us confidence that we are a good team. We have 3 returning varsity letter winners from last year, and we have a senior down there, Mr. Cubison, who'll talk later, a freshman, and our sophomore who came in to help us this year. And they're hungry to win, and I'm looking forward to see what we could do this year.
Outstanding. I'll come back to you after we talk to the guys. Well, let's start right there to your right. Grab that microphone. Make sure your black switch is up. Introduce yourself, name, grade, and if you got a number, 1 through 5 or whatever, if you've got that, if you know where you're at, or if you guys are competing, it doesn't matter. But just go ahead and introduce yourself, name and grade.
I'm Garrett Rupert. I'm a junior this year, and us 3 are the top 3 here. We're all pretty close.
Just battling it all out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. We've had some tough matches so far, only 2, but we're hoping to get some momentum going forward.
Obviously, a CVC tough golf conference, and you see some great teams, some great golfers. How does that help you elevate your game and just stay focused and try and play your best?
Well, we're definitely in the tougher side of conference, I'd say. But between Chagrin, Hawken, and Orange, we get some good competition in there, and their head guys they're pretty good golfers, so we try to use that and elevate ourselves, and just our competitiveness helps us to try to shoot what they're shooting, and hopefully we'll go lower than usual.
Yeah, it doesn't give you a whole lot of. There's not a lot of margin for error when you're competing against those guys. So when you're talking about like the CVC tournament, it's you 5th overall. That's pretty darn good when you look at the conference. So it's, but when you're competing in that conference, you go out. You get the sectionals and the talents spread out a little bit. You feel a little better about yourself because you've been competing against such good teams. But developing as a golfer from freshman year to now, how confident are you that you're on the right track to where you want to be?
I'm definitely going on a scale upward here because my freshman year I was averaging around 54, 55, and it's gone down quite a bit since then. So I'm definitely getting better, working every day. All of us are. Alex Dame here, he's improved a lot since last year as well, and our squad's looking pretty good this year.
What's your goal for the season?
My goal is hopefully our team can get a good amount of wins and then see what can happen in sectionals. Anything can happen. So try to put some good rounds together and get out of there as a team.
What do you think the strength of your game is?
My game personally?
Mm-hmm.
My iron play is pretty good. Driver can have some inconsistencies, but usually pretty straight. The putting we're working on that right now. We're working on that.
I think everybody today, talking to all the golfers, everybody putting.
Yeah.
And I know that's the worst part of my game too. But I guess every part of my game is equally bad. But if I had to pick one, it's putting. But
yeah, up and downs are crucial at this stage. So the more of those you can get, the better off you'll be.
Absolutely. Do you have a goal in mind? I mean, whether it's breaking a certain number or getting to districts or even state or anything like that?
I'm hoping to get to districts. If we can make it as a team, that would be great. If not, got to put together a pretty solid round individually.
It's tough.
Yeah,
it's tough to get out individually. There's so many good golfers, and yeah. All right. Let's move on to your right there. Go ahead, introduce yourself, name, grade, and we'll get on to it.
I'm Alex Dame. I'm a sophomore this year. Like you said, we're all pretty close for top 3 on varsity. My average is much better than last year. I'm definitely improving in my game. My goal would be probably to be below 45 at the end of the year and hopefully make it out, like you said, as a team. That'd be great. So.
You played a lot of varsity last year, right, as a freshman?
Yeah, I was on varsity pretty much the whole year.
Yeah.
Last year.
Little nerve-wracking there, being a freshman.
Yeah, it felt good though to make the team. I had a goal. I wanted to make the team freshman year. Just played all summer, and then this year I played a lot and just tried to improve as much as possible.
How much more confident are you this year, having that year of experience under your belt?
Definitely feeling much better this year. Like he said, we're starting off the year pretty good. Definitely the tournament win felt good, especially with the team. I mean, that was huge.
Golf's kind of hard because it's basically an individual sport. Your teammates on a hole in front of you, behind you, and if you run into trouble, it's your coach might be 3 or 4 holes away, and you got to make decisions on your own. How do you kind of manage the course when you're in that situation?
I mean, I know my teammates are doing good, so I just try and play my game. Just play smart. I mean, don't go risky. Just try and shoot. Bogey golf, honestly, isn't too bad golf, but obviously you want to try and be below that. So
that's the mental side of it is important, and sometimes that's where guys, it's more important than the physical aspect of it. Is when should you be aggressive? How do you manage that part of it where your score, you're kind of teetering on, well, if I make this shot I might finish a little bit better than, or win medalist honors or make a tournament cut, or that type of thing. How do you manage that?
Definitely not having bad holes affect me is also huge, and then just depending on how I'm hitting every club that day, just kind of influences what I do on that hole. Like if it's like a short par 4 and driver's feeling good, I'll go driver. But I mean, if not, I'll just try and lay up and then play safe from there.
How much does it help that you guys are so close together? Sometimes some teams have a really good golfer and, the other guys are just, really spread out afar. You're not learning anything from the other guys. Here you've got a chance to learn from each other. How much does that help you?
That helps a lot. Definitely being close. It feels good. I mean, yeah, we're a team and we want to all play good, but we're also trying to beat out one another and see who can shoot better. So, obviously we all want to be number 1, but if we're just going back and forth,
someone has to have bragging rights.
Yeah, for sure.
What's your goal for the season?
Goal for the season would definitely be to be below 45, and as he said, make it as a team would be awesome. If we could all go to sectionals, in districts, that'd be huge. So.
All right. Good luck to you this season. Let's move on to your right there. Go ahead and name and grade.
I'm Jake Cubison. I'm a senior. This is my first year playing. As they said, we're all pretty close, 1, 2, and 3. but I think they know who the real one is.
There it is. I love the smack talk. I love it.
I joined this year, and I mean, so far it's one of the best decisions I've had of high school. I already regret not playing since my freshman year. These guys, I can tell we're going to be a family by the end of the year, and I'm loving it so far.
Had you played just for fun prior, or you just picked up a club this year?
When I was younger, I used to go play with my dad and my brother. I played in a few tournaments, and I've always had a club in my hand, but I took a few years off and decided my senior year I'll just come back and play.
There was a girl from one of the teams earlier. She just started playing this year, and she's shooting 46.
Oh, wow.
I cheat and I don't shoot 46. It's like I'm like taking 4 mulligans and I don't shoot 46. So it's crazy that these kids are coming out there. But yeah, that's awesome that you're already hitting those little numbers. What's been the key to your success already?
Before tryouts, me and Garrett, we'd go play. He'd teach me some things, working on my short game, and shaved a lot of strokes off my score. So that's been helping.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get that short game down, that helps a lot.
Yeah,
and just playing smart, too, like these guys already said. And I don't play smart either. That's part of it. I try to do the Tiger Woods shot, out of the woods and that stuff, but that never helps. But so having these guys helping out, obviously that helps. And other teammates, who are some of the other guys on the team that are helping out, helping you guys have success?
We have another sophomore, freshman, and then another sophomore. We all push each other in practice. We can all learn off of each other. We give each other tips, but I mean, we all bust each other's chops, which makes us better, I feel like.
Well, that's part of golf, right, Coach? I mean, you know that, and you go out there, and it's a lifelong pursuit. And as you get older, and you're out there playing with your buddies, that's what it's all about. It doesn't matter who wins. You're going to start cheating like we do, and you sell your buddy an extra mulligan, and it's all about fun. But good to have you. Glad to see you guys having some success, Coach. I'm going to throw it back to you real quick. Just what's the ceiling for this squad? I mean, obviously you're playing in a really tough conference, and then when you talk about the sectional and you add the NDCLs and the Lake Catholics, and it's tough to get out. It's going to take a special round. But what is the ceiling for this team?
The first thing is they have probably the best team chemistry I've ever had, and I've been coaching baseball and golf for over 10, 12 years now. And what's so nice is that when you have that chemistry together, they push each other to be better. So the ceiling for us is we really think that we could shoot in the 160s, which gives us a chance to get out of sectionals. And individually, I think one of the guys for sure could get out shooting at least low 80s when we go to sectionals. So I'll just say this: I'm blessed to have these guys and the other 3 guys as well, and the whole program. We're young, we're hungry, and we're ready to win.
And it sounds like they have fun doing it, and taking some of that pressure off helps too. So. Well, I wish you guys a lot of success. Keep having fun and keep that stress off you and see where it takes you. But
thank you,
appreciate
Steve.
you being here, and good luck the rest of the year.
Thank you very much.
All right, that was the Perry Pirates golf team out here at CVC Fall Sports Media Day. Up next, we've got the Edgewood boys soccer team, followed by the Berkshire volleyball team. And then a quick break for me, and then we will wrap it up with Lakeside volleyball, West Geauga boys soccer, Edgewood girls soccer, and Lakeside soccer. You guys just kind of slide that way just a little bit. Everyone just eventually kind of kept going that way, and now get everybody back centered again. So, all right, Coach, welcome. I'm going to let you start off, introduce yourself, and then just give us a little brief overview. What can we expect out of your squad this year?
All right. Well, thanks for having us. Greg Myers, second-year head coach for Edgewood men's soccer. It's going to be an interesting year. We have a young team. We graduated 6 starters, so more than half of our starting lineup has graduated. And look forward to trying to bring this team together. We got a lot of young players, some first-time players, which is great. Grown in numbers, so that's a good thing to see as well.
Always a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just look forward to trying again, to grow this team and to bring these young men together first and foremost, and then just looking forward to the excitement of seeing what that looks like on the field as the year goes on.
It's always tough to develop that young team, but at the same time, you can change the culture. You can do different things. You can implement new strategies, things like that. So you can take advantage of some of that youth and inexperience and change things around. Have you done any of that, or have you implemented any new things?
Yeah, I mean, one of the great things is, the 4 young men we have here is good leadership, number one. So there's a way we like to do things. And it starts with these 4 young men right here for sure being leaders. But the second part, to answer your question, is, with some of that youth that we have, we'll have freshmen on the field this year. We'll have freshmen starting this year. But with that comes some of that uncertainty and some of that, we'll call it freshman excitement. And we look forward to harnessing that, especially as we move up and down the field.
All right, Coach, I'll come back to you after I talk to your guys. I'll start right there to your right. Go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
I'm Wade Myers. I'm going into 11th grade, and I play in the mid area.
So, Wade, you're last year sophomore, coming in junior year, and with a young team, it makes you one of the veterans. Obviously, a little bit of excitement, maybe a little bit of nervousness, being a young squad. Yeah. How are you feeling heading into this season?
I'm really excited. It's a new confidence, kind of, and that's a good portion of the game, being confident where you're at. So I'm very excited for what's coming.
What do you think the key is going to be between being a successful team or having a bad year?
For sure. The leadership of who we have here that already knows how to do it, and kind of rubbing that off as fast as we can and as effective as we can on the next generation coming up for a good year.
What did you learn from some of the older guys when you were a freshman, sophomore that's going to make you an effective leader as a junior?
I got to watch my brother grow up and play soccer, so it helped me much quicker than other people, especially as really understanding the game, and I want to rub that off on other people to make sure that they can understand and have the confidence to not back down, to not be scared.
Coach was talking about that freshman excitement and things like that, and so what's the dynamic of this team? What's the identity of this team going to be?
I mean, the identity, we want to be tough, we want to be winners, but I feel like the people coming up do want that. They want to win. They have the desire to be up there with us, and they deserve to be. So excited for that.
I'm going to talk to the other guys at the table, so don't mention any of them, but who are some of the guys you think are going to have a breakout year?
Our starting freshmen especially, and our sub-freshmen substitutes for varsity. They look very promising, and the confidence will come very soon, I feel.
What do you bring to the field? What's your strength as a player?
I feel my vision of the field, like seeing and communicating, as well as making the right pass and the right choices.
And then just what are your goals for this year?
I want a positive record as a team, and with like dominance, not just kind of just barely getting by, but really deserving our wins.
Sounds good. Good luck to you this year.
Thank you.
Let's move on to the right. Go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
I'm John Pierce Rowland, and I'm going into senior year, and I am a midfielder.
All right, and you got that captain banner on your arm there, so obviously you're going to be one of the team leaders. How important is that role to you?
It's really important to me because sometimes, back in, middle school days for me, sometimes I just didn't have that leader, so it's nice to actually be a leader for some of those younger guys because I'm telling them where to be, telling them what to do, telling them how to get through some stuff, and it's helpful to them, and I like to do it.
What did you learn from older guys that you're using now?
One of our seniors last year, he was very communicative on the field, and I learned a lot from him and how to play that position and also how to talk to people and get people motivated. So he really helped me through that to get to this step.
What's going to be the key to the offense this year, getting the ball up front and creating some scoring opportunities?
I think our wings are going to be a big part of it. Our wings will be having to get some they'll have to get some offensive play because we're really dependent on them to get to our striker and the mids especially to get it out to them.
And the players that are going to make all that happen, who are they?
They are the wingers are mostly freshmen now actually. We have 2 freshmen out there, and think that's all we have right now. So those will be our main guys to go out to our winger spot.
A lot of times when you have freshmen, it's not necessarily a talent issue, it's a confidence issue. How are the upperclassmen going to help those young guys develop that confidence in a hurry?
It's already starting to work out a little bit because, so the beginning of the year, really both of them, they didn't talk too much. They knew they have the instinct, they know how to play. They weren't talking too much, but actually the other day, both of them in practice were telling me where to be in practice. So it was nice to see them reciprocating what I do to them to tell them where to be. They were telling me where to be. It was nice to see that, and they were doing that.
Senior year, you get to write the final chapter of your high school career. How do you hope it ends?
Game winner. The game winner. That's how I hope it ends.
All right.
So
let's move on down to the right there. Go ahead, introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
I'm Zachary Hines. I'm going into junior year, and I play defense.
Defender on a young team could be a key role, obviously, especially when you've got some young guys up top. The ball might be headed your way a little bit more. How ready are you to make sure you protect your goalkeeper?
Not only me on the defense, but the rest of the guys back there. I think we're very well prepared as long as we, keep communication up and, not only throughout the defensive line, but also up to our maids and our wings. I think that, communication throughout all of us really is key to not falling apart.
Is the defense a young group as well, or you got some veterans back there?
I think we have a senior back there along with me, and I think we have 2 other juniors, or, and it's not, set. So it's either, one other senior and another junior, or 2 other seniors.
How about the keeper?
Keeper's right here.
Oh, okay. We'll get to him then.
He's our senior keeper. So.
And he's got the captain band on too, so at least you got some experience back there, so that's good. All right. What do you think the key to this squad is, just all around, just making it happen on both ends?
Communication, honestly, and being able to, lift each other up through constructive criticism. Letting our, if somebody messes up, letting them know what they could have done, helping them out through that situation, not putting anybody down, just trying to help them through their struggles that they're going through.
You're a junior. Next year you'll be a senior. You got a bunch of young guys on the squad, so obviously next year you'll be one of those leaders that everyone else is going to look up to. How are you going to develop a leadership style?
I'm already trying to start it. At my junior year, I wasn't too talkative. Being an underclassman, I was kind of I didn't have that confidence, and the older guys knowing what they're doing, so I didn't feel like I should tell them that they did something wrong. But I'm trying to let the younger guys know that I can make mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes, and you need to hold me accountable. So I'm trying to hold them accountable and tell them to hold me accountable as well.
What's your goal for the season?
Help my keeper out as much as possible, and having that winning record. So
sounds good. All right, let's move on to the keeper. Go ahead, introduce yourself, name and grade.
My name's Ty Bensel. I'm a senior, and I'm a keeper this year.
Keeper, all right. So obviously you got a young squad up top, so your job might be just a little bit more important than it is any other year, but right. How ready are you for that?
I'm pretty ready. I'm ready to be in that leadership position. I know there was a lot of what I wanted when I was a freshman, and I learned a lot from the captains, and I know what they would want, because being in the same position, it's like I understand what they see, how they play, and how they want to play, and how I can help them, because I know I've been in the same position as them.
As a goalkeeper, you're under that pressure situation all the time. So this year isn't anything new to you. So I'm sure you're ready for that. how do you handle pressure just generally? I mean, it's my son was a goalkeeper, so I know he was, came home upset sometimes, and he just had to handle it. And how do you handle that pressure on a, game by game basis?
Like when I started playing goalie a little bit freshman year, and then I started sophomore, and then I started all last year, and then this year. It's just something I kind of got used to. It's something I know. It's my job. I have to be the best at that I can, and I know I learned to let a lot of things go because I have the next play coming right in front of me. So it's better to not think about the things that have happened and focus on what's going to happen and how to handle that.
As a senior, same question. You get to kind of write your final chapter, how you hope it ends.
I want to have a positive win record, and I want to beat my save record I had last year.
Is it a school record or just your save record?
We don't really have records of that. It's mostly just personal. I've sat about 24, 25 saves is my highest in my seasons. So hoping to be 25 at some point this year.
All right. I hope you get it. Good luck to you this year.
Thank you.
All right, Coach, back at you. Well, you've got, a mix of some veterans here, a couple seniors at the table, a couple juniors, and, hopefully the future's bright for what you've got coming up. But what's the key to success this year with that blended squad there?
Number one is not to have 25 saves in a game. We'll start with that. But I think it's bringing the young guys together quickly and molding this group of men as a team, first and foremost. That's the most important thing to me. You hear these guys say about a winning record. While that's important, absolutely, but winning's not everything. We got to build that foundation. We got to build that cohesive team unit. And once that happens, I think then's when good things happen. Then everything on the field slows down a little bit. People are moving, people are communicating, and good things happen from that.
And I often, with some of the younger teams that I've talked to, is everyone wants to win a state title and all those things and conference titles. And for some teams, that's not a reality, but you can still have a successful season. So defining success for some teams, like you just said, is it could be other things. And so, yeah, obviously you can do different things and still have a successful season. And part of that's coming together as a team and building that foundation for the future. And so you guys obviously are on that track, and I wish you to, hope you have that success and find it, and maybe you have 25 saves but win 8-0.
There we go.
You can take it that way. Then it's acceptable. But all right, well, I appreciate you coming out. That's the Edgewood boys soccer team here at CVC Fall Sports Media Day. Good luck to you gentlemen this season, and hopefully you achieve all your goals this year.
Thank you.
All right, up next is the Berkshire Badgers volleyball team. And then I finally get my break. Thank you. Come on over, Berkshire. I thought I was going to get a break. My next team is at 7:06 and it's 6:50. Man. All right, Berkshire Badgers. Third place in the Valley last year, 6-4. 2 first-team all-conference return, 1 second-teamer, 2 honorable mention. So you're loaded. You got a big squad coming back, but you got the beast at the top that basically returned everybody. They returned all but 2. So, Joni Protz, grab your microphone. I'll let you kick things off and go ahead and just give us a quick overview. What you expect out of your squad this year?
Like you mentioned, we do have a lot coming back. We lost 2 seniors, which was a lot of our serve receive last year, so that's one of our things that we're working on this year. We have veterans coming back with experience. We also have young talent that's going to be on the team this year, so one of our major things to work on is to get all of that to mesh and work things out on the court. Yes, Kirtland did bring everyone back pretty much, so we know that that's, the ones on the top that we're aiming for, but, we do hope to finish a little higher in the Valley than we have the last couple of years. We hope to make a little bit longer run in the tournaments than we have the last couple of years. And like I told the girls on the first day of practice, we're going to accomplish as much as they allow themselves to. They have to work, to come together as a group, and they have to work hard all the time. And if they do, I think they're going to be a fun group to watch this year.
Well, that tournament run you talked about got a little bit more interesting when Lake Catholic dropped from Division II to Division III. So depending on how that all unfolds, that'll be interesting to watch.
We'll see how the super district plays out and where they end up. And, you always have independents sitting there waiting for you. So now you'll have them there too.
Yeah, it depends where Lake Catholic ends up. That Independence will be watching that. You'll be watching that. Kirtland will be watching that. So it'll be interesting. It used to be Gilmore, Gilmore. Where were they going to end up? And now it's Lake Catholic. But, so obviously it'll be Berkshire and Kirtland. Cardinal graduated, 11 seniors last year. So they're they're definitely in rebuilding mode. I think Grand Valley's going to be a little bit better. Crestwood's a little bit better. But I think it'll be a two-team race in the Valley. It'll be interesting to see how you guys do.
I feel like the Valley, I think you said the same thing last year. It's more competitive than it used to be in the past, and it's to a point where you have to walk in every day, no matter what, and be ready to play. And I do like that part of where we've gotten as a division in our conference, that it is a little bit more competitive from night to night. I think that helps be prepared.
Yeah, I think your team is more well-rounded than in the past few years. You have the hitters, you have the defense, and then I've been hearing about your freshman class now since they were like fifth graders. So I know you're excited about them. And what do you have, like four or five?
There's three of them.
On
varsity.
Okay, so we've been hearing about them, and then your seniors that are there, and then you have the sophomores Maddie, and so you bring a bunch of them back. So we'll come back to you, but we'll start with Maddie there. Maddie, go ahead, introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
Hi,
Up. Yeah, there you go. It's up.
Hi, I'm Maddie Triscutt, and I am a senior, and I will be in the Libero or in the back row somewhere.
And that's your third position now? Didn't you?
I've just been a setter so far, so.
Okay, so setter to Libero now.
Yeah.
Okay. How's that transition going?
It's pretty good. It's obviously not going to be perfect, but I'm going to give my all and try and help in whatever way our team needs. We lost a lot of we lost our good passers last year with Ariel and Angie, so I'm going to try and help our back row a little bit and help us execute.
I feel like you were a freshman last year. Time flies. It's gone quickly. How do you think you've developed as a player?
I think I've really become more of a leader than I was before. I try and communicate a lot and just try and keep everyone aware and ready to go, focused. So I think that's my biggest development.
You guys have that nice blend of seniors all the way down to freshmen. The talent's there. You've got to develop that cohesiveness, and that's where your senior leadership's going to come in. You've got a nice junior class. I mean, how's that all coming together? And I know you guys all do the relay rate, what do you call that? The scavenger hunt thing. You do a ton of team bonding and stuff like that. So I know that comes. But how is it coming together early in the season?
I think so far it's been really good. We've focused a lot this year, especially on building that team bond that we not necessarily have had in the past. So I think that we're focusing on being there for every one of us on the team and becoming a family instead of a group of individuals. So I think we're doing a good job with that.
Now, who's taken over at setter?
Marissa Risch and Sammy Winter.
Oh, I remember Sammy.
Yep.
And Marissa's one of the freshmen, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then defensively, talk about that crew. Who else is out there with you in the back row?
We have, who do we have? Well, we have Kate Miller, an upcoming freshman. Madison Rickelman, Sierra's a passer. Ava Hip.
Wait, Sierra's a passer now? When did that happen?
She plays all around.
Okay.
Who else? We have a good group back there. We have a lot of passers and a lot of people to fill the position, but we have a good group back there, and everyone will work hard and give their all each time they're out there. So
what do you think the key is going to be this year, not just to get past Kirtland, but to achieve all your goals?
I really think it's going to come down to our teamwork and being there for each other, not letting ourselves get down after any mistakes. I think if we just keep each other up, we're going to do just fine.
There's some additional pressure on you guys this year, too. You're opening a new gym. You've got to protect the new place, right?
Yeah.
You can't open this new gym and then have people come in and kick your butt there, right?
Right, exactly.
All right, so that's got to be fun. I mean, when's the first match there?
Our gold team plays the 20th in a quad, and then all of us will play on the 27th, I think it is. No, 25th.
So that'll
it's
be
a win. It's a Thursday, sorry.
So that's got to be exciting to open up a new gym and new digs. That'll be fun. All right, individually, what are you hoping to accomplish this year?
I'm just hoping to be a leader for the team, bring the energy and the communication, and that's really my biggest goal. Just make sure everyone is staying up and confident and not worrying about any mistakes. So that's,
all right.
And I hope that we can get further this year than we did last year in the tournament and in the CVC. I hope we can accomplish a few more of our goals that we've had.
All right, good luck to you this year.
Thank you.
All right, Sierra, grab a microphone. Go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
My name is Sierra Berman. I'm a senior this year, and I'm our outside.
And a passer, apparently. So.
Yeah, I play all around, so I make it back there sometimes.
All right, so I've been watching you since 7th grade, so I've seen you play all, well, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not good at math. I went to Kent State, so 1, 2, 5 years, 6 years. I know. I'm not good. You know that. And I always tell my daughter, she's like, "Can you help me?" No, ask Miss Pratt. So she always asks her. So going into senior year, what are you looking to accomplish?
For the team, I'm hoping that we get farther in the tournaments because we haven't made it as far as I've wanted to. I know everyone wants to make it far, but I think it would just be fun. Like, I feel like the team would bond better if we, got to get something really great like that, like making it through the CVC, maybe getting a CVC win. It would be kind of nice.
Do you sense it the way I do, that this team's different than the past few years?
I feel like we all kind of bond together better than we have the past few years. Like, just everyone encourages each other after mistakes, after great things. Like, everyone's just always cheering for everyone.
You guys as seniors now, you get to kind of rewrite the culture, or return the culture back to where it was back in, up until, when was the last conference title? 11? Was it before that? Oh, it was after that. So 14-ish, somewhere around there, or was it after that?
17, I think.
Oh, was it that long?
I
Okay.
think so.
Oh, that's right. So it was a little bit, okay. So Kirtland won it in 12, and then you guys came back, and...
I'll say they won it in 12, and we won it again, I think, in 13. They broke our streak of in a row.
All right.
And
then Cardinal won it a couple times, and then you came... Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But we have not won the last couple years, so that's...
Yeah,
that's
so
our
but you
goal.
guys had won it that long stretch up to 11.
Correct.
Okay. So, but I think like now that with that young freshman class, the sophomore class, you're positioned to put one of those runs together again, and so this could be the year. I mean, do you sense that?
I feel like this is one of our best chances that we have to getting that far.
And then just as a senior, for you to end your career that way, what would it mean to you?
I think it would be pretty great because this is my last year going to college. Like, I'm never going to get to play sports again. Like, just to have something that great with the team it'd be good.
Front row, everyone knows about Maddie Smetana. Yeah. You're one of those power hitters too. Talk about that other crew. I know there's some freshmen that are coming up that have a lot of potential as well. Who are those girls that are going to make a name for themselves this year?
So we have me. We have Maddie Smetana. She's a really good right side because she's lefty. That also plays a really good role in how she's so good. Jill is playing some middle this year.
Freshman?
Yeah, she's a freshman. Chelsea is also playing right side and middle. little outside. You know, she kind of floats around. She does whatever JP tells her to do. We also have Gwen Bors. She is middle, and I don't know, is she doing any right-sided thing? No, just middle. Okay. Yeah, Gwen's one of our middles. Who am I forgetting? Oh, yeah,
Hannah.
Haley. Oh, Haley
Stoddard.
Yeah, she's also one of our middles. She's what? Junior. Everyone. We have a lot of tall girls this year, a lot of good power hitters. So the blocking's going to be really nice. We've had a lot of good blocks, especially Maddie, Smetana, and Haley. They really love to get those blocks out there.
What's going to be the key to putting it all together this year?
Communicating. You can get really stuck between people when you're up there because there's always a lot going on. So just making sure you know what you're doing, helping people, telling them what they can do better, just anything to keep people going.
Volleyball is that game of runs. When things are going well, everyone's happy and smiling. When things aren't going well, who's the cheerleader? Who's going to turn things around and get everybody back into the game?
I'm hoping it's me and Maddie because, we got to keep that spirit going. I mean, Sammy also does a really good job. She always has a positive attitude. I mean, most of the seniors, they just always have good attitudes. Like Ava, she's always cheering loud for everyone. I mean, mostly we have good attitudes. Sometimes we all get down on ourselves, but I think we all could be that cheerleader.
All right. Coach, back to you. What is it going to take for your team to knock Kirtland's little two-year reign of the Valley Division off and reclaim your spot atop the division and then do what you said and make that run in the tournament?
And like I said earlier, and they've said a couple times too, if we can come together as a group and learn to work together, these two are going to be relied on a lot to be those leaders, to pick people up. When they get down, they have to work to pick each other up because these two are both very hard on themselves. So I think if they work with each other to help each other with that, that'll be key. But I think it's really just going to be a matter of coming together as a group, understanding what each person can do, but what we can do together. And the biggest thing is going to be to walk in a gym, whether it's Kirtland or anybody else, and believe that we can win and expect that we can walk out of there with a win. And that's all the mental part of it, which we've been trying to stress this year, and having Hannah Watson, Beyond Development, go Hannah. Anyway, come in and, and work with them and just get them thinking in terms of getting through, things. We've got some new coaches this year that are young and enthusiastic also, and I think they bring experience and, a little bit more on these girls' level too, and, they've worked to help the girls and build their confidence, but I really think it's going to be on them to just work and put it together and really communicate. I've said it so many times already, in a week and a half, that we have to talk and we have to work as one group, and I think that's going to be the key.
Yeah, and I think that confidence is like what I've seen when you guys when things were going well, everyone's confident. When they weren't, you lost it, and you weren't able to get it back fast enough. And I think with the talent that you have across the board now, I think it's going to be a little easier to regain that confidence in matches. And
like I said, we have seniors with experience. They need to bring the leadership. And we were just talking about before we came on, we have 3 freshmen on our team, but I think it was Sierra. She goes, they're not normal freshmen. They've played so many, volleyball matches with their JO and, been doing it since they were 10 years old. They have experience that most freshmen don't have when they come in. So it's really just going to be getting everybody to do things together instead of individually.
Yeah, if you watched on Tuesday when I talked to Kirtland, I said the same thing. Like, I watched Ava Golem and Natalie Glow when they were freshmen, and they were pipsqueak little mice out there. When things were going well, they were good. When they weren't, they were like, oh. And now they've grown and developed that confidence, and now you saw the results of that. And I think you guys are in the position they're in, and now it's going to be fun to watch. I think it's going to come down to who comes ready to play that night, and it'll be fun.
It's going to be a matter of who executes, I think, in a match like that, because both teams are going to have the hitters, the passers, everything. So it's going to be who puts it together and executes for however many sets it takes. So I think that's what it's going to boil down to.
It's going to be like that 2012 year when when you guys were really good and they were really good. And I think it's going to be fun. So, all right. Appreciate you coming out, making the trip, and good luck this season.
Thank you.
All right. That was the Berkshire Badgers here at CVC Fall Sports Media Day at Perry. I have like 2 minutes before we've got Lakeside Volleyball coming in. And I'm going to take a quick break as they get set up, and we will be right back here with the Lakeside Volleyball team.
Ohio Center for Orofacial and Implant Surgery diagnoses and treats facial pain and injuries, and also offers a full range of dental implants and bone grafting procedures. Look no further than the Ohio Center for Orofacial and Implant Surgery for all of your oral surgery and cosmetic surgery needs. Please visit their website at www.ohsurgery.com.
Welcome back to the 2022 CVC Fall Sports Media Day East version live from Perry High School. Up next, we've got the Lakeside Volleyball team. Dragons, welcome. I couldn't remember your nickname for a second. It's been a long day. I finally had my first break from 2 o'clock, so ready to go now. I'm rejuvenated, had a sip of water, and here we go. Coach, I'm going to start with you. It's a new year. You are definitely not Brooklyn Scott, as that was in the Google Drive. No, that was the CVC Google Drive. We still have to get that updated, so we will make sure that happens. But I'm going to start with you. I'm going to let you introduce yourself and just give us an elevator pitch. Obviously, your first year with the program, so just kind of let us know what we can expect out of the Dragons this year.
Yeah, I'm Coach Sanford. My second year with Lakeside, actually. Last year I was assistant freshman coach and assistant to Coach Kubek, who was there for the 3 years previous to me. So excited to take the job over. Coach Kubek decided she wanted to take a break and step down, so I put in and got the job, and it's been fantastic so far. A lot of the girls know me from Club Ashtabula. I coach there too, so it's been a pretty good transition, I feel like. Everybody's kind of familiar. Really looking forward to the season. We only graduated one senior last year, and so we've got all of the main weapons back, and got some girls that are juniors this year that are stepping up, a couple sophomores that are stepping up, and so we're really excited to get it going, get the ball rolling.
Coaching transitions can sometimes be hard, but that familiarity with the program, the girls, and their familiarity with you, that had to kind of ease things a little bit?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. It's been great. And like I said, being there all last year really helped too. And they just, they know me, I know them. And so we kind of hit the ground running as far as off-season workouts and, first day of practice and all that's been pretty smooth. So.
Talked to, I think, most of the teams in the Lake Division today. You guys obviously playing there, 6-6 last year. What do you think can happen this year?
I think we'll be at the top. I think we got a shot to be right there with Geneva, Perry, Edgewood. I think it's going to be a tight race. We've seen a lot of Geneva this summer. We played in a summer league at Jefferson. They were in it. We went to a team camp at Cedar Point. They were in it. We played them. We play them this weekend in the preview.
Just can't get away from
them. And then we scrimmage them. We have a quad scrimmage at East Lake North next week. They're going to be there. So we've seen a lot of them. And then, Jefferson, they have club girls that we play with and against. And then Perry, same thing. We've got some Perry girls that play for Club Ashtabula. So we're all really familiar with each other. Really looking forward to playing them and seeing friends and stuff like that and competing against them. So I think we have as good a shot as anybody else.
All right. Well, let's start right to your right. Go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
Okay, hi. I'm Tess Collins. I'm going to be a junior this year, and I'm a libero.
Tess Collins, you played with my daughter in club volleyball, Chelsea.
Yes.
So I am familiar with you. It's been a few years, but how are you?
I'm good.
It's nice to see you. You look different. I remember you being like that big, and now you're like maybe that big, so you're a little bit taller. Talk about, obviously, a coaching change slightly. I mean, some familiarity there, but how is that transition going?
It's been going really good. He's a good coach. He has good intentions. I'm really excited for this year and next year, and I'm very excited about it.
The program as a whole, I mean, is the excitement level different? The girls feeling any different about the program?
I'm excited for this year because I feel like we have improved a lot. We have a good team, so I feel like we are going to be doing really good this year.
What are the expectations from the players? I mean, have you guys talked about how you want things to go this year?
Yeah, leadership mostly. We want everybody to be a leader and help each other out and communicate with each other.
When you look at this year compared to last year, what's different?
Mostly, I don't know. I don't know. It's just our senior last year, she was a big part, I feel like. And so losing her, I don't know. But the seniors this year, I'm really excited to play with them, and I'm excited for just the season in general.
What's your role this year? What is Coach expecting out of you?
I feel like to be a leader and to communicate and to help the team out a lot. Yeah, being vocal.
And what are your own expectations for yourself?
Being more vocal. That's my thing. I just feel like I should, step up more and,
And what do you think the keys to victory are for Lakeside?
Yeah. Communication.
Now you get to see how well she was listening.
Communication, helping each other out, playing as a team.
All right. Aside from the girls that are at the table, because we're going to talk to them, who are some of the girls you think are going to have a breakout year?
I feel like our setter, Andy, Chris, and I also feel like you two as well.
All right. And then just goals for yourself this year. What do you hope to accomplish?
I don't know. I feel like being more of a leader, honestly, for myself.
Okay.
And for the team.
All right. Let's move on down to the right. Go ahead, grab a mic and introduce yourself. Name, grade, and position.
Okay. Hi, my name is Alyssa Shuttler. I'm going to be a senior this year, and I'm a middle hitter.
Middle hitter. Okay. So same question. What's different this year?
I feel like it's always been kind of the same. We've always been a really close team. So we've all been kind of like more team bonding we've had. So it's been a lot of fun getting to know everybody and like getting closer.
Has Coach changed anything as far as your role being a middle hitter?
Yeah, I've learned to change the way I used to think and kind of just put it, well, I've had him for JO too. So I've had him for a few years now. So we've kind of learned how to make my movement faster and get to the ball.
So that familiarity, how does that affect your confidence? Just coming in, just knowing, hey, I know what he expects of me, and
I feel like it was a little easier to transition over into him becoming our head coach. So because I've had the experience and I know kind of what he expects out of me.
Lakeside's been one of those second, third, fourth place teams, and Perry graduated some really good players. Geneva has had some good players. They've graduated. So there really isn't a dominant team in the Lake Division. So if there's a year, I was saying to I think it was Edgewood, like Perry is, the door is ajar.
Yeah.
How do you make sure you can crack it open now? Instead of it just being here, now you can slam it open.
For like because we've been putting a lot of during the summer, a lot of extra work into coming to open gyms and going to lifting. So I feel like that will put us at more of an advantage for this year because we've all been coming together as a team and doing those things. So.
People know about Lakeside. They've played them over the years. What is something they're not ready for this year?
I feel like we've been doing really good on like our offense and defense and getting working together in that kind of way. We obviously still have stuff to learn, but we are doing really good on coming together. So.
And then same thing, without mentioning the girls at the table, who's your breakout player this year?
Oh, I feel like there's a lot. Everybody's doing a really good job at learning new positions and finding that, I don't know how to explain it, but I think Clara, she's doing a really good job at learning different spots and being there and going wherever she needs to go. And Ashlyn and Andy, everybody's doing a really good job. And obviously, our main girls, here at the table, and Chris and Gianna. But I feel like everybody's doing a really good job at, getting out of their comfort zone.
And then what are your goals for your senior year?
To play harder and put more effort into it and work hard to get my goals.
All right. Good luck to you this year.
Thank
Pass
you.
that on down to your right and go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
Hi, I'm Hallie Chase. I'm an outside hitter this season, and I'm a senior.
All right. So, again, coaching change, but not really since he's been part of the program. Yeah. So, obviously, there's a little bit of changes, but is that anything that has affected the way you're going to play this year?
I've had him as a coach over JO seasons previously, too. Obviously, our old coach, Stephanie Kubek, I've had her since I've started playing volleyball. So it's been a change for me, but a well change. I've seen myself improving with the different coaching methods.
Okay. And then as far as your role and what he expects of you and how you're going to, align yourself and get set and things like that, anything different?
He has high expectations for me. I do too. I hold myself accountable for things, and I want to push myself as hard as I can, and I hope he realizes that I am doing that, and I think he does.
What's going to be the key to the offensive flow? Just putting the ball down and getting the sets?
Our main, hold on, how do I want to word this? Our main offense starts with our defense, so getting those passes up to the setter, because we have decent setters, so getting those.
That's my 2-minute warning, sorry.
I think we're going to be very good offensively this year.
All right, and what about defense? Where's that coming from?
Defense, I think we obviously have things to improve everywhere, but defensively, I think is where we need our most improvement. So.
Okay, and then just define success for this team this year. How's that going to come together?
We like to win, so that is our favorite thing to do, is winning.
I guess that's a good thing, right, Coach?
So success for us, I think we need to put winning aside and focus on being more of a team. Not more of a team, because we are a very close team, but not taking winning as our, I don't know how I want to word that. Not putting winning first, putting each other first.
Okay, cool. All right, Coach, back to you. Let's put it all together. First, you got to hear what your girls had to say about the transition, what their expectations are. What do you think?
Yeah, I think they're spot on. I've had Alyssa she's been with me for 2 years, JO wise, and then 2 years high school wise, being here last year, and I'm definitely I push. I give a lot of feedback all the time. I'm always on them about staying disciplined and making sure they're doing what they're supposed to be doing in those moments and not relaxing. You got to do this and you got to do this and you got to do this every time. Like, you can't relax. I feel like they want to be pushed. Like Hallie said, they're really competitive. We've got a really competitive bunch. They want to win. So that's nice as a coach to have, because you can push maybe a little bit harder for girls like that really want to win, because they're very accepting of the coaching, I think, they said breakout players and talked about that. And with only graduating one girl, you'd think that we'd be pretty set as far as, like, she's here and she's here and she's here and she's here. But there's a lot of opportunity on the varsity team this year. There really is. And everybody's coming into the gym every day, and they're putting their best out there. They're giving 100% effort. We had 2-a-days last week, which is something that they're not used to. I've been doing that as a coach for a while, and I know Hasler in Geneva does that.
Yep.
And I think her and I are the only two that may do that. It's typically a football thing, but fall sports, there's just not a lot of time. We don't have a lot of time. We play our first game Saturday.
Yeah, especially since they moved everything up an extra week. Take advantage of it.
Yeah, so we do those 2-a-days, and we get 12 practices in instead of 6, or whatever. So and they did great. The energy, the whole entire week was there, even Thursday and Friday when it was it's hot in the gym, and we're going long hours, and there's a lot of opportunity, and we're really looking forward to some of our juniors stepping up, and like Clara, somebody mentioned earlier, is a sophomore who, we've had hit outside. We've had her set in a scrimmage. We had a scrimmage yesterday with Mayfield. She set a little bit. Today we had her hitting in the middle. She's all over, and I think that a lot of the girls are I think they're starting to realize that, hey, I can't put myself in this one little box. Like, if coach needs me to do this, then I've got to be willing to do that. And then that's part of being a new coach, is having them trust me, and that working towards that, because ultimately, if we're not trusting each other, then it's going to be tough for us to compete. But we had a great first scrimmage yesterday. We've got the Ashtabula County preview on Sunday. So Geneva will be there, Edgewood will be there, Jefferson will be there. So that's going to be great to get in.
I really like Ashtabula County. Whoever's running I don't know if it's one organization that does it.
The 440 and goal guys. Shout out to the 440 and goal guys. Yeah, they're the county. A couple years ago they started that. Sam Torres, and I can't remember the other guy's name, but they're all over Ashtabula County.
Yeah,
they cover everything.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like if they do but like they do a tennis tournament, they have a cross country thing, they do a track thing. I mean, Ashtabula County's on top of it.
Yeah,
if it's 4-4 and goal, they're on
the
top
main
of
guys.
it.
There might be some other guys doing some things, but the preview, the county preview, it's at Lakeside High School Sunday from 2 to 5. And they're the guys that are running 4-4 on goals, running that.
That's awesome.
Running the county preview. So
Good
again,
stuff.
just we're super excited. The girls are ready, and it's we don't have a lot of practice time. Fall sports 10, 15, 16 practice days, but they're ready now. They're like, we want to play like right now.
Yeah, I think the Lake Division will be interesting. I haven't seen Perry yet, so they're the top dog until someone can knock them off. But I think, like I said, the door is ajar, and it's
we're looking to kick it open.
Bust it open.
Absolutely.
There you go. So, all right. Well, I appreciate you being here, and good luck this season.
Thank you, sir.
All right. That was the Lakeside Dragons volleyball team here. Next up at CVC Fall Sports Media Day are the West Geauga Wolverines boys soccer team. Down to 3 teams. We've got West Geauga boys soccer, followed by Edgewood girls soccer, and then Lakeside girls soccer. It's been a long day, but the end is near. Appreciate you all tuning in. This is the final of our all sports media days. We will conclude our 4th media day event on Sunday, which is our CVC football media day. That will be out at Kirtland. We'll start at 2 o'clock. We're running 2 streams on that, so I get a little bit of help on Sunday. The last 3 I have run solo. I had 28 interviews, followed by 28 interviews. I think today was 25. So up next, West Geauga, another new head coach. So, Coach, I'm going to throw it at you right away. Go ahead and introduce yourself, and then just give us a little overview of what we can expect out of the Wolverines in your first season here at the school.
Yeah, so my name is Danny Capalucci. I'm like I said, new head coach of the West Geauga boys team. I've been on the girls' side of the soccer program for the last 5 years, working with Corey Justinovic there.
I knew the name as soon as I saw it, but I couldn't place it. But now I remember you used to send me the stats and the scores, so now I got it.
Yep. So yeah, we've been working hard on the boys' side now since probably about April. We were we started preseason, did some conditioning and some early skill sessions there before June hit, and then. Yes, and since summer started, we've been pretty much going 3 days a week too, working hard. The boys have been doing a lot of conditioning, and we've already kind of seen the impact of that on the field, which has been nice in our scrimmages and stuff. And so we graduated a big class last year, 15, 16 or something seniors like that. So we had just a few returning players with varsity minutes and experience, and so we have a lot of, I would say, hungry players looking to come up and earn some playing time and earn their spot on the field. And so it's been fun. It's been a challenge because you have a whole starting 11 to figure out when you only have a few returning players. So, but it's been fun watching the boys compete and try to earn their spots and kind of figuring out which puzzle piece fits where. And so I think that this year we got a lot of energy on the field. We got a lot of talent, and the boys have been competing hard, and we've been just getting better every day. And so we start our season tomorrow, which is exciting. So we're looking forward to starting on the right note and just hoping to come out every day, compete hard at practice and in the game. And, if we can put a couple more wins up than we had last season, I think that'd be a good starting point for us.
Yeah, they last few years they've had some really good teams, and like you said, that big senior class that's going to be hard to replace. There's you could look at it in one of 2 ways. You could say the glass is half empty or the glass is half full, and I think the young guys at the table are saying it's half full because they get that opportunity to write their own story, and the people that are saying it's half empty are well everyone's gone, and we don't know what's going to happen. But I'll come back to you after we talk to the guys, and you can fill in some blanks here. But we'll start right to your right. Go ahead and grab that microphone. Make sure that black switch is up. Introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
Hi, my name is Owen Paletti. I'm going to be a senior this year, and I'm a midfielder. Like what Danny said, we're going we lost a lot of seniors, but we're all hungry and we're ready to go. We're going to have a good class.
Yeah, obviously, coaching transitions can be hard, especially if, it's a coach from outside the system. He obviously has some familiarity being, within the school, obviously with the girls team. But, coming into a new system, here you are. How's that transition going? Has there been a lot to learn for the guys?
In my opinion, it's been pretty good. We got a good coaching staff now. I feel like a lot of our team agrees with that. We a big step up. He's making us put in work. We're all doing that, and I see a lot of improvement in all of us.
It's a short preseason, obviously, starting Friday night football tomorrow. You've only had really probably, 8-9 practices, and tomorrow you get to, kick it off and see how things go. Who you guys opening up with?
We're opening up with Geneva at the Spire, so I have high hopes for that game. We should be doing good.
And that's a quality program over there, too, so you'll get a good test early. What have you seen in the preseason out of your side?
On my side, we're looking pretty good. First game, a little rough, but we bounced back. We're doing pretty good. I see improvement in every game we play. From practices, we're putting in the work. I see everyone wants to get better. Even our younger guys are stepping up, and we're all ready to go.
I mean, as a junior, when you've graduated such a big class, you're the grizzled veteran. So a lot of the young guys are looking to you for hey, what do we do? How do we prepare? What do we have to do? What colored jersey are we wearing today? And how are you handling that pressure in addition to preparing yourself to play?
I think along with me and all the other seniors, we're ready to step in. We know what it's got to take, and we can do what we got to do to get every win tonight.
Obviously, new names, new faces, everybody playing different positions or, filling different roles. How is all that coming together? Or is everybody getting comfortable and gelling and doing all those things they need to do?
Yeah, like what Coach said, not a lot of us have that varsity experience, but we're all meshing well together. A couple of us from last year that played varsity are keeping our same spots, so we're really just trying to put the team together, and I think we're doing pretty good.
Where's the scoring going to come from this year?
This guy right here next to me, he's our attacker up top. He put one in the net last game, and we're looking for a couple more.
And then you're the midfielder, one of the midfielders.
Yeah.
Talk about that distribution and how you guys try to set him up.
Yeah, we try to do a couple short passes and look for him long and try and get the defense moving around a little bit. We're trying to swing the ball a little bit, look for our wings outside. And if we see an opportunity for him to make a run in, we're giving him the ball every time.
What's going to be the key to this team not only developing in a hurry and becoming, a veteran squad quickly, but the key to success?
I think just playing together. We gotta put our differences aside, really just bond together. And if we have a good team, I feel like get that chemistry together, we'd be good to go.
Defensively, how's that side looking?
Defense is looking good. We got solid center back. This Davis at the end. He's really putting the defense together himself, and we have a couple younger guys stepping up, filling in the spots there that we lost last year, and we're looking pretty good on defensive side.
From an individual perspective, what are you hoping to accomplish this year?
Just get a better record than last year. Really, all I care about is if we improve a little bit, we'd be doing good. So, and I'm seeing that already, so I'm already happy with this season.
All right. Good luck to you this year. Let's
Thank you.
pass that down to the guy on the right. Go ahead and introduce yourself and name, grade, and position.
I'm AJ Harmon. I'm a senior, and I play up top. So I'm really looking forward to, scoring more goals for the team this year and working with my teammates.
How much varsity experience do you have?
I played on and off not a lot my sophomore year, and then last year I had a little bit of a bigger role, but in the back line we were testing out some new positions for everybody. So I started 2 games last year and then was in and out the rest of the season. But I'd say I have a decent amount.
It's some pretty talented goal scorers over the past 3 or 4 years. So you've been a part of the team when some of those guys were around. What did you learn from them that have helped you develop your game?
It's kind of just, work well with your teammates and, make good runs, have the mental game really, just kind of know what you're doing and just be able to work with your teammates around you, because not all goals are going to be scored on your own. So you got to be able to work with your teammates and, be able to create those opportunities and then just put them in the back of the net when you can.
What makes you dangerous?
I say my speed. I'm pretty fast, and I'd say I probably have a pretty good knowledge of the game. So I feel like my runs can be dangerous, and pretty vocal. So you always hear me out on the field calling for the ball.
You can't be the only goal scorer. Who else is going to contribute?
We got a few players in the midfield. Owen here is pretty good at that. And then we got Martin coming back from Croatia. He'll be pretty good. And I got a few more. Frankie, Anthony on our wingers. Obviously, you're going to have more than just those people scoring goals. But I mean, whole team's ready.
What's the key to getting that offense together and spreading the wealth, getting guys involved?
Just communication and, knowing the game, like knowing what to do with the ball, when to do it, playing fast, making sure, like Owen talked about, like the swing balls, swinging across, and then like the short, long is really important, being able to play that ball over the top and also be able to distribute it well so that way everybody, can move the ball around and find their opportunity.
What's Coach's style? What does he like to do?
Coach's style? That's a good question. Coach, he does like moving the ball around and switching, wants to make sure that we play fast and get that, short, long, and either swing the ball or look up top and be able to move the ball through the middle, kind of keep possession and then play the opportunity when you get it. And if it's not there, switch the other side, see if you can find another quick opportunity. But it's a lot of fast-paced.
Obviously, there are a lot of guys on your team nobody knows about yet because of the turnover, but give me a breakout player who you think is going to make a name for himself this year.
I think Gabe Grisey in goal. He's coming into big shoes to fill from our keeper last year who graduated, CJ Tim, who was an outstanding keeper. And each practice I can just see him getting better and better. Like he's got really good ball distribution. He's got a good leg to him, and his decision making is really good. So I think he'll be able to lock down a net, make sure nothing gets past him, and then also be able to, distribute the ball well and make sure we get up the field and give us opportunities.
What are your goals for the year?
My goal is just kind of, make sure everybody gets along well and, create that team like bonding experience, make sure everybody's able to, vibe well with the team. And then it's also to like help out with the younger players, make sure they know like how to be a leader. And because I think that's a pretty important trait, especially since the seniors are going to go, some of them are going to have to step up, be able to fill the shoes. So I feel like teaching some of them to be leaders is a really good trait to have.
All right. Good luck to you this year. Next up on the right, go ahead, grab that mic and introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
Hi, I'm Davis Carson, and I'm a center back, and I'm going to be a senior this year.
All right, so we've got your goal scorer here. Let's talk some defense. What's going to be the key to shutting down some teams with a young squad?
I think we got a young team out there, but everyone's ready to play and mean. So I think it's going to be a great year defensively.
How do you overcome that inexperience? I mean, obviously you guys are going to have some talent, but that experience, it'll come later in the year, but you want to hit the ground running. How do you kind of overcome that early on?
I think we got some good experienced guys in the back right now, and just building off of them, having them learn off of the people in the back that have experience. So I think that's really helping.
Have you guys talked as a unit that, hey, we're young, but we've got talent? I mean, we can overcome this?
Yeah, I think we all know that we got a pretty good team going this year.
And then just, a coaching change. It can never, it's never easy, but he knows what he's doing. Do you trust in that system yet?
Yeah, it's the energy's so much different. It's so much better, and everyone wants to play.
Who's your breakout player this year? Who do you expect to have a big year?
There's an upcoming freshman, Ben Mackin. He's been doing pretty good up top, so I think that would be mine.
Yeah. And then defensively, what's the style you guys are trying to play this year?
I think we're just trying to put pressure and make sure we keep them out of the back.
It's always the key, right?
Yeah.
All right. And individual goals, do you have any set for yourself?
We had a tough loss last year in the playoffs. I think we can do better this year and have a better record.
All right. Good luck to you this year. Coach, back to you. Well, you heard what your guys had to say. What do you think?
Yeah, I think they were spot on a lot. I think, we touched on, what's going to make us effective defensively and offensively. And a lot of stuff that we've been kind of working on at practice has been, making sure we stay as a unit on the field. Defensive success doesn't just come from the back four. It comes from all 11 on the field, making sure that they're doing their job when it's their time to do it. So staying compact, staying behind the ball, body shape, forcing the ball where we want it, communicating, like some of the boys alluded to. And then the same thing in attack. It's nice when you can rely on a talented goal scorer, and AJ certainly is that, and he can make things happen. But you kind of like you said, one person is not going to get it done. We got to be able to be successful as a team in attack, right? And so when we're not relying on just one player, how can we as a team be successful? And kind of like the boys talked about, moving the ball quick, side to side, waiting for our openings. We try to keep possession when we can. So if it's not on, can we keep possession, swing it around the back? And so, the boys have said they've been working hard and getting better every day. Which, as a coach, that's all you can ask for, and they're enjoying it. And the group's been a lot of fun to work with. So I've had a great time with them, really.
Obviously, that lack of varsity experience is probably that number one, hurdle you have to clear. How are you kind of minimizing that? The kids have talent. They know how to play the game, and you've got the knowledge to put them in the right positions, but that inexperience is that one hurdle that you can't do anything about. You can't just change that overnight. So how do you just kind of say, hey, look guys, we're going to get there, but we still have to address that.
Yeah, no, it's definitely something to address because, like you said, the experience is a big part, especially for underclassmen, sophomores, freshmen that are coming in all of a sudden playing against juniors and seniors where, they haven't necessarily done that before. So part of it is making sure that, rely on our upperclassmen, our leaders to kind of bring us along and be good role models for them. And then part of it too is just, we've had this conversation a lot with the boys this preseason, is just recognizing that, at the start of the season, we're not where we want to be yet. This is just the beginning for us, and so we have to focus on the positive moments of the training session, the positive moments of our games, and build on those. And can we create more of them? We talked about that quite a bit. In the preseason, it's in our scrimmages, not win and loss. It doesn't really matter as much. It's how many good moments do we create on the field, offensively, defensively, and then can we create more of those as we go on into our first game and into the season. So just trying to focus on that and making sure we talk to the boys individually and as a group and on what we need to improve on and what we're doing right.
Outstanding. All right. Well, I wish you well in your first year there with the boys program. I know you've had plenty of success with the girls. It was a heck of a run last year. Tough loss there in the regional final, but
yeah.
You can't fault that loss there. But what a run! Hopefully you find some similar success on the other side.
That's the plan. Yep.
Yep. So, all right, gentlemen, thanks for being here, and good luck to you this season. All right, that was the West Geauga Wolverines boys soccer team out here at the CVC Fall Sports Media Day event out here at Perry High School. Up next, we've got the Edgewood girls soccer program, followed by the Lakeside girls soccer program to close us out this evening. I don't see the Edgewood girls yet. Let me go take a quick peek to see if they're out in the hallway. No preference. Which one's the head coach? Assistant coach on that end? Okay. All right, we've got the Edgewood girls soccer program joining us next. So I'm going to start with head coach all the way to the left. Coach, I'm going to let you go ahead and introduce yourself. Just grab that microphone. There's a little black switch on it. Flip that up. So introduce yourself and then just give us a little overview of what we can expect out of your team this year.
Hi, my name's Katie Shimmick. I'm a first-year coach at Edgewood, and what you can see from our players this year is a lot of development up top, and we're working a lot on team building and relationships and creating a family here at Edgewood.
Not a great year last year conference-wise, 1-5. You return a couple of all-conference players, so you've got a little bit of a core to work with. What have you seen out of the squad so far that has been encouraging?
So I've seen a lot of like leadership, especially with our senior class and the people coming from last year, and they really like stepped it up this year from what I've seen, and they've built a lot offensively, and they're really taking that under their wing and really helping coaching and doing all those things. So I'm very proud of them.
What kind of changes have you implemented?
So I don't know exactly what they've all done in years past, but what I could say is bringing 2 female coaches has been a change, and so I can see that maybe we bring a little bit things different to the table as far as like relationship building and having that piece where we can like relate to them in a sense. But also, like, I'm a very offensive minded player, so I've tried to shape them to be like how I was as a player, so I've seen a change in them in that front.
Okay. I will come back to you after we talk to your players, but we'll start right to your left. So pass that microphone down. We're going to start once you grab that mic. I'm going to let you introduce yourself. Go ahead and say your name, grade, and the position you play.
Hello, my name is Emily Weeks. I am a senior this year, and I play striker.
Okay. Emily, so a coaching change as a senior, not always the easiest process. How has that transition gone?
I believe they're really trying to understand the team well, and they're doing a really good job at understanding like how different people see the field and helping us understand the game better than we have in years past.
And you're a striker, and your coach is talking about being an offensive-minded coach, so that's got to be ringing in your ears there. Mm-hmm. So is your role changed this year?
I think we've changed up top more, like who is up top and what we're doing and how we're building up the field to get it up to the strikers and so we can score.
And so from your perspective, that's got to be good news.
Mm-hmm. It definitely is. It's giving us a better opportunity to show what we can do.
And talk a little bit about that. Like, you don't have to give away any secrets or anything, but like, how are you changing what you do this year?
We're just working on skills and how to prove that we can score and build up the field, and working on how to get there and just aiming, foot skills, and getting this goal.
Who are some of the other girls that are going to be involved in that offense?
My other striker up top with me is Josie Measle, who's another senior, and we have Montana and Victoria, who are mids or defensive mids that will help bring the ball up the field with us.
How do you guys like to create that offense?
I'm not really sure. Just the people who work well together and communicate well so we can, like get the ball down the field and work together.
Is it more of a possession style? Do you like to a lot of through balls?
We do like a lot of give and goes, through balls, and we try and communicate to use some drops, bring it around to the other side so we can open up the field.
From your perspective, what's going to be the biggest change that people are going to see out of your team this year?
I think it's mostly just keeping the ball in our possession and making sure we keep the ball away from the other team and not giving them any chances to score on us.
Senior year, probably a little mixed emotions, excitement, but at the same time, you're like, oh man, this is it.
Yeah.
How are you feeling heading into this year?
I'm really hoping we can come back with more wins like we want to, and give our seniors, there's a lot of seniors this year, I want to give them a good, positive season to finish it out.
And then just individually, what are you hoping to accomplish this year?
I'd like to get more goals than last year. I think I got the most on the team. I don't remember how many it was, but I want to try and keep up there in numbers and let us win some games by making some myself.
All right, let's move on to your left. Go ahead and grab that microphone. Introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
Hi, I'm Victoria, or I'm Victoria Weaver, but most of the girls will call me Vicky. I'm a senior as well. This year I'm looking to play a lot of defensive mid, but last year I played a lot in the box, so just been kind of thrown around the field.
And you were first team all-conference last year.
That is correct.
Wow, so that's an exciting year for you. What was the key to your success last year?
I really think it was just putting in all of the hard work. Like, a lot of times it would be hard. As you know, our record wasn't the best, and sometimes it was really easy to get down on yourself. Especially, I was in the box for most of the second half of the season, and when you get a goal scored on you, it's very easy to feel like it's your fault, when it may not be. And I think just picking your head up and keep getting at it over and over and over is absolutely the key to any kind of success.
What have you noticed that's different this year?
Overall, I think a lot of the girls are a lot more aggressive out of the bat. In previous years, we had kind of shied away in the first half and then came out more aggressive in the second. But we've only had one scrimmage so far, and just from scrimmages we've done at practices and various drills, these girls, they're coming out from minute one and just being aggressive and giving everything they have, which is definitely a big change from previous years. And I think that has a lot to do with the coaching change. They've definitely promoted being aggressive and being a little selfish. Because sometimes as female athletes, we think, oh, I have to do the nice thing and pass it to my friend. Well, I'm wide open, so I should take the shot. I should get that pass. I should go for that ball. And I think having female coaches who are younger and have recently been in our shoes not that long ago has really promoted that type of ideology into all of us, and I'm really excited for that.
So being on the defensive side, Coach was talking about being an offensive-minded coach, but you can never just totally dismiss defense. What's the approach there on the defensive side? What are you trying to accomplish this year?
Well, I think on the defensive side, we can take a lot of the aspects she's trying to drill into the offense to be confident. When you are on that back line and you see some girl that's twice your size barreling down the field with a ball at you, it's a little intimidating. But again, with being aggressive and going for it and not being selfish and just stepping and taking that step up will really improve the defensive line.
What is your key to success this year from an individual perspective?
To be honest, it hasn't changed from previous years. It's just to keep putting in the work. You can't get anywhere without effort, and absolutely this year, I guess just that.
Who are some of the girls that aren't at the table that have impressed you in practice so far?
To be honest, a lot of the freshman girls have really stepped up with just their boldness. Natalie Stump, Natalie Ionetta, both of them have just been amazing, especially Natalie Stump. She is really short, super skinny, and she'll be at practice shoving me around like nobody's business. And it's just amazing to see young girls like that. I'm sorry, there's a bug.
It was over here earlier, so I'm glad it went that way because it was driving me nuts.
Them on the freshmen. One of our juniors, Rachel Kimberly, I know in previous years she didn't always get a ton of playing time, but she's really stepped it up this year, and I'm really excited to see what she has in store as well. We have a new girl who just started this year, a junior, Katie McAllister, and she's been doing amazing. And just, she might not always necessarily know where to go, but she's one, if not the most, tenacious people on the team. She always, just today we were talking about it at practice, how she always follows through and she always goes for it. And so I'm really excited to see her improve.
And what are your goals for this year?
My goal is just to help my team more. I play a defensive mid, which means I really have to communicate between the defensive line and the mids and the forwards. I'm the only defensive mid, so it places me in a special position to really be that key connector, and again, to push people to take those shots, to give them the through balls and everything like that, to give the give and goes, and just to create opportunities is really my goal.
All right, good luck to you this season. Let's move on to your left. Go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
Okay, I'm Montana Estock. I'm an upcoming sophomore, and I play center mid.
Oh, a sophomore gets to come to media day, so you must have impressed your coaches. I was free. I had nothing to do. What have you done so far in the preseason to earn the spot here?
Definitely working on my ability to do things, taking time and putting in effort to be better and grow as a team.
I assume you played varsity last year?
Yeah.
And what kind of performance did you turn in? Did you do well?
Yeah.
All right, that's a good answer. And what are you trying to do this year? I mean, to build off of last year.
Well, I was more of a defensive person last year, but new coaches, new mindset, and now I'm in mid, so I'd rather make plays for other people than do it.
So your role's changing this year. In what way?
I think I was more of a defensive person last year, until like this year, and then I became offense.
And so, like, what is Coach looking for you to do?
Definitely make plays and make some like through balls, send into space.
Okay. So being the young player, though, I mean, how's the confidence level?
I mean, it's okay. I don't brag about myself, so I mean, it's okay. I mean,
right.
you just kind of have to be confident when you're on the field.
All right. And looking at the way things have changed this year, do you feel confident that the team's trending up and going to be improved this year?
Yeah, I have a feeling we're gonna get more wins.
What do you think is different?
Definitely the mindset. With like we had all guy coaches last year, and 2 girls coming in definitely changed our mindset, and I think it's better.
All right. And talk about some of the other girls on the team that aren't here that maybe they haven't mentioned yet that you think are going to have a big year for you and contribute.
Definitely Katie McAllister. She's good.
What position is she playing?
She's a mid too.
Okay. Talk about the strategy that your coaches are employing. What do you guys? What's the plan? How are you trying to move the ball around and make things happen?
Definitely, we're trying to get through balls again, and we're trying to pass in triangles and just kind of like keep away until we can shoot.
So you've got a couple of seniors to your right. You heard what they said. You got to learn from them last year. You got to watch them this year. You're going to get to play with them this whole season. And then for the next 2 years, you get to emulate what they've done. So you get to be a leader for the next 2 years. What are you trying to learn from them that you're going to use as a leader for the next 2 years?
Definitely be like supportive and help people when they need it, because people have had to get down. So you have to kind of keep them built up.
And what are your goals for this season?
Definitely making plays. I'm not looking to shoot. I want to make assists, and I'd rather.
Coach is over there. What? You're not looking what?
No, I definitely think working as a team, though.
Okay. All right. Pass that over to Coach. And, Coach, go ahead and introduce yourself and talk about your role as an assistant. And then I want you to talk about what the girls have said about having 2 girl coaches and the impact that you've made already on their lives.
Sure. So my name is Alex DeGeorge. I am the assistant coach to Katie Schumick. And this year, like they've said, we've been really focusing on building as a team all together and having that morale and having that like family vibe, I guess. So growing up, when I had coaches, they always had a huge impact on me, and it was something that meant a lot through my whole entire life. So I feel very honored to be a part of this chapter of their lives for them. Kind of reflecting back on some of the things they've said, it's nice to see how they've seen their teammates grow, because we've also seen that in them, and they all 3 are too modest, and they do a lot for the team. So I'm happy that they were here and able to share a little bit about the team.
Strategy-wise, what have you guys changed, or what are you trying to do to create some offense, protect your goalie, that kind of thing?
So a lot of the time when people would talk about Edgewood girls soccer, in previous years, they'd say it's a very defensive team. It's a very defensive team. We came on first few practices and we're like, what are they talking about? We have so many players that are just built for those offensive positions, and that's just where they're supposed to be. So trying to get them to realize that potential. So even Montana saying that she was a defensive player, the second we saw her, like, no, you're a center mid. You definitely are a center mid. So trying to see what characteristics we see in certain players and how they fit on the field, and try to help them understand, no, this is why, this is what you were made to do for this game. So it's been good.
All right. And Coach, I'm going to throw it back to you, and just give me your reaction to what you've heard out of your players.
Yeah, so like Coach said, they're very modest. They've said things, but they're all key players on our team, and they're trying to light it on players that aren't here. And so, yeah, I'm proud of them and how they spoke about our program. This was good for them, and I'm very proud that they were here.
What kind of goals do you have for your program? I mean, obviously it's your first year. You want to certainly hit the ground running, come out and, win it all and all that. But, you have to have some realistic goals and walk before you run, those kind of things. And hopefully you have some short-term goals and long-term goals. But what kind of vision do you have?
Yeah, so I would hope to see some wins this season. But a lot of focus that I have right now is to just have them play quality soccer. Not playing a kickball game and learning the process of how to get the ball up from the back and the smartest moves to make on the field, and have intention, and I always say defend with a purpose or play with a purpose, and so I like to see that. And we are a strongly heavy senior team, so I want them to end on a high, and I want them to feel proud, and I want their teammates to realize that they're not stepping on the field just for themselves, that we're a family, and I want them to make sure that these seniors are ending on a good note.
Outstanding. Well, it was nice to have you all here. I appreciate it, and I wish you all the best of luck in this first season under your new coaches. It sounds like things are certainly going well for you early on, and I hope those wins follow you. So good luck to you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having us.
Sure. That was the Edgewood Warriors girls soccer program here at the CVC Fall Sports Media Day. And if they are here, the Lakeside Dragons girls soccer program is our final team to close out our event. Are they out there? The coaches? All right, so Lakeside is represented, so we will have them here momentarily. I will give you a word from our sponsor. Any players or just coach? Just coach. All right. That makes it easy.
Yeah, it should be short and sweet, right?
After a long day, I'll take it. All right. Go ahead and grab your mic. There's a little black button on there. Make sure that's in the up position. Coach, go. Yep. Go ahead and introduce yourself and just give us a quick overview. What can we expect? This first year, right?
First year, yep. I'm Aaron Chamberlain. My assistant coach is Destiny Adams. She's actually at a camp with our girls right now. So, we kind of found out about this a little bit last minute and couldn't really plan around getting some girls here, unfortunately. So
no problem.
You're stuck with me.
No problem. Yeah, so first year, obviously, you got your work cut out for you. Up and down season, they had a little bit of success last year. I think they had pretty decent goalie that graduated, so you've got some holes to fill. But what have you seen out of the squad so far?
Well, yeah, we did. We lost a lot of seniors, but we do have 8 this year. We have 8 seniors. We've got 5 in the starting lineup. And 1 freshman in the starting lineup. So it's I think it's pretty balanced, and I think we've got room to grow. It is hard starting kind of late, late in the spring, and just starting with a brand new group. But I think it's going to be a good year.
What are you bringing as far as strategy, tactics? What do you like to do?
So a lot of what I'm seeing when I'm watching soccer is kind of the run and gun, counterattack, and that's fun. I think our strength is going to be possession, hanging onto the ball, and for that you've got to really work on the technical skills. You have to have those technical foot skills so that you've got room to operate. So that nobody can just come take the ball from you. They know they've got to back off so that and that gives you space to operate and pass the ball around, work the defense back and forth and find a hole and then put it in the net, rather than trying to launch it from 40 yards out or just rely on, them being in our half the whole game and then just getting a quick strike to get a quick goal. I'd rather play a more patient possession style game. So that's really what we're trying to put in.
Who are some of the players that have already impressed you here in the preseason?
Grace Stein is our senior captain, and she actually does. She's got a heck of a boot. She's just very coachable, very just a strong leader, just has the girls up, motivated. Come on, she shows she's giving everything she's got. Running hard in every drill, falling to the ground, getting back up, and it's amazing to see. And then her little sister Evelyn is our freshman, and I just think the sky's the limit with her. So we've got Zoe Kaufman is our other senior captain. She's probably going to play center mid or sometimes back anchoring the defense. She's one of those who you could pretty much, I could tell her, you're playing here, there, you're playing goalie, and she's just like, you got it, and just goes and does it. And
It's great to have girls like that.
Honestly, I would say just about like I just love these kids. Like, you know, people looked at me and said, "You want to coach girls soccer?" There's going to be drama, and there's been none of that. There's just been like, "What do you need us to do? We're going to try as hard as we can." They're showing up. They showed up for summer conditioning, so it's been a lot of fun so far.
Yeah, and you know, Lakeside it isn't a program that is you know, known statewide. You've got it's a low pressure situation. You can build it and develop a program in your own style. You know, the kids are willing to learn. You know, I knew the previous coach, and you know, he worked hard, and they started to have a little bit of success over the last couple of years. So I know the kids are hungry. I've talked to some of them over the years here at Media Day, and they do want to win, like you said. And you just need to, you know, get the pieces in there. The numbers need to get there. That's the key. And
I think we've got 23 on the roster, so that's not too bad. It's not enough to really have a JV, but you know, we're gonna start little kid soccer at Lakeside, and we're gonna start really building it.
Yep.
And just training skills, and you know, getting them to realize, oh man, this is fun. And just like, you know, the way we do little kid football and little kid basketball, we're gonna start the soccer, and I think in a few years it's really gonna pay off.
Yeah, it definitely. Yeah, if you don't have that feeder program, you know, if kids are starting in 7th and 8th grade or even 9th grade, you're way behind the 8 ball, and it's tough to teach them the technique. And you know, you can get an athletic girl and develop into a pretty good player. But you know, when you start to compete against your Division I teams that you're playing in the sectional, you know, it's hard to do that. But
yeah, I mean, when you're teaching, like, you know, even half the summer we've been teaching things that, you know, back when I would coach rec soccer, I was doing some of the same drills with, you know, 8-10-year-olds. So I'm like, you got to be able to do this stuff, and so and a lot of it's on them to work at home, and they're doing that. So we'll get there. We're building the culture. So we're start from square one.
It's not always easy, but it's rewarding.
Yeah, for sure.
So, what defensively? Obviously, you got to replace a goalkeeper. Who do you have there?
We've got a couple goalies. We have one who's a senior, Annalicia, and then our other one's a sophomore, Alex Shevchik. And Alex is. It's one of those things we're still working out, because we think she's a great goalie. The other day we had to play her at midfield because we were missing a player, and I said, "Oh man, we can't take her out of midfield." It's going to be. I think we'll have them split goalkeeper duties a little bit, and
that's
and
one
we'll
of those.
see how it goes.
That's one of those coaching mistakes when you take your goalie and you put him out in the field, and you're like, "Oh, she's pretty good there," and now it's like, "Uh-oh."
We knew she was pretty good, but sometimes the kid will look really good in practice, and then it doesn't translate to the game. And she looks okay in practice, but then in the game, it was like there was a switch.
Cha-ching.
And it was just a scrimmage, and I was like, and it was just time after time, not making mistakes, playing heads up, playing aggressively, just like it was like, well, we can't really afford to take her off. So we've got some things to figure out.
All right. And then just what are your keys to success? You know, obviously, you know, everyone wants to win a state title, a conference title, those types of things. For you know, a young program, a developing program, you have to set some realistic goals. Right. What's it going to be for you? How do you define success?
Well, we'd like to beat our local rivals, the young ladies that were just in here before me. We'd like to wipe the smiles off of their faces a little bit. But we've had some good talks with them, and you know, we'll have a good relationship with them. But you know, we want to beat our local, you know, our Conneauts and our Edgewood and, you know, Geneva. We want to compete with all those guys and beat them. So that's, you know, that would be the first thing. And then, you know, I have been watching the team for a few years, and you know, I'd like to see some more success against better teams. You know, getting some wins against teams that are above 500 would be nice to start. And you know, I feel like we can step out there and at least give any team we face like a good game. I really do feel that way. So, I mean, I think that's just just to see them not giving up, not quitting. I mean, there's probably going to be games where things get a little out of hand as far as the score, and I just want to see them keep trying and keep competing. We're going to get every girl into games. They're going to play. You know, we don't have a JV. We don't have enough to really field an effective JV, and so they're going to get their experience in varsity games, and we're going to expect that to pay off in a year or two. So,
yeah, first year you got to see what you can do. You find that right recipe, and year two you grow from there and put it all into action, and hopefully somewhere it all catches fire, and
that's the goal.
See what happens.
Yep.
So, all right, Coach. Well, I appreciate you making the trip out. I wish you the best of luck here as you try to grow a program.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, thanks. That was Lakeside Dragons here to close out CVC Fall Sports Media Day out here at Perry High School. That was the third of 4 Media Day events. That's the final one of our All-Sport Media Day events. Our fourth will be the Football Media Day out at Kirtland High School on Sunday. That will start at 2 o'clock. We will have 2 live streams going. That schedule will be posted on Saturday. And we will once again start at 2 o'clock on Sunday with 2 streams going. I believe all 21 teams will be present, so we will have that going. Once again, all of our CVC TV events are presented by Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery, so we want to give a shout out to them before we close out. I want to thank all of you for tuning in tonight. It's always great to have our viewers in here tuning in to support their favorite teams and schools. And I want to thank you again for all the coaches and players for being out here, all the athletic directors for arranging their teams to get out here, and to Perry Athletic Director TJ Rockwell for hosting today, and for Steve Hare. I am Steve Hare, so thank you for all of that. It's been a long day. I can't even remember who I am, but Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery, and Ohio Varsity for sponsoring tonight's event, and have a good night.
Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery diagnoses and treats facial pain and injuries, and also offers a full range of dental implants and bone grafting procedures. Look no further than the Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery for all of your oral surgery and cosmetic surgery needs. Please visit their website at www.ohsurgery.com. Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery diagnoses and treats facial pain and injuries, and also offers a full range of dental implants and bone grafting procedures. Look no further than the Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery for all of your oral surgery and cosmetic surgery needs. Please visit their website at www.ohsurgery.com.
Custom sports balls from OhioVarsity.com are a great way to recognize your favorite athletes and coaches. Whether it's for an end-of-season award or a Player of the Week honor, we've got you covered. From baseball to volleyball, our sports balls are customizable with player photos, names, numbers, statistics, accomplishments, and anything else you'd like to feature on the ball. We even have custom megaphones for your favorite cheerleaders. Visit OhioVarsity.com or email us at sales@OhioVarsity.com to learn more about our custom